Hello, good morning and welcome to another adventure on the European Cricket Network. We said goodbye to Prague in centre of Europe and we make our way to the southeastern part of Europe. This country is a hidden gem. It's full of culture, full of history, and the capital is known as the Little Paris. I'm Rico Full. You're watching the European Cricket Series and we are in Romania and the action starts right here, right now.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
It's wonderful to be back here in Romania and on this Moara Vesia cricket ground. Just a year ago we were here when Cluj were crowned the champions. Can they hold on to that crown this year round? 10 teams will take part in this European Cricket Series, 2 groups of 5. We're going to start with Group B and it's a team that nearly got there last year, Bucharest Gladiators. They're going to be strong this year, I can tell you that, and they're up for the fight and up to get their hands on the title. But they're starting off with a new team. We welcome the Lanol Lions. Not only are they new, but they've got a tough task ahead of them on day one. Not only do they play the Gladiators, but they've got 3 matches here today. One man who's also here with me, and I'm glad to have him with me as well, is my partner in crime, of course, good friend and fellow commentator, Charlie Hunt. Why don't we join Charlie, and Charlie will tell you a little bit more about what happened at the coin toss and the 2 teams.
Good morning, bună dimineața to everybody tuning in. A pleasure to be back alongside Rico Full. Rico giving a little introduction into the start of today's play. And yeah, in this one, of course, game number 1, it is the Bucharest Gladiators, the champions back in 2022. They take on the Lanol Lions. And news from the toss, well, it's a little bit of an interesting one. There you go, you can see there that the Gladiators, no real surprise, they're going to go ahead and have a bat first here. Left to talk back on, mate, can hear you. And in terms of some names to look out for both sides, Bucharest Gladiators, a man at the top of your screens there. He's the big one himself in Mohamed Moyes. A lot of people will know about him and know what his game's like. Luka Petra, he's down there as well. Scheduled to be down, of course, as a bowler, but I do know that he is carrying a bit of an injury at the moment, so maybe just look out for that. I'm not too sure if we'll see much involvement for him. Kosmin Zvoyuk, of course, the skipper for the Gladiators, the Romanian national himself, of course. As for the Lanol Lions, a little bit of the unknown about them, really. There's a couple of names that we may have seen before, but in all honesty, it is a little bit of the unknown for them this time around. So looking forward to seeing what they can bring to the table. It will certainly be a good opportunity to maybe cause an upset here in match number 1, of course. We're going to be here for 2 weeks, of course. plenty of cricket. In terms of the supercomputers, have a look there. The win predictor going 81% to 19%. Just shows you it would be the upset of all upsets to start us off here in Romania. A little bit about the setup for the day, or for the tournament. In fact, it's the exact same as to what it was back in Estonia. You'll have your two groups to start us off with. Then we'll go into sort of the second round of fixtures, and then depending on where your team finishes in the group stages, you'll carry points through into that system as well. We'll maybe touch upon that a little bit later on throughout the day, but it is a scorcher of a day here, and it's set to be a scorcher of 2 weeks. I think something like 38, 39 degrees at some point in the highest point today. So do probably expect to see a couple of water breaks here and there and some drinks breaks, but we're certainly looking forward to what is set to be an exciting 2 weeks. A very warm welcome to everybody tuning in all around the world, whether it be, of course, on Fancode out in India or on the ECN European Cricket Network YouTube channel. It is a pleasure to be back on your airwaves, a pleasure to be back here in Romania, of course. First time here last year. Loved it so much I thought we'd make... Well, I thought I'd come back again, but it's a pleasure to bring Rico back into the box with me. Rico, how good is it to be back?
It's wonderful to be back. This is a lovely ground, this Moravia ground. It's one of the highlights of the tours that we have each year, to be here, of course, by the lake, which looks absolutely fantastic already. Some people were there early this morning having a good old fish. I tell you what, though, you're right about the temperatures. It is going to be hot. So it's going to be hot out there. So one team that really have to prepare themselves well is the team on debut here, the Lanol Lions, playing 3 matches here today.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough day for them. And I have to say, though, I like the colours of the kit. Very impressed with the old, very Romanian feel. I like it.
Do you like the line on the front?
Yeah.
When the bowler turns around, have a look at the detail on the front. I love these shirts.
First up, then, it's going to be Danusha Tiwanka, then, who is going to take us in. First ball, then, of this European Cricket Series here in Romania. And it's going to be a wide to start.
Yeah, bowler doesn't like it. There's the umpire there. There's Andrew Begg out there. Good morning to Andrew Begg. Spare thought with the umpires in black. Hey, listen, one thing I said, that's never a wide, by the way. And, well, this one's going up and over. It's going to chase, is going to be on, and to give this outfield a bit of a test. It is going to go for 4 runs. Cuatro carreras. Well, a little bit unlucky to start off with was Tiwanka. And then now he gets the top edge here, which goes for 4. But what I was about to say, when you have a look at this pitch here, if you bowl a no ball off the pitch on here, you've really got it wrong.
You've had a nightmare.
It's probably one of the widest pitches that you'll see on the circuit.
Yeah, absolutely. No, it is a stunning ground here. Marvellously, of course. Lofted over the top. This is going to trickle away. Chases on for the field. It does just hold up. Oh, look at that. That really came off the surface. It's a good bit of work, though, by Avishka Rishan down at long on. Yeah, one thing to remember as well is the insects are out and about here this morning, and they will be again for 2 weeks. So, Rico, I hope you bought your bug spray.
Yeah, well I'm banking on the fact that they like your blood better than mine.
Yes.
So they stay away from me. And I'm at the moment wearing long sleeves, and I think I'll stick to long sleeves because that short period going out there in the middle, they're all over me. You'll get that feeling at the moment. And when I say all over, I mean all over and inside. They went inside my ears, these little bugs. So, yeah, there's going to be a lot of bugs around.
Change of angle, coming around the wicket. Good response, though. Moyes gets a first look. He's going to have a big part to play this, isn't he? In not only this game, but also the 2 weeks is Mohamed Moyes for the Gladiators.
Yeah, he's a top quality player. He's a lovely bloke as well, isn't he? Moyes, who now spends most of his time in the UK, and that is going to go all the way. Bolle, getting us on her. And, well, they call him the bear out here, don't they? I mean, we are in Romania. And I'm told that in Europe, the most number of bears that you'll find is in Romania, over 6,000. And his nickname is the bear because he does things like this.
Well, I hope you keep your windows closed at night then, Rico, if that's the case. But, yeah, good early start then for Moyes. Coming off a pretty decent World Cup qualifier as well.
Yeah.
Just a couple of weeks ago out in Italy. So I'm sure that's something that we will touch upon, especially over the course of today and probably the next couple of days as well. A lot of things going on in the world, all sport related, which I know we'll touch upon. And I know there's a certain thing that we will have to bring up, which was an interesting one last night, but we'll get to that later on in the day. 12 off the over already. Tiwanka needs to have a think. Oh, that's much better. Gets it right on the money, coming across Moyes, not able to get this one away.
Yeah, good delivery. Just takes a bit of pace off it. And what you see here, gets a pretty good bounce. One thing that some of the locals have been talking to me about said that the pitch has been sort of misbehaving a little bit. So let's see if we pick any of it up here today. Well, speaking of up, there's up and over, and that also is going to be a hard chase for the fielder. There's going to be 4 runs. The outfield, I think, played pretty well. When I went out there for a walk, Charlie, I thought that maybe the ball might just hold up a little bit. It's not long, but it's lush. It's quite thick. But from what we've seen there, first few balls that have gone down, certainly that area, they've gone pretty quickly.
Yep, seems as if it's running true at the moment. End of the first over. It's a good one. It is 16 without loss after 1. And this is what we were just talking about a little bit earlier. Group A, Group B, of course. Group B, it's what I'm actually going to call the tougher of the two. Cluj and Bucharest Gladiators, certainly 2 big names to look out for, of course. And it is as well, a big name as well.
Yeah.
Group matches from the 1st to the 8th of July. And then, of course, the 2nd, 3rd and 4th in each group will go through to round 2. We'll say goodbye to the 5th place teams in each group. And, of course, then the top of each group automatically qualify for the final, say, on the 12th of July. Looking forward to this. We first sort of had a real glimpse of this in Estonia. We were both there.
Yeah.
Big fan of it, actually. I quite like it.
Yeah, I do. I think it's a good format. It works well. And it just means that you really have to play half of the work go well. He falls down and loses his way. It does to Linga Jayasuriya. And that's gone pretty wide as well. But you can see that, I mean, that one takes off pretty well off the pitch. Yeah,
the skipper coming on for this 2nd over. Not a bad start, but a little bit of a loosener. But look at that, real purchase off that. Really gets up.
Yeah, and that's what they're telling me, that in certain parts of this pitch, especially from this end, the ball really will shoot upwards. So we will be keeping a close eye on that as the Jayasuriya comes back.
That's too wide again, and not even the keeper's going to get there. This is going to be the first minimo of the tournament. This one goes away past the keeper. Not much he could really do about this one. If he was about 7 foot tall, he might have got there, but it's too wide again, and he knows it straight away. Not too comfortable with his landing area, potentially, but nevertheless, it's another poor delivery.
Yeah, it is poor. They saw a quick look of the bear in Romania, of course, part of the logo of the federation here. And having a look around here in these fences, there could be a few bears out there, you know. Maybe that's why we've got the fences.
Maybe. Yeah, Romania, though, touch upon it in those World Cup qualifiers, did certainly surprise a few. They would have been saying that was sort of where they were hoping to be, but, of course, just losing out in that final to Italy, but they did so well. This is slightly better, but not enough, as a change of angle still isn't working. So Jayasuriya has gone for 7 freebies without sort of offering anything up. Look at that, by the way. That's a good look for our keeper behind the stumps, Randula. Like the headwear option.
Good take. He's got good pace. He just can't get the ball in the right area at the moment. So maybe now. Let's see.
Positives are that there is lateral movement there.
That one I think is okay. Umpire's been very tight. Remember the new regs that we played in? They've been in place now for a few months now. Is that the ball has to completely miss that line? I don't think that does. I think that's a tough call.
It's always tricky though, isn't it, when it's going across in that respect, especially from that angle as well. But see, they're having a little conversation. But yeah, you can see there the Lanol Lions, the strip that they're using. It's a good old kit. I have to say, I'm a big fan. Certainly feel that if they can provide the cricketing skill that matches the kit, could be up there in the top half of the table.
Yeah, Felina, we have seen him play for, of course, Zalmi.
Does get it right, but this is flicked off the pads. This is a really nice shot, holds the pose. That kicks on, and that'll be a boundary. So things go from bad to worse for Jayasuriya at the moment, as the first legal delivery goes for 4. It's 12 off just 1 legal delivery.
Yeah, just beautifully whipped away. He's on the pads and gets the wrist into play, holds that pose. As that's a nice look.
Good morning to everyone as well in the chat. Very pleasure to see you again, to Rob, to Shahag, and to everyone in between. I know we'll have lots of people coming and going throughout the remainder of today, of course. Long day ahead, especially when it's 38 degrees. Change of angle yet again then. We've only had 1 legal delivery. This is again legal, but could be a chance. And taken, well, maybe surprising with the straight delivery, Jayasuriya, but he does get the breakthrough. It's the first wicket down. It's Hussein who goes, trying to loft this over the top, does not get the elevation nor the power, and it's a pretty comfortable catch for mid-off, and it's going to be the first one to fall, 28 down.
Yeah, it just goes to show, you know, sometimes you don't have to do too much. Just get the ball in the right area, let the batter make the mistake, and the batter, as saying, does make a mistake, doesn't really get a good contact. He's looking to get it over that fielder inside the power play, and he gives his wicket away. And he'd be very disappointed with that because It was looking like a very good start. That over looked like it could go magical, but in the end, it's worked out well with Jayasuriya takes the first wicket. The first wicket that the Lanol Lions have taken on the European Cricket Network, and is a captain that takes the wicket after having a few problems getting the ball in the right area.
Yeah, just a few. Wide, 5 wides, wide, 4 wickets. So, well, if you aren't entertained, then well, I don't know what it's going to take. This over's already had everything. We've only had 2 legal deliveries. 28 for 1 then. So that will just maybe stem the flow of runs potentially just for now. But of course, in comes Hamza. Was listed to open, but comes in at 3, Amir Hamza. So slight change in that respect. He'll be looking to try and continue on what's been a really positive start here. A bit of a change in the field as well. The only 2 fielders out, of course, in this 3-over power play. They've got a very deep cover and a deep third as well. This is again Fuller and just slightly straighter. Oh dear. Well, he said it might be a little bit pluggy out there. Early signs that it might be a little bit slippery. Keeps through for a single off the mark straight away. Yeah,
it's a much better delivery though. Sort of Yorker length, good ball to bowl to a new batter, Amir Hamza, who plays it away and gives Mohamed Moyes the strike. Moyes 10 of 4.
Jayasuriya 13 with a wicket. Well, and another one, and it's the big one as well in Moyes. It's a horrible shot. It's across the line, no foot movement. And, well, the surprise himself in Jayasuriya. He couldn't get anything on the square to start with, but he's picked up 2 huge wickets, both openers back in the shed. And the Lanol Lions certainly looking like they're up for the contest here.
Yeah, that is not a good shot. You're right, Charlie. Just watch this. He clobbers it onto his own stumps as well, but he just never really got into the right position. Stumps go down. Timber! That's the end of Moisey in well, wearing a very colourful kit here. Loving the detail on that as well. We'll get a chance to have a close-up of that maybe at some point. But it's not a good look. Moisey's gone. And maybe the Gladiators, maybe in a spot of bother here. This over started all over the place. Started with 4 wides on the spin. One of them went all the way down to the boundary. And then there was a 4, but since then, there's been 1 run and 2 wickets. So, disappointment for Moisey.
Yeah, big time. He has to go. He had a couple of nice shots, but yeah, that was a real horrid swipe across. No foot movement, got completely stuck. He goes for 10, score 29 for 2 then. This over, it's been all over the shop. So I'll tell you what, scorers, welcome back. And yeah, well, try and keep up with this one. We had wide, 5 wides, wide, 4 wicket, 1 wicket.
Yeah,
there you go.
It's not been good.
Good morning, 35 degrees, how are you? Not there yet, though. Currently sat at just the measly 27 degrees at 10 past 9.
Yeah, don't forget, most of those temperatures given to you in the shade. Out there in the middle, it's going to be pretty hot middle of the day.
Got to feel for the men in black.
Yes.
Got to feel for the men in black.
Yeah, it's not that. I've said this before. When it comes to, when we get past June, I think the colour from the umpires has to change.
Pereira then, in at 4. Driven confidently. Let's get a hand on this, though. Should come through for a single, and they will. I think we'll just be at 1 thought. Pereira gets off the mark straight away. Jayasuriya, though, what a first over. Couldn't get it on the money. But then all of a sudden, switch to flip. There you go.
That's it. He changed. He decided, all right, you know what? I'm going to come around the wicket. And it's made all the difference. Now he's trying to get another. Hamza.
Last delivery of the over the top. That's a really nice shot. That's one way to answer the critics. It's over the top. It's 6 runs to end. And, well, the over goes magical, but they pick up 2. So it's a bit of the old you see me, I see you. And well, you'd probably argue off that over, it's probably 1-0 in that respect. But 36 for 2 at the end of 2.
Yeah, it's one of those, though, isn't it? I suppose in hindsight, I think a Lanol Lions will say, right, if we're going to give away 20 runs and take 2 wickets, and one of those is going to be that of the dangerous Mohamed Moyes, will take it. So I think it's a bright start from the men that are looking pretty bright. There's a quick look at the teams that we'll see in Group B. So starting with Group B today, tomorrow, the Group A teams will be in action.
Yeah, always interesting, isn't it, to see a little bit of the different groups and who will be involved, of course. But yeah, Gladiators, they certainly are coming into this tournament as one of the favourites. Of course, as I mentioned, back in 2022, they got one over Cluj by 8 wickets. Well, fun fact. I'll give you a little fun fact to start the morning.
Give me a fun fact.
The last 2 finals here in Romania have both been won by 8 wickets. Both been won by 8 wickets.
Okay.
See? I do my research.
You do your research. Yeah, Giamata, of course, the beaten finalist when we were here just over a year ago, actually.
Yeah, it was pretty much bang on, wasn't it?
Yeah, over a year ago. Giamato, who of course were the sister club of Cluj, and that very exciting tournament they had last year.
A bit of spin coming into the fray of things as this is Irashan. Impressive start, just pushes this to cover. You know, I do remember that because I remember at one point thinking, well, Taranjeet's about to get clobbered because he was in the faces, but then you sort of remembered, oh no, they're all friendly, so it's actually not too bad. But yeah, that was, Taranjeet Singh played a good hand in that final. 46, I believe he scored. Good delivery, really good delivery. Just coming along with the angle. Irashan, this is a really positive start for him. You can see here, squares him up completely. Doesn't really have too much of an idea, this Adam Pereira, who will don the gloves for the Gladiators in the second innings. But Irashan, this is a very promising start from him. A bit of the effort ball, but this is up in the air. Don't know if it's going to have the legs to go all the way, but it will be one bounce four. So opts to take it on. Of course, just the 50-metre boundaries here on the European Cricket Network, and he gets enough of it. That'll be 4 runs.
Yeah, I suppose that's the one downside if you have a spinner that's bowling inside the power play, that he's only got 2 men that you can put outside that 30-yard circle, and he didn't go with one back at long off. That's exactly where the batter's gone for.
Straight away there, that brings in the field change. Both fielders at mid-on, mid-off go back, and everyone else in on the circle. So you'd expect it to really be full and see what they can offer here. Well, it's 2 full. It's a full toss, and this is going to be on the leg side. That's going to be 6 more. They're going to want to have a look at this. It's been called on field, but I'm not too sure about this one. Let's have a look here. It was full, but I don't know if it was that full.
Yeah, the umpires have called it pretty early now.
No, actually.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those calls I don't mind. And the only thing I'm saying is that if the umpires if that's what they're calling, they've got to remain consistent with it now all the way through. That's
the thing. They're setting the tone with those calls early on here this morning. Wow, 7 up then already. And Irashan, after having 2 good starts, 2 dot balls, he's gone for 4 and 7. So not quite the best third and fourth delivery. Free hit coming up though. Pereira looking like he could be a bit of a dangerman for the Gladiators here. Can he make the most of what is a golden opportunity? Into the onside. This is clubbed. This is going to be 4 more yet again. Muscled onto the onside. Didn't quite get the timing, but he found the gap and reaps the rewards. 4 más.
Yeah, it's I think this would be a little bit disappointing for the captain, Jasseria, because he made that change in the field, didn't he, to put the 2 men straight. So basically saying, right, you got that fielder out there now, so keep the ball in the right area. But unfortunately, he's then after that, he's bowled a full bunger, and then that one that's too short. So he's got to get it outside the off stump so he can get the batter hitting straight down the ground again.
Irashan needs to find a response here. He's under a bit of pressure now. That's a good response. Good take as well, by the way. That's a really good stop from Randilla behind the stumps.
Does well, doesn't he? Does well, because this one, he really does fire in, and we know that there can be some lively bounce there. Just have a look at the bounce on that. That's a really good take.
Yeah, it does well. He's not up to the stumps entirely. He's slightly back, but you can kind of understand why with this bounce. We'll come back to live action. Fuller gets through. Bit of a bottom edge straight into the turf wicket. And it's a good comeback, in all honesty. Goes for a few runs to start with, but it was a good start. Not the great in the middle, but a good end as well with 2 dots. It'll be 15 off the third. End of the power play. The Gladiators, 51 for 2.
Yeah, they'll be happy with that, Gladiators. Even though they've lost the 2 wickets, they're going at a good rate. I think early on we've already seen this outfielders playing pretty well. Ball moving across it pretty quickly, as we say. A good morning to Ivan and then also to Shahag that are joining in the fun on the chat. I hope you're all well. And I hope it's a good start to the week. Of course, it is Monday. Some people hate Mondays, but when you're starting in a new destination with the European Cricket Network, it's always going to be a good day. And of course, Romania, what a beautiful place. It is a hidden gem, as they say. And Bucharest, of course, or Bucharesti, as they say, the locals would say, is known as the little Paris. And you can, if you've never been and you wander around Bucharest, you know why. It's also known as the city of the bugs as well, especially where we are, the more of us here. As something just flew. Well, look at this. I've had something fly into my eye. Now a grasshopper just decided to jump on top of us.
Well, it's all happening. What's going on? Rico's lost the plot.
We're being invaded by grasshoppers as that ball gets blasted away.
This is a really nicely timed shot as the new bowler is Ashada Jayawakrama. And this one got through the field. A little bit unfortunate this time around. That's Tarindu Tarakaranta out there. Well, Lara, well, it's not quite exactly. Leg spin, but it's too short, and this is going to get pumped into the onside. Hamza goes large, can't bowl there. That's always the tricky thing as a leg spinner. If you go short, you often get hit. That's what we see there.
That has been blasted. Watch this. Yeah, it's just in the zone. It's too short, and it gets smashed away. Hey, look, we haven't quite touched on how a sort of day started. I know there's a lot of action there in the middle, but we had to get in. We had to have a clean-up. It's been a day to do with animals and bugs. That's what I'm going to say. We had to get in and do a clean-up job because let's just say that maybe overnight the pigeons invaded the cube, and you know what pigeons and birds do? Well, it was all over the place. So
we left their mark.
We had to put the marigolds on and clean everything up. So that wasn't the best start of the day. Then we've had, let's just say, and I'm just, that's Gundy, as that one also goes big. Well, they're getting close to going into the lake here at the moment. I don't know if Andis can show us a bit of that lake at some point, but it's not far from here, and that is not far away from it, actually. It's just in the slot. Thank you very much. It's short, Gundy, and boom, shakalagia. That's gone a long way, Charlie.
Yeah, he's just trying to do a little bit too much here. Got to let the ball do the most of the work. He's trying to spin this into next week, trying to get the old ball of the century potentially, but it's not going to work.
No.
And leg spin just sits up. Yeah, we did have to. Are you going to be? I might add that onto my invoices. A little bit of a cleaning
job. And then when we look around us, people,
it's awful.
They are those horrible. What do you call those? These type of wasps, because they're not like the ones we used in the UK. They're the wasps which are sort of elongated, and they've got fangs, and they're whizzing around us at the moment.
That's much better. That's where it needs to be. Fuller. Fielded as well, gets down, gets the old long barrier. There's Boudica.
Now, the wasps, if that's not bad enough, we then have like a infestation of mozzies that are right in front of us waiting to pounce.
Yeah. And
then, when we thought it couldn't get any worse, we saw a nice little kitty. There's the kitty that's come back, by the way. It's a nice little ginger cat. And we thought, and Dan Oros was stroking it. And the next thing we know, it's disappeared, come back with a mouse. And now it's on the hunt again.
Off, though, look.
It's on the hunt again.
To be fair, for those of you that do know this ground, you know that there has always been a banner that goes across one of the hills. I'd hate to think what's underneath there, because I reckon that's been there for a good few years. Oh, good delivery. Good bit of grip and turn as well. Good comeback in the end. Prevents it from going from a magical over. You can see this here. Look, really grips and turns. Well, so does he. He doesn't have much grip. End of the over. It is 69 for 2 after 4.
Well, I can tell you what's under that banner, because the kitty, we're going to have to name the cat, by the way, but it's ready to pound. That's where it found the mouse last time. I'm telling you now, in a couple of minutes' time, it's going to come back with another mouse.
Yeah, it's off. It's got something. It's fine. It's moving quickly. Anyway, talk about moving quickly. Look at that run rate. 17 at the moment, just above. Certainly a good, promising start, especially when you consider that they lost their openers in those first 2 overs. So a bit of an up and down time of it for the Lankan Lions, picking up 2 good big wickets early on. But then after that, it's been an onslaught of runs yet again. Boundaries not exactly been hard to come by. Trindu Tilakaranta is going to come on for this 5th over then here. 00 on his back. Is there a way for him to just try and stem this flow of runs? I'd be certainly hoping so. Not with deliveries like that.
Yeah, I must admit, I know that Jaisaria didn't have the best of starts to his over, but he finished well. Let's have a look at this again.
His feet just all over the place, just slipping and sliding. It's clearly, I didn't think it was too much of a dewy one this morning, but
I've been out there, it's not, but I suppose it all depends what footwear you've got on.
I guess it also could be something to do with the run-up, maybe picking up some dew on the bottom of the shoes. Let's watch it again. He's better this time around. And he's got him. And
that's got to be out. Surely.
On a second.
That's got to be out. That's got to be out. Well, this is a big edge for me. If this is not an edge, well, I'm going to eat one of these wasps. Let's have a look. That is, he's middled it. He's absolutely middled it.
I can't believe that.
He's middled it.
How's he not walked as well? The next ball is a wide as we come back to live. Maybe we can go back to this because I want to see this again. This is Stuart Broad-esque in the Ashes. This is unbelievable. I don't know if we're going to get it. Maybe, I tell you what, I'll just save that. We'll have to have a look at that again.
It might be here. Look.
Look at this. Look.
He's middled it. He's middled it.
Talking about the spirit of the game and walking. Oh, my word. Wow. I tell you what. That's going to be a moment that we could look back on in 2 weeks' time and think was where we first saw a slight interesting moment.
Oh, well, you got a feel for poor Koshila here. I mean,
Not bowled badly.
he thinks he's got a wicket. He has got a wicket, but he's not been given. This is played out into the off and does sneak through, but he doesn't allow it to get to the boundary. So good recovery from the fielder here.
I can't believe that. I cannot. We were both certain, weren't we? We both went up, sort of went, yeah, that's gone. Okay, great wicket time. Go through the motions. Not to be. Interesting. Oh, now it's going to be a wide. He changed an angle. I don't know why he changed the angle. The first delivery, okay, he struggled, but he got it on the mark after that. Go back to what was working. You should have, in theory, had a wicket, to be fair, but I've already been attacked by a bug. I don't know what it was. I don't want to know what it was.
That's another wide for this over also. Well, he's got a feel for the bowler here, Avishka Koshila, because fair play to him as well. You know, one thing he didn't do is he didn't complain too much either. But Charlie just had it was an earwig, Charlie. There it is. I'll get it for you. Payback time. Anyway, just was doing a little bit of twist there, by the way, everybody.
Twist and shout. Thank you.
I didn't know you were a screamer.
Oh, you've got, wow. Oh, my word. Rico, wow.
Go on then, get it off.
It's gone. Oh,
There
no,
it
there
is. I told you, it's a grasshopper this time. Hey, I want danger money here.
This is horrible.
Roger Finer, if you are listening, I want danger money because we are being attacked by wasps, grasshoppers, earwigs, and
What a
also
shot.
by the grizzlies. This one, that's a lovely shot, isn't it? All the way along the deck, and that will go for 4 runs. You know what's going to happen. People are going to be laughing at us. We might just say hello to everybody on the comms cam in a moment, and that's if the bugs allow us.
Are you trying to, where is he? Oh, he's there. You've got it. No, you don't.
I have a good bit of him.
Look.
I have a bit of him.
You've got one of his legs.
Sorry, bug.
They're still there.
So look
Good
at the other
Lord.
one.
Anyway, last ball of the 5th. This is into the onside. This is going to be another boundary. This is going to be 4 more. What an over. It goes for 19 again. It is 88 for 2 at the halfway stage. We'll welcome you in as Rico has found the the unfortunate one that was... Keep that away from me.
Keep it
away
morning.
from me. No, keep it away from me.
Oh.
Anyway.
He's not doing bad considering he's got 1 leg less. I'll let him go. Go.
Good morning, everyone.
Go.
Hope you're all well. Pleasure to be back here alongside this great man, of course.
Hello, everybody.
And
welcome.
Welcome into what we're going to call...
Don't look. If you don't
the
look, you won't see them.
the
If you don't see them, you don't
cricket-
itch.
What we're going to call it, the European Cricket Zoo?
Well, that's not a bad one. I was just, of course, in Czechia there, and Danny Hudacek, he called the cube the giant marshmallow. So everywhere we go, we obviously giving the cube a bit of a name. We've got to find one for here, but yeah, at the moment, it's up in the air. Can anybody get here? Oh, tremendous. What a catch. Oh, yeah, you beauty. What a catch that is. And Thelina Jaisaria does come back to bowl. I was wondering why he didn't. And he takes a wicket straight away. So that's his 3rd. Have a look at this. It goes up in the air. The batter loses sight of it, loses his head. What a catch. That is an unbelievable catch.
He's made it look very, very simple, has the fielder out there in Avishka Irashant. And what is a very tricky catch has actually been taken. And it's a good start. And again, good promising signs as the Lions pick up another big wicket. As that will be the end of Pereira. He will go for 17. Score is 88 for 3 now. And Hamza 37 off 11, just sort of doing his own thing whilst everyone else goes around him. But here at the moment, this is a good little bit of change of momentum potentially after a hat-trick of 4s to finish off that last over that was somewhat disrupted by insects. I'm calling it the greenhouse. That's what it feels like at the moment anyway. Up over the top, chance up there, could be another maybe in the sun. Oh, gets put down. Could just see that he didn't look comfortable underneath it. The sun, in all fairness, although albeit, what is it now, coming up to 9:30 in the morning, the sun is certainly in a horrible position, and that probably just went right into the sun. Not really too much you can do about that.
It's a good effort, I suppose, but well, Nahid Hussain gets lucky, and Jai Surya could have had a forfeit. That one gets played away.
Just into the onside, that'll just be for a single. Should just be one and will be. You okay? You recovered now? It got rid of...
I've recovered.
That was... We
Listen.
both got it taken on twice.
You know, they say, I scratch your back, you scratch mine. Well, I look after you, you look after me with these bugs. The worst thing is you can feel them crawling on you.
It's awful. I tell you what's not awful. That is a splendid shot. Lovely bit of timing from Hussein. Just waits on this one. Rides the bounce and keeps it low and gets all of it. That will run towards the rope. 4 more.
Yeah, the outfield that side looks, I mean, it's slightly, it is a, when we look at this ground, and folks, when you look at it from behind the bowler, when it goes from right to left, it is on a slope, slight slope, so it does go a lot quicker, obviously, down on that offside. That's a good comeback. Look at the bounce on this. So
really
I reckon that some bowlers are going to love bowling on this.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, Kingston saying, looked more of a cat you did than a grasshopper. And Rob agrees, so I don't think it was a grasshopper.
Well, I don't care.
Is that silk?
What
a shot. That is an early contender for shot of the day from Hussein. Goes into out over the top on the offside. And what a way to end the over. Look at this here. Little step down and, brutal into the offside. What a shot. 6 runs to end the over.
And Jai Surya, it's not a bad spell in the end when you consider all the troubles that he had, but the over will go big. And with that big shot from it, he's going to go for 32 off his spell. He picks up 3 wickets. 12 come off it.
100 comes up off the end of the 6th as well. This is a really promising start here with the Gladiators, staring down what could be a 180 here at the moment if they get things going. There you can see there the story thus far, 9 and 10 for Hussein and Moyes respectively, but it's been the likes of Hamza and now Hussein who are really keeping things going. Good morning to Ramesh Athisan, who jumps in the chat. Very good morning to you, Ramesh. Hope you're well. Looking forward to seeing you at some point, hopefully. And this is up in the air off the splice of the bat. Should be taken. And does get taken, holds on to this nicely. That's a really, really big wicket to get in all fairness because it was looking a little bit nervy at points. But another one falls and you can just see there that the Lanol Lions, they know they've just got to keep plugging away here. And that is going to be the end of Amir Hamza, who goes for a very well-made 38. But it's 38 and out as it's 100 for 4 now.
Yeah, he wasn't hanging around, was he? And he only faced... in the end, that was ball number 13. So the unlucky 13 for Hamza as he goes for 38. Good catch, though. Irishan gets brought back into the attack. And instant success for him to Avishka. So let's just see. Get a chance to see now a bit of the depth here. We're on the Gladiators batting as well.
Yeah, I think it's fair to say probably not the strongest of full 11s. If you probably don't mind me saying that. But no, you are right. It'll be good to see what they have lower down the order. This is a nice shot down the ground to start off with just a single. Yeah, I mean, these conditions here in Romania are a little bit different to where I last saw you in England. Of course, you then went on to Cyprus, which I've heard was interesting.
Yeah, Cyprus
and then you went to the Czech. Yeah.
Yeah, Czechia also, look, for a lot of the locals saying Czechia is about... it's just...
What was it in Estonia? Bus. Oh, good take.
It's all happening here. Yeah, good take. Well done, well bowled.
I know, I feel like I could sort of maybe put myself down as a David Attenborough tribute act, being in this tent. It is a bit of the greenhouse, isn't it?
It's definitely a little bit of everything here.
A little bit of everything.
And I think more to... It's we're not even in the first hour of the day, and there's a chance. And this is going to be close. The umpire's giving it out on the field of play, but let's have a look at this side on. It's all about, does he get the bat down quick? And I'm surprised he's gone all the way around to get the bat down rather than just take his foot on it. Let's have a look. So, yeah, it's
well
gone.
Short of his ground.
It's a good call from the umpire. And, well, all right, then it's another one. That's another one to add to it. Maybe we should get a little scrapbook and just take little pictures of everything that comes in here.
Bingo card of what you can spot.
That's
anyway,
right.
Another one falls. Good bit of work behind the stumps for Sadun Pereira. He was a couple of steps away, but managed to get the gloves down and take the bails off just in time. Nick of time. It's the second wicket to fall in the over. It is 101 for 5 at the moment. These wickets, though, could be crucial. You've got to feel that at one point, looking like they were staring down 170 at some point, these wickets maybe just dragging them back to the 140s potentially. They'd be happy keeping them at around 130, I'd imagine. Anyway, Irishan again in the wickets at the moment. That's a good delivery. Really good delivery. Right in the block out. Not going to get underneath that. Can't get the power as Ahmed again just pushes to get off the mark for 1.
Yeah, he's getting the ball up there. I think the batters the Gladiators, they're going for everything, aren't they? As you'd expect them to do. They're in for a bit of a fight there. But if you bowl well, you get wickets.
I cannot believe you're wearing silk in what is almost 30 degrees. Oh, good delivery again.
But that's the idea. It's cool.
No,
it
it's
doesn't
not. That
cling
just
to
sticks to you.
No, it doesn't. That's the opposite.
Is it?
Yeah, it does the opposite. It's actually very cool.
End of the over. It's a really good one. 2 runs coming off it. 2 wickets at the same time. It is 102 for 5 after 7. This is where we are then, folks, here in terms of the European Cricket Series that happens every 2 weeks or so, of course. We're in Romania. We're pretty much bang in the middle of the year now. Of course, Hungary coming up after this. Bulgaria is where Rico and I believe will meet again. Italy, once more. We'll be back there. This time it's Rome, Austria and Croatia. Then it's the all-important ECC. This is an inside edge as Tawanka will come back. Inside edge onto the pads for 1 for Ahmed. Yeah, a lot of chat at the moment from a lot of people just talking about this ground. And what I've always said it, and I think everyone agrees comms-wise, certainly in the top 5 grounds that we visit, sort of year on year. That's a really good delivery again. I would like to see Pereira just actually properly stand up, because you'll see here again, he's not in the frame. And if he's there, he would have been gone, because his back foot's all up in the air. Oh, this one is up in the air. Could be gone. It won't be. And that is going to be another boundary. And there you go. It'll be 1 bounce 4. And, wow, the fact that it goes for 4 is slightly disappointing for the fielder.
Yeah, I mean, he's coming out, just trying to do the old Statue of Liberty here, just trying to get hands. But look how far away he is from that rope, and that's the problem there.
Needs a response, and it's not going to get it this time. It's going to be 6 runs. And, well, there's an infamous, there's an Ozturk out there, and, well, that one, he was thinking about it, but then let it go. Disappointing. Yeah,
Mesut Ozturk, of course, always brings us a little bit of Turkish delight. I know we got some goodies from him already. And, well, Messi, unfortunately, he was hoping to be able to play for Zam. He won't be playing, but he's a big part of this setup.
In the slot again, and this is thumped. Got to watch this all the way. That will kick on, and makes no mistake this time, does Supun, of course.
Kaim Khan is hitting the ball pretty well, and he's got Waqas Ahmed out there with him. Both men are looking to keep the acceleration going. That gets whipped away. It's in the gap, is it? Yep. Cuatro más, beautifully timed, gets it right in the slot. It's going to be 4 more, delightful shot.
Yeah, absolutely. Really nice pick up that one, that time around. And realistically, you feel that probably is going to be a nice relaxer. Of course, it's over though. It's a bit of everything, isn't it? End of the 8th. It is 118 for 5.
Yeah, and it's I'm liking this from the Gladiators, actually, because I said it'd be interesting to see what the depth from them is like. And we're seeing it's pretty good, as we're seeing Kaim Khan and Waqas Ahmed now out there in the middle, and both going pretty well. New bowler about to come in, and they're going to go back to Praveen Wijayasuriya.
Yeah, interesting what you can bring to the table, of course, in this all-important 9th over now at the moment. This is, again, with 118 on the board. Could just be an over that they may look back on. Oh, good start.
Yeah.
Good start. No real pace on it. Just holds it back slightly. But again, I have to say, at the moment, the keeper is just proving to be a bit of a nuisance for the Gladiators. Not really offering up too much of an opportunity at the moment. So this is a good comeback, this, from the Lankan Lions. Got to keep it going. They keep the pressure up. A little bit straight up. Too straight. It's going to take some fielder to get there, and he won't. That'll be another boundary, so 4 more yet again. Not exactly struggling with keeping the boundaries flowing. They are coming at a good rate. It's just the dot balls in between, but that's a nice pickup, though.
Yeah, it's a good shot. He's tried to tuck him up, really, by angling into him, sort of getting in between bat and pad. But you can see that Kaim, he makes a bit of space for himself, hits it pretty well. It's a solid hitter of the ball.
What's the response then? The response is going to be a wicket. That's really good. Superb stuff from Wijayasuriya. And again, once more, I mentioned it, he's in the game yet again, is Sadun Pereira. He's certainly involved and amongst it. That's a really good piece of work yet again. But again, you can see there, he's almost running onto it because he's a couple of steps back.
Yeah.
Just in theory, make your life slightly easier. Just literally 1 step up and it becomes a completely different game. But again, makes no mistake this time around though. And it's going to be another one to fall. Another one bites the dust. It's 122 for 6.
Yeah, but it's good. I mean, you know that the batters are after you, and what Praveen Soraya is doing here is getting that ball drifting outside of the off. He's drawing the batter to come out. And the wicketkeeper does his job well. That's his second stumping. So another one bites the dust.
Yeah, just another good, positive bit of work this at the moment. It really is. You just feel that those, I'm going to go back to it, those 2 wickets at the start, those 2 big ones of the openers. Yes, they've had batters that have come and gone, but losing those 2 early on in the power play is certainly a big moment. Well, here comes a visitor.
Yeah.
Oh, there you go.
Come and
get all the bugs, please.
Luca Petre is the batter. Now, he's going to have to, I think he's more of a batter.
What you called the cat licker?
No, we get up. But, looking for another one. Well, Diana is I think the cat expert. So, Diana, first question to Diana is, boy or girl, Diana?
Yeah,
boy? Diana says boy, so we know it's a boy.
Whilst you're on that.
Can we keep the cat here? Because, look.
Don't know, but I think it's going to bite me.
No, it won't bite you. It'll get the bugs. The cat will get all the ground bugs, and then all we need is maybe a parrot to get the ones that are flying. Stop.
Really good bit of fielding that to stop what would have been a boundary this time around. And well, now they're going to come back and, they'll tell you what, it's all too much. I've got cats left, right, and centre. I've got grizzlies. It's all too much.
Yeah, well, I'm not. Oh, you see, it's camera shy. Doesn't want.
I think it likes the
Charlie
wire.
wanted to take a picture. Yes, don't let it bite the wire. We'll be in big trouble. Andis will not be happy if you let it bite the wire.
Don't know, but I can't work at the moment because I'm being obstructed by a cat.
Last ball of this over from Praveen. It's been a good over.
This big 9th over. It's what I said at the start. Got him. And well, there you go. Plays across the line. Does Luca Petra forces what is a pretty rash shot, if I'm being honest with you. And that's going to be another one that falls. So 2 wickets again falling in the over. Only a couple of runs coming off it. Big 9th over for the Lanol Lions in the context of this game. And it will be another one to fall. 7 down now.
Yeah, very well bowled. 6 runs. One boundary, only 2 wickets in it. So 124 for 7. I think, having said that, I think the Gladiators, if they start off here with a 135 plus score, they'll be happy with that. So they'll be looking, ideally, you're looking to go for around 15 in the last few overs. So if they can get that, they'll be pretty happy.
Yeah, last over then. 124 on the board at this moment in time. 140 is a very good effort from the Lanol Lions, as it's going to be a shot at Joe Wickrama then. And this is going to be a wide, and certainly a few more as well. This could run all the way. And it has. This is going to be a minimo. Not a good start to the last over then. It's going to be a minimo. And unfortunately, Joe Wickrama gets this one all wrong.
Yeah, Joe Wickrama, well, I'm saying you wanted 15 off the last, but that helps, and you get 5 from nothing.
5 freebies. 5 freebies indeed. Well, that cat's come and gone, and, well...
We've got to be careful when we step.
Oh, that is launched into the onside. And well, all of a sudden, when you say they wanted 15, they've already got almost all of them. That's gone big into the leg side. 6 runs.
Yeah, just absolutely mullered by Waqas Ahmed, who's just been biding his time. He hasn't had too much of a strike. To be fair, when he gets it, he puts it away. That's been clobbered.
Batting in shades as well. Looking cool. Feeling cool at the moment. Tell you what, I take he won't be as Joe Wickrama. 5 wides and then a 6 to follow up. 11 already off this over. Can he try and find a way? Just a dot balls here at the moment aren't gold dust. There you go. That is one of them. That's a really good bit of bowling. It's a good comeback. That's where it is. But the thing is, as a leg spinner, the margin for error is minimal. A little bit fuller and he's 2 full. Yeah. And if he goes a little bit back of a length, it's back foot, off you go. See you later. So it's a tricky old game being a leg spinner. This one is up in the air, and again, long enough. And it will go for another Maximo into the onside. Ahmed just playing a healthy little hand here at the moment, but Joe Wickrama not bowling in the right areas at the moment.
No, that's he wanted to go for the quicker ball, gets it wrong, and that's been mashed. And that's 16, becomes 17 off the over, and he's looking to go for another boundary here. Has he got the bow? Yeah, he has. He's got the positioning off this perfect. Clipped away. Very good, valuable runs coming here. Well, I said they'd be looking to get between 135 and maybe 140. Now they're eyeing up 150.
Yeah, they really should be. But this is a really good shot, though. Picks the gap, doesn't exactly force it. Doesn't, goes for timing more than rather than power. Doesn't always have to go for the big hoiks on the onside. But look at that, look, the chain, the sunglasses. Oh, he's the coolest man in Romania at the moment, you'd argue.
He does look the part, doesn't he? It does that Waka's Ahmed. And he's saying, come on, bowl me another.
Yeah, I mean, maybe holding Jaya Wikrama for this last over may not have been the play. I mean, you look at Sharia, only got 1 over, went for 2 for 6. Be asking questions. This is going to get thumped again down the ground. Fielder isn't there. The fielder was wider. I thought he was straighter, but he wasn't. And it's another boundary. And this is just outrageous hitting now with the ball to go. 1 short of the 150 mark here. And again, you just feel that this game pretty even though, although we are seeing a late flourish of runs hit.
Yeah, we haven't seen too much of the batting of the Lanol Lions, so we don't know too much about them. But this is going to be a huge test for them.
Last ball coming up then. And this is going to get thumped. This will be 6. What an over. Ends up going supersonic. 31 come off it. And they do get past the 150. They'll finish on 155 for 7 off their 10 overs. Gladiators putting up a fight early on here in the first game of this European Cricket Series here in Romania.
It's a tremendous shot to finish. Dances down the wicket. Hits it hard, sweet out of the middle, sweeter than a bowl of rasmalai as that goes for 6. And 33 in the end. No, 31, beg your pardon, getting carried away. 31 of the last over, and that certainly hurts. And what hurt them early on was this start from their captain. And Jai Surya and some of the other bowlers just couldn't get the ball in the right areas. And the batters, the openers, were making the most of it. But then, well, it started all badly with Jai Surya. But then we saw some wickets to fall. That was the first. It was a little simple shot that Hussain got wrong. He put it straight into the hands of the fielder. Then there was this, the Yorker, but not a good shot.
No, it wasn't exactly a crazy delivery. It was just full and straight. If anything, it was almost in the slot. That one was where you feel that the game could have been changed because for some reason, and I'd love to know why, that wasn't given. And it meant that it was an interesting one, of course, for Santa Pereira. But in all fairness, you kind of think, well, game changed, but yeah, that one wasn't given. And then we were getting sort of visited by bugs left, right, and centre. We had a bit of fun in the greenhouse. And there you go. It's the old. And here we see a wild creature on its natural habitat. And speaking of natural habitat, you'd argue that the Gladiators' natural form is hitting boundaries. This one wasn't, though. This was a superb catch.
It was a wonderful catch. I don't know, that was wonderfully taken right after drinks, and that was another wicket there from Jai Surya. But what a good catch that was from Oshada. Fantastically well done. And one thing they did do well, I know that it was always going to be a test for the team playing in their very first European Cricket Series, but they held their catches in general. Took some good catches, but at times, though, I think the captain probably doesn't know the bowlers perhaps so well. And you said it there. I mean, going back to someone like Jaya Wikrama, when you had someone like Praveen who bowled a sensational, just the 1 over he bowled, he only gave 6 runs away. Irashan bowled 1 over number 7, which only went for 2. But that last over really just hurt him. I think that last over really puts the Gladiators pretty much favourites to go and win this one.
Yeah, absolutely. But I mean, you also look at it as well. 20 extras weren't exactly very helpful, especially off those first couple of overs. But yeah, interesting little game that we've got on our hands here, folks. There's a look at the scorecard then. You can see there the opener's not causing too much of a problem, but that Amir Hamza, of course, that was a big moment for him, getting 38 off just 13. And a good hand by Waqas Ahmed as well at the end. Don't forget that flourish of runs, 32 off just the 9. Most of those coming in that last over, of course, against the bowling of Oshada Jaya Wikrama. 155 for 7 then. And well, speaking of the bowlers, we might be able to go ahead and have a look at some of their figures as well. Pick for me probably is the skipper in Jaya Surya, although he did go for a fair few, but he picked up 3 wickets, and in those 3, 2 of them were big ones.
Yeah, they were. I mean, he, like you said, he had a terrible start. He just couldn't get the ball in the right area, but then he changed it around, came from the other side, and everything went pretty good. Picked up 3. Here we go here. So he picks up 3 for 32. But how about some of the economy there from Irashan? 2 for 17. One of those overs only go for 2. The 1 over from Praveen, which is Surya, going for just 6. He picked up 2 wickets, but then there was 49 that came off Jaya Wikrama.
Yeah, then you also look at Wichy Surya and you're going for the 6 off his 1, picking up 2 wickets. He'll be sitting there saying, well, come on then, Zelina, why am I not getting another over?
Yeah.
And you kind of feel that he's got a valid point. To anchor at the top, going for 32. Not terrible but they've got it all to do, haven't they? 156 will be the target for the Lanol Lions. On debut here on the network, it's a pleasure to be back alongside Rico Fool here. You're listening to myself, Charlie Hunt, and Rico Fool as we're taking you through the first match of this European Cricket Series here in Romania, right here on the European Cricket Network.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Hello, cricket lovers, and welcome back to Romania at this beautiful Moravia cricket ground. And we're halfway through match number 1, where Bucharest Gladiators are taking on the new team, the Lanol Lions. The Lions, it was a bit up and down. They did a lot of good things out there in the middle, and they at one point it looked like they were going to restrict the Gladiators to a score around that 125 to 130 mark. But then, unfortunately, Jaya Wikrama went for 31 in that last over, which meant 155 on the board. So this is going to be a really big test here for the new team. They're up against the Bucharest Gladiators, who have, of course, been winners here last year. They were disappointed to have lost the semi-final to Cluj, but they did have some joy in the bronze final. They were victorious in the bronze. They got that win against UNEFs. So this time, though, they're looking to go better. They're looking to go all the way. And they've shown some depth there as well, which was good to see, because I think previously they're probably relying a little bit too much on maybe the likes of Moyes. I know that Mamik Kohli will come into their side as well, another international player, and give them some strength. But I like the way that they came back in that match. I like the way that all the batters really were out there and giving it a go. And that's what I think I want to see here from the Lanol Lions. Got 3 matches here today, so they can build on whatever they've done here so far. They know where they went wrong. Maybe with the bowling there, probably didn't use the bowlers in the right way. A couple of bowlers there bowl actually good spells. And if you think similar like Praveen, he bowled beautifully well, but only just bowled the 1 over. Only went for 6. So they know that they can change around the way they use the bowlers. But with the bat, I like to see them being assertive and really going for it. Here's the first one. Moisey down leg side. It's a pretty decent stop in the end from the keeper. That's Sudan Pereira, who dives across acrobatically to make the stop. Yeah, so be positive and build on that. Got 3 matches here today. Have the Lanol Lions. We'll see them in action against ACCB, a team that finished 8th last year, and then they will finish today against Zenus. Changing the field as the batters do take the single. So 2 wides to start off with, 2 on the board. So let's see how Mohamed Moyes, if he can get his line right. The batter taking guard. There's Vishka Irashan, who bowled very well. He bowled a good spell of bowling. Got a couple of wickets. Now let's see how he does with the bat. The little discussion about the field. So just bring up the fine in the circle. And that means that they've got a wide third. That's back. And I think he's the only man back at the moment, I could see. So it's a bit of surprise. And I think that's why Moisey is probably... No, Moisey actually wants the fine leg up. And then long on is going outside the circle. That's another wide. That goes a long way. So yeah, it's a bit long on. I don't really know if he knows where he should be, because he starts in the circle, then he starts to walk backwards outside the circle. I don't know if it's a deliberate ploy as Charlie Hunt comes back into the cube.
Yeah, it definitely will be deliberate. It's a tactic that we see get used by quite a lot of teams nowadays.
Oh, that's over us, Charlie. That is a biggie. Ay, 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 que grande, que guay. This is magnificent. What a strike. What a shot. 6 runs is the first boundary, the first 6 in the history of the Lanol Lions here on the network. And what a shot. And he holds the pose as well. Irashan in the house.
Yeah, rightfully so. Even got square legs approval as well. Look at that high elbow straight out of the textbook for Irashan. That is stunning. What a start. Oh, and this one just gets pushed through. A bit of the old effort ball. A little bit of aggression in that one. Doesn't quite carry through, though, to Sadun Pereira, the man with the gloves for the Gladiators, of course. He's got a tough act to follow in Randula, who had a good time of it with the gloves for the Lanol Lions, of course. Very impressed. I think he's involved in 2 or 3 dismissals. So long off does go back now. Oh, that's going to be a full toss. Yeah. That'll probably be a no ball as well.
Yeah, will.
And one thing as well to mention is when you go to a new place or somewhere you haven't been for a long time, you'll see that the umpires probably won't make the call on field very often. They might sort of maybe just have a little look at times. But we know this is what, fourth year now being here in Romania. They know what's right, they know what's wrong, they know that that's going to be a no.
Yeah. And a nice look again at that kit. Loving the detail there. It's a lovely kit, isn't it? Got a little bit of everything going on there.
Free hit coming up then for Jaya. Comes down and lofts it into the onside. Doesn't quite pick it up. It's cloth more than anything. And, oh dear, well, he might have to get the old skates on here. Oh, hang on a second. Does the ball hit the stumps
Ball
there?
hit the stumps there, but the barrels don't come on. I think by that time he might have got himself back here, but it definitely was two there, which they don't take. Let's have a look at this. This is quite interesting. Watch this. The ball, actually, that's cool.
Wow.
Yeah, the ball hits the stumps, but the barrels stay on.
Oh, wow. Oh, there you go. There's the old misbehaving. And that's going to be a really tricky thing to... Oh, hello. Tricky thing to negotiate. They do turn and go. And he's got to get the skates on here. Not the swiftest of movers, but he gets there eventually.
Communication between the two, not the best. Let's just say that. These two batters.
Good start, though, this, isn't it? You can, only 19% chance at the moment. I think that's probably a bit harsh. Got to give him a bit of credit. Of course, the old bonus point equation is in play. Got to remember that, of course. Good delivery. Good areas. Outswinging delivery. Nice and full. Letting the ball do the talking this time around.
Yeah, Moisey, it's a good player. Obviously plays a lot of his cricket now in the UK.
Do we know where?
I'm just trying to think, because when I met him, the last time I met him, we had a nice talk. And he was telling me, I think it's like South London that way.
Okay. Edge. This is going to run away. Bounces towards third man. Again, just comes through for a single. That will be the close of the first. A little bit of everything. And it's going to be 15 for no loss after one.
Yeah, it's not the worst of overs. I mean, they're needing to go at just over the 15 mark, so you'll take that. They've got to stay in touch all the way through. So they get the 15 of that. They'll be pretty happy about it. Hey, you know what day it is today? It's a good day today.
Is it?
It's a good day.
You're
gonna like this because first of all, it is. So we're gonna have. I'm gonna put this out to everybody in the chat as well. It is World Joke Day. So today's the day. That's right. Today's the day about making people laugh and making people happy. So I'm going to put this out there to the chat. So every now and again, come on, now keep it clean though. Give us a little joke to give us a smile. And also International Reggae Music Day. And you know, I like a little bit of reggae music. And when the sun is out like today, we can have a little bit of Bob Marley or something playing in between the cricket. In fact, we should have it playing in the background as the cricket's on, shouldn't we? Like to do it Caribbean style. This is racing along the outfield, and it ends up being a really good stop. That's actually very well done. And that's Amir Hamza. Comes across, slides. Look, on this ground, you got to slide around. It's made for sliding and diving. Gets the sliding, gets hands to it, and then just stops the ball getting past him as well.
Yeah, I was just going to say exactly that. It's, you know, you can trust it, can't you? There's not exactly anywhere that you're going to struggle to find any issues. So, good start. Oh, again, movement. Oh, gets through everything. It's a really good attempt, though, from Pereira behind the stumps. But the extra bit of pace that Hussein does have is unfortunately too much to take it through. And that's going to be Minimo once more.
Yeah, that's not a good delivery. I've got to take my heads off. Somebody's crawling in my ear.
Also, okay, Rico's having a bit of an issue here once again. No, he's okay. There's nothing there. It's just the fly that I think was on your headset. But oh dear, now he's asking for a third opinion. Can't do anything honestly at the moment. But good morning to Jay in the office. Pleasure to have you here, mate. Hope you're well. Hope everyone's okay in the office as well. I'd imagine it's probably a bit cooler there than it is here. Saria though. On the pad again, just wraps him up. Again, they'll come through for a leg bite. It's a good bit of fielding. That's going to be... That's out there. That's Shariah Rana, the tall man himself. Good bit of fielding, though, this. But you can see there, just good understanding, good bit of running. Shazib liking the fact that it's joke day. And well, that's always... I've missed finding out what day it is. Because, you know, I don't get it when I'm away. When I'm not with Rick, I don't know what day it is. It's a bit annoying, really. Hey... Got to keep an eye out for Hunt the Answer. That's going to make a return today. Up over the top, over extra cover. This is going to run away. Under the Iba does eventually get there. Gets the old foot down, which is effective. Not the prettiest, but yet effective from Naeed Hussain. And once more, just a couple more runs to the total. Boundaries not flowing as easily as they did for the Gladiators.
Yeah, so on this day, International Reggae Day and Joke Day, I want to hear things like, that was a great shot. He's jamming it pretty good, isn't he? That was jamming. And then I want to hear, now I kept wondering why the cricket ball was looking bigger and bigger, then it hit me. Things like that, folks. Things like that, Charlie. Come on. I want you full swing into this all through the day. We want to make people laugh today, an International Joke Day. And also, maybe we'll use just a few reggae songs to lighten up some of the commentary.
Who was the, where were we in Estonia? Who was it? It was
Somebody's,
Cliff Richard or something like that? I can't remember.
It wasn't Cliff Richard, but
No,
yeah, I
it
know.
was something like that.
I know we were bringing in
Sam Smith as well.
Sam
I was
Smith.
forcing them in. I was really forcing them in. Anyway, Hussain, good little bit of good start this again. He's finding good areas, and that's another one that they can't quite get that one away yet again. So good areas at the moment, this, and Gladiators just proving as to why they're always up and amongst it in terms of the sort of final areas of the tournament. They have been over the last 3 years, haven't they? They've been in and amongst it, and maybe looking to add to their victory in 2022, of course. But at the moment, long way to go, of course. Plenty of cricket here in Romania to come, of course, followed up by internationals on the weekend. That is huge. That's gone a long way. That's almost at the top of the hill into the barriers, and that is a really nice way to end what's been a tough over for the Lanol Lions, but they get this one away. That is a stunning shot from the batter in Iroshan. Well, he adds to his highlights reel. That one down the ground was pretty good. That one is almost better.
Yeah, well, that one goes right to the fence. Now, watch out for the bears. Romania has the highest population of brown bears in Europe. There are no fewer than 6,000. That's 60% of all of Europe's total. And I reckon there's a few that are growling over there. And they'll be looking to get their hands on the grizzly ball if they can, I can tell you.
You're a bit of a jet setter at the moment. Obviously, we were in Czech yesterday. How did you travel? All okay?
It was, yeah, very good.
Easy?
No issues at all.
Must be nice.
It was
Must
no
be
issues
nice.
at all, yeah.
Anyway, here's Amir Hamza. That's a Gundy delivery. That is Gundy. And again, you've got to feel for Sadu Barrera because there's not much you can do about this, I'm afraid.
No, there's not. I mean, that's another 5 wides. It's a terrible delivery. That comes out bad, and it just keeps going all the way to the boundary. So it's another minimal. And, yeah.
Yeah, so your travel was okay, was it?
Yeah. Well, yours?
I'm glad yours was.
Where did you fly from?
I flew from Alicante, but I flew what was it was effectively Sunday morning, but it was a midnight flight Saturday.
Right.
Well, supposed to be a midnight flight. This is into the onside. This is a really nice shot. This is classy. This time it's Jarrett Soria who's just been watching it all unfold really at the non-strikers, but that is a classy shot right out of the textbook. Flick off the pads. Something about lefties playing it off their pads. It's just something that clicks, and that's a really nice shot. 4 runs.
Yeah, nice deep play. Come on, I want to hear more. What happened?
So, board, all fine. Front row, on my own, brilliant. I'm thinking, great. 4 hours, 3.5 hour flight, sleep, great, brilliant. Sat on the tarmac for 2 hours. Down the leg side, it's going to be a wide. Sat on the tarmac.
2 hours.
2 hours on the tarmac because there was crowded airspace in Barcelona or something. And so we ended up leaving. We were delayed initially already for about 20 minutes. Ended up leaving, I think we took off at 2:45. Landed in Romania, which is obviously with the hour plus from Spain, so landed at about 6, didn't get to the hotel till 8. And this is up in the air. This is going to be 1 bounce 4 again. This is really nice, effective hitting this from Jaya Soria. I like this though from the batters. They're not exactly taking any risks. The fielders are up due to the power play. They're just going over the top, and it's proving to be very effective at the moment. It's in the slot though, but it's still, the bottom hand comes into play. Gets enough of it, 4 more. So yeah, that was kind of what was supposed to be a relatively simple time of it. Didn't get to the hotel till about 9 a.m. and then, well, pretty much spent the whole day in bed. Not fun.
No, fun at all. And you know what you need to do on a day like that? Have a little bit of red wine. That would have made you feel a lot better afterwards. I tell you what, didn't make you feel much better either. It's probably, come on, let's talk about it. The football.
No, it did make me feel good. We won in the end.
But they were awful. They were jammy. They were jammy so-and-sos, weren't they? I mean, they're playing terrible football. I said this the other day. I said this when they drew the last match and they were having all sorts of things thrown at them. I said, you know what? They're doing all this now, but they'll be celebrating in a week's time because I reckon they're going to go and win it. I just have this feeling that they'll go all the way and win it.
On the bus this morning.
Yeah, I said it on the bus because I've seen it happen to teams before when they're terrible, but they find a way still to win. And that's maybe England at the moment.
It's another Minimo,
This is
by the
terrible
way.
as well.
It's another Minimo. Pereira is not impressed behind the stumps. He's sort of saying, lads, look, I'm trying my best here, but what do you want me to do? This is a horrible delivery. It really is. It's Gundy to the fullest of extents.
Sorry, I just read the joke from Julian Dawson. Julian is a classic. I love it. You're going to read it on me. Oh, I love it. That's what I'm talking about, Julian. Look, it is International Joke Day today, so we want to have a laugh. Go on, Charlie, you read that one out.
No, I'm not reading that one out. This is going to be...
gone. Well, there's nothing to laugh about here because the catch has been taken, and one love for the Lankans as they are on debut, putting on a good show, and they trying to get this away, smash it pretty hard, but unfortunately, it goes into the hands of one of the Gladiators. So the Gladiators coming together. That's going to be the end of the Nina Jayasuriya. He will go for the unlucky 13 of 6 balls.
Yeah, and just couldn't really get going. Did it a couple of nice shots, but I'm afraid that it just couldn't quite find the rhythm and get onto that next gear. But good opening stance, though, of 53 for 1 then, as the opener and the skipper in Jayasuriya will go.
All right, you're not going to. I'm going to read it.
No,
Julian
go on,
Dawson. This has to be read. So, this is how it goes. This is from Julian Dawson, by the way. I had a job at the bank. I was fired after one day. An old lady asked me to check her balance. I pushed her over.
Doesn't surprise me that you like that joke.
It's a good joke. Because, you know why? Because I read it, I visualise it, and just visualising it makes me laugh. So, yeah, well done. So, any more in there? Keep them coming today. It is International Joke Day, and also. Well, we're using a little bit of reggae now and again to describe some of the action for you. Now and again. Now and
Done it
again.
about 3 times in 2 minutes.
Yeah. Well, you're a bit slow today. I mean, normally you're on fire with these things.
First day back, Rico. First day back. You've been up and about it for the last couple of weeks. I've had the whole month of June off. I'm a little bit slow to the party this morning. I had a busy June, in fairness, though. I was up doing everything. Well, not everything, but enough. Anyway, it was left in good hands. Yeah, listen, we spoke about it actually in the break, didn't we? Credit to everyone who's sort of been on the air into the pads, but this is going down the leg side, and this will be a dot ball. But no, I just want to take a moment and say credit to everyone out here who was out in the Czech Republic. Yeah, 4 commentators throughout the entire tournament.
Yeah,
Yourself, Vin, then you had Phil was back, and Danny as well, of course.
Yeah, Phil did a couple of days when Vinny was away with Danny Hudacek. Then Phil, of course, Phil G did a wonderful job behind the scenes, helping out, and that's going to be close. Well, he's plucked it, and I suppose you're going to go with the honesty there of the fielder.
He's been busy down there, isn't he? He's been very busy down there. I think they might just want to check this, and just to make sure and be certain that he is okay. But let's have a look here. There's no issue with this one. It's the next part that's... I'll tell you what, it's a little bit of the old ICC World Cup final about this, isn't it? And you can't really see anything there. I think that'll be fine. And I don't see too much finish. I don't think there's enough evidence to turn it over. It won't be. It'll be the end of the power play. It'll be 55 for 1.
Yeah, and look, courtesy of all the extras they're getting, they're right where they want to be. So they've actually taken the rate down to below 15. They needed to go about 14. That'll show you how things are going so far. 2 lots of 15 and a 25. So at the moment, the Lanol Lions are there or thereabout.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I also just want to say a big shout out to Nish as well. Did a great job with you out in Cyprus. Not an easy gig that we had it. We had it very easy at the start of the year, considering what I've heard about Cyprus, especially the first part.
Yeah,
certainly sounded tricky.
It was, look, it's no fault of the federation or anything like that.
No.
It was just baking hot. I mean, temperatures were hitting the 40s. We actually had to abandon the bronze final because the government basically said, no, you can't play.
Really?
Nobody's allowed to do any outdoor activity. Yeah, schools and everything was shut for about 3-4 days. Anything that was planned outdoor activities was cancelled, including our bronze final. We were only able to play the final because it was after the time that the government said you could play. Yeah, wow. it was bad, and there was obviously lots of wildfires that was sparking up everywhere as
imagine.
well. And of course, the heat was just at times unbearable. So a big shout out, not just of course to the crew, but also to all the players that played through that as well. So yeah, it was we got through it, but it was hard work. Hello to Sarah. Thank you for joining us and joining in the fun. Hello to Ben. Hope you're well as well, and I hope everybody's going to have a fantastic Monday.
Nasmus, of course, who was the fielder down at fine leg, or third man even, is now just getting involved with a bit of left arm offies. He's bowling good areas as Irishan was only able to push that away. Irishan's played a couple of nice shots, but gets a couple of dots in there as well. He doesn't rotate the strike as quickly as he'd probably be hoping. But again, he's just getting good deliveries at the moment. This is good from Nasmus. It's on the money. And you can't really do much else to it. You don't really want to be taking on any unnecessary risks at the moment.
Irishan, he's the set batter, the opener.
One thing as well, we got to see a new ground as well. Well, speaking of not taking any risk, he turns around and plays the old reversimo, and the boot comes out and ends up coming back for just 2. And I know coaches will probably be sat there thinking, was the risk really worth the reward? Not getting 4, you'd probably say no, but nevertheless, looks pretty.
Yeah, it's a nicely played shot.
This
timed
nice
it well,
though.
and
Not
well,
too.
he's got different shoes on, by the way. Hey, he's got different shoes on.
Got
one of our shoes has gone missing.
Got one cricket boot on and one trainer. How interesting. There you go, see? All happening already, and we're only in the first game.
Well,
Carved away. This is a really nice shot. This is going to be 4. Offered a little bit of width. And Irishan very quick to jump on this one. Nasmus just straying a little bit far onto the offside and gets punished for it. Lovely shot, 4 runs, good timing.
yeah, and yeah, it's into the area where the players got 2 different shoes on. So now we've seen this before. I'm trying to think where it was. It was one player who had 2 different shoes on
Was it not
because
this
he
day,
had
yeah?
different sized feet.
Really?
Yeah, his right foot was bigger than his left, so and he had big feet anyway, and he had 2 different two different shoes.
My left foot is slightly bigger than my right, but it's not a whole different shoe size.
Not a shoe size.
No. Anyway, a bit of a niggle here, it looks, for Irishan. He doesn't look comfortable. Look, you can see he's stretching it out. End of the over. It's still a good one, even with just the 1 boundary. 8 runs coming off it. Lanol Lions still up and about it, though. It is 63 for 1 after 4.
Going well, and welcome to everyone that's joining us. You're watching the European Cricket Network. We are in Romania. This is the European Cricket Series here, which will be running for the first sort of 12 days or so. And then after that, of course, we have some international action as well. And do join us in the chat. And why don't you put a message in? Do what Taranjit Singh has done. Hello, Taran. Why
Taran.
did the tomato blush? Because it saw the salad dressing. Taran, I like it, and I like it that you're getting involved. Taran, we're going to see you. Are you here in Romania? Will you be playing for
He's
Cluj?
listed. He is listed. I know that for a fact. Here's the skipper. This is a good stop behind the stumps. This is Cosmin. And a bit of a loosener to start. And I know a lot of people will, of course, be looking out for a certain Pavel. He, again, is also listed. And I know that he's around. So we will certainly see, and I'm sure we'll see some of him at some point. This is another wide, so Zavoy just looking a little bit flustered at the moment. Come on, I can see you working.
He
somehow.
does. The thing is, with Cosmin, Zavoy always takes wickets. I think he's taken 24 on the network.
Always, absolutely. He's ever present in that national team as well. He's always involved, and yeah, that's the thing. He just has the knack of picking up wickets at the right time. Not too flustered at the moment, even though they're going at a pretty decent rate. Still only 17% win chance. I mean, tell you what, whoever's running that supercomputer, they certainly need to, certainly aren't fans of the Lanol Lions, you'd say. Oh, good delivery again. Good delivery. It is slow, but that's not me trying to be horrible. It's a good delivery. It's in the slot, in the block hole. You can't get it away.
Yeah, just change up of pace as well, which I think already could be a big key on this bit so far. The seamers haven't really got going. That's going to be a wide, though. That's been the story of this innings. I want to have a quick look at the number of extras.
A lot.
There's a lot, yeah.
20, let me guess. It's not up there, I can't see it. 26.
You're very good. 27 in total now.
Oh, now without
Too
wide,
many.
yeah.
23 of those in wides.
28 now.
Oh, dear. Yeah, they're not helping themselves at all. So over a third of the runs.
I mean, in comparison, you go back to now. I mean, that 20 that the Lanol Lions conceded isn't that bad, considering we're only in the 5th at the moment. And looking, it's like Savoy just struggling to find the mark here at the moment.
Yeah, okay. Oh, this is now down the leg side. Now that's a no-y as well, and it could be a 7-up. Lovely jubbly. La 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 la. 6 runs. Smashes that away.
That was interesting.
Yeah, that was a. Come on, you know that song. What? Everybody knows that song.
Sorry, yeah.
La 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 la.
Yeah, but the fact
la 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 la. It goes a long way. It does. Big hit. 6 runs.
This is going to be a long.
Come on, let's have those reggae songs. Hey, Tarrant, really good joke from you, Tarrant. Tarrant said he will be playing. How's Little is saying hello to everybody. Hello to you as well. We're trying to brighten up your Monday. It's a Monday. Nobody really likes Mondays, but we're brightening up. The teams are brightening up with their colours out there as well. And a bit of reggae on International Reggae Day. That's gone right through. That could be, it will be buys. How many? Just the one taken in the end.
Yeah, it does gets the old nutmeg through, doesn't it? Gets through. Gets through everyone, in fact. Keeper wasn't equal to it either at the moment. What's a way of getting this total? Well, wides are certainly going to help, and again, more extras as well. Pereira had a good time with it standing back, but standing up, he's just slightly struggling at the moment.
Yeah, this is nutmegs him. He tries to close the legs and can't close them quick enough. That one goes through.
How did the infamous cricket bat smuggler finally get caught?
I don't know. How did the infamous man finally get caught?
He's caught at the boundary.
Talking about boundaries, this is gone over the boundary. Nobody's catching this as Zavoy goes all the way. Boom! Shaka-lugya. The Lanol Lions, you know, they're not giving this up. They are up for a fight here. And the Bucharest Gladiators, at the moment, they only got themselves to blame.
Yeah, they're not exactly helping themselves out, are they, at the moment? They're offering opportunities left, right and centre. And the wides, the extras, the buys, and now the slot balls that are getting punished, and rightfully so. But this is a good bit of a good spell. This, of course, you've got to remember Irishan looking a little bit tight in those legs, so that's certainly a factor to look out for. Oh, it goes again, and this is just pure hitting at the moment. This is going to be another boundary. 6 more saves. Carreras más. The over has gone for 25 at the moment, or I should say, chasse a larga here in Romania.
Yeah, well, put your hands up in the air like you just don't care, because that's 6 more. And Rushan, he's moved to 42 of just 22 deliveries. And,
well, now we say that they're certainly getting hotter out there, getting up to 30 at the moment. Well, the runs are flowing at this point. Outside edge, straight to the fielder. They won't take the run. That'll be the end of the over. It is 89 for 1 after 5. And we can welcome you once more into a scorching greenhouse here in the Cube.
It is scorching, so why you put your jacket on?
Because I reckon my rule for the majority of this tournament is going to be the first game I wear it, and it goes in the bin afterwards.
I thought about it. It was there, and I thought, it looks better there. At the moment, because it's very hot, it's very warm. Yeah, and talking of which, incoming, here comes another one.
And they are sticking around. Hey, pleasure to be back, though, of course. And yeah, you've got 2 weeks of us. We're not going anywhere. And then you've got a little bit of a break, haven't you? You're going to be off for a bit.
I've got a bit of a break, yeah. I'll be back in Bulgaria.
Well deserved. I think we might meet up again in Bulgaria. Yeah. And, well, no surprise to see that there are some fluids being taken on the field. It is a scorcher here today. But yeah, National Joke Day. Do make sure that you get your jokes in. And mine wasn't great. I'll be the first to admit it. But I got one out there. I'm just starting off. We'll get there. We'll get there throughout the day.
Yeah. Definitely will. I mean, there's so many. The one that always comes to mind, and maybe we'll say this one, is the one when, remember the guy whose wife is expecting babies, and he's also a good cricketer as well, so he's always in touch with the cricket club because there's cricket going on at the same time. So he wants to ring the hospital to see how it's going, but unfortunately he phones the cricket ground.
Right.
And without knowing, he says, "How's it going?" And they say, "Well, it's going well." He said, "No, I'll just tell you more after this one." Don't want to spoil it. But one thing I'm noticing there, just never noticed that before, this is up in the air and it's not going to be stopped. That's going to be 4 runs. Yeah, I was just having a look at the pitch there. Must have been some fair bit of moisture on it early on, because now you can really see the middle of it. It's still a little bit damp, but that's 4 runs to start as Nasmus comes back on the bolt, but it doesn't go well. That gets blasted away.
Go on, carry on.
I'll tell you in a bit.
Okay, all right. You think about why was the cricket always tired?
God, why was he always
Because he was always going out to bat.
Yeah, I've got a good one about cricket, actually.
Go on then.
Okay. No, can I say this one? Yeah, I think I can. I think I can, because it's not so bad. Okay.
Go on then. We're waiting. You're keeping us
No,
in-
I'm going to think about it.
Oh,
I'm going to think about it because I
listen,
might get in trouble.
I'm just going to tell you.
I might get in trouble.
If you have to think about it this much, you probably shouldn't say it. Up in the air at 6. That's over, everyone. That's going to be into the banner, and away it goes. Probably find the cat up there somewhere.
Yeah, watch the cat.
Irishan is playing a healthy hand here at the moment. And I tell you what, I called it right at the top of the broadcast. I said this would be an upset, and it would be a big one to start us off. They're not exactly looking like they're struggling. A wicket would change proceedings, though.
I think a wicket would definitely change. So, all right, go back to the judge goes say. So,
Which one?
So this is the man who's expecting.
Oh, yeah.
His wife is expecting a baby. She's in the hospital. He's a keen cricketer. Wants to phone the hospital, but by accident, he phones his cricket ground and he says, "How's it going?" And before lunch, the last one was a duck. But at this point, the man faints. So, yeah. That's one of the all-time classics, I think.
Irishan is struggling, by the way. He really is struggling. He's not looking too happy out there at the moment. What did the cricket coach say before the big game?
What did he say? The cricket coach before the big game said, tell me.
Let's knock him for 6.
I like it.
Yeah.
That's that's it. Right, I'm going to go for it. And if I get into trouble, Charlie, it was nice knowing you.
Yeah.
And I think Nish is on call. This is just going to be a single. So if you had a cricket ball in one hand and a cricket ball in the other, what do you have?
I don't know. What do you have?
A giant cricket.
Anyway, 102 on the board. That's awful. Firmly struck, and that'll be his half century as well on first appearance. But a good bit of fielding out in the deep, but he will come through for a single, and it's going to be 50 up for Irishan off just 26 deliveries. And that's going to be a really positive start for him. But he is struggling, though. Keep an eye out. 100 comes up in the over. It is 103 for 1 after 6.
Yeah, well batted. Well batted indeed. Irishani was pretty key with the ball as well. So he's a fine cricketer. And I think he's going to play a huge part in this Lanol Lions story this time around. The first time they're playing on the European Cricket Network. And the 100 also comes up. 103 for 1. They are needing 53 of 24 balls, and if he stays out there, they're getting this.
Yeah, what is this? What is that? I don't. Oh, okay, it flies.
I told you, don't touch. Leave them, because then they attack. Then they attack.
We're gonna have some fun this.
It looked like a Hercules jet, a minor version of it, as it took off.
A what?
Hercules jet.
Okay, yeah.
It's gone now. Now you got me worried. See, when I know where they are, then they move from that position. Where you found it?
Oh, it's gone again.
It's a quickie, isn't it? I told you it's like a Hercules jet.
Anyway, at the moment, this is looking like a pretty even contest. 53 off 24, 4 overs to go. As Rana is going to start with a horrid wide.
Yeah, that's been the issue. Too many wides. Far too many wides.
No Kohli, of course, for the Gladiators this morning. He's a big miss with the ball, isn't he? He offers you probably 2 overs that you'd snatch up anyway. And, yeah, this is an opportunity for others to maybe make a name for themselves, especially early on in this tournament. That's much better. Pushing him through for paces, Rana. He just squares, just sort of rushes him slightly. And then they do come through. But you've got to think the Irishan sat on 51 now. He's batting superbly. Just looks as if he is struggling with that slight niggle there at the moment.
Rana wants to get a good over in here. Back to his mark. I think it's about keeping it tidy. Keep it tidy. Keep it on the pegs. Get themselves in front.
One thing to bring up as well, as that's fine.
Mm.
Look at the time. Look at that timer. That time is running away, and they've still got a fair few amount of deliveries to get in. And I have a feeling that could just spice things up even more. And I tell you what, we could be looking at what some would argue is an ECN classic here in game 1.
Could be a real start here.
Could be.
Because I think the only thing that helps them with the time is by picking up a couple of wickets, but they're not going to if they keep bowling.
That's fine.
Extras.
That is absolutely fine.
Has that gone through?
No. He's stepped well across outside the off stump and it's gone over leg stump. There is no issue with that for me.
Let's have a look.
Perfect.
Yeah,
Great call.
you're right.
Very good call from Andrew Begg. Very, very good.
That is a good call.
bang on the money. He'll probably be the first to admit that he might have got one wrong in the first innings. But that one, that's right on the money. Gets away with it. It's a good delivery, in all honesty, from Rana. No issues with it. He's pushing it through for pace, though, and getting a lot of lift off the wicket. That's not okay. That is a wide.
Yeah, he's bowling with a fair bit of pace, Rana, and the wicket seems to be helping him. The keeper's sort of taking this around about shoulder high as it goes through, but he just needs to get it in the right areas. Very difficult to play good, genuine shots to this as well, because that ball is round about the chest height. Watch the height of this ball. So if he gets that straight, that's a difficult delivery to get away.
Yeah, I know for a fact that as a keeper then... Oh, hello. There we go. Off the splice, and he would have been gone. And now there could be buzzers. There won't be. I tell you, the bat's gone further than the ball, Rico.
I told you, it's jamming. It's jamming. And this one, well, bats were meant to fly, I suppose. And that one's gone a pretty long way, but that's what I'm talking about. That's the ball. It's into the body. It's difficult to play. And the bat goes flying out of the hands there of the batter. That's Tilaranta.
Yeah, Irishan donning the grizzly bat. It's working at the moment. Needs to carry on, though. Oh, it's such a good delivery. Such a good delivery. Almost impossible to get that one away with the extra bit of bounce. Hey, one thing I'm going to say, I'm going to have to look after you because I know that sometimes I have to remind you to keep your drinking, your hydration going.
I thought you were going to say keep my drinking down. I thought, hang on, Charlie, don't tell the world.
Keep your hydration up.
You're right. Hey, look, yeah, you're right. How much you had? Oh, yeah, I've got it. Okay, I'm going to have a swig now. It's water, everybody.
You go. I'm going to turn you off. You go for it. There you go. So I have to look after him, folks, because I don't want to have to be, rushing him to hospital. I don't have a car. Oh dear, what's happened there? He sort of jumped over it. I'm afraid not quite going to be as effective. And well, the thing is though, that means that Irishan will keep the strike. It's a good over, just 5 coming off it. 2 of those being extras. And it's the end of the over. It's a 108 for 1. This is what's coming up in match 2. We will see Zenus. They'll be back. They make a return here to the network. They take on the Gladiators as Safi Ahmed Umair comes in for the Gladiators for his first involvement in the tournament. That's coming up in around about 25 minutes time. But I do probably expect with the extras we've had, we might see a delay to that one.
Yeah, there might be. You never know. But that was it. That's the sort of over that you wanted, though, from Rana. Just nice and tight fall from it. Of course, you have got Moyes to come back, so they're holding him back. But here, they've gone for Wakas Ahmed, who certainly bashed the ball around all over the place. Let's see what he can do with the ball.
Good delivery.
Yeah, good start.
Now up at 16s now, and these deliveries they're nothing crazy. They're just hiding it outside off, using the wicket, which is helping them at the moment. Not doing too much. Did you have some water?
I did.
Good man.
I had some water. I'm keeping an eye on that time as well. They're not going to make it either.
They've got no chance.
There's 5 penalty runs definitely coming.
It's almost a point, especially with more wides, it's almost a point where you just sort of ignore it now. You say, well, we're not going to get there, so let's just take our time and make sure we do things right. But bowling more wides is not the answer. Not the answer whatsoever here. 47 off 17, basically effectively 42, because I don't think they're going to get through. This is looking to be tight here in this first game. That's well bowled, really well bowled. And Irishan as well. Well, that's got to be probably the slowest long barrier I think you'll ever see, but effective as ever from Irfan Hussain down at long off.
Yeah, the problem is that when he gets to the other end, Thurundu, who's 9 of 9, he's going to run the ball, so that's what's slowing them down at the moment.
He's trying to take it on, but that's going to be a wide, of course. Doesn't matter if you move anymore, that's going to be a wide. But the positives, there is lateral movement, especially late on with the older Grizzly. But, I mean, yeah, you've got to look at it and you think, well, when you're having overs without boundaries, that's where you're going to have problems. Yeah,
Tilika Ratna makes good movement. I like the fact that he's actually trying to get himself in line with it. That one gets a bit of the bat. Otherwise, I think the bowler's definitely going to be appealing there. But he does the right thing. They get something on it. He gets a single, and he hands back to Irishan. Remember I said if Irishan stays there towards the end, for me, they're definitely going on to win this match. He's been pretty key.
Yeah, absolutely. They really are looking like... It's too close to call for me at the moment. 29% now for Lanol Lions. Well, shots like these, this isn't going to help, though, because it should be gone and is. And you just feel that could be the turning point in the game. Gladiators definitely ahead still. Gets the old boogie out, as I was saying. Makes no mistake of this one. It was flat, it was hard from Irishan, but it's 50 and out for him. Doesn't look comfortable though with that injury that he's picked up. You can just see there, look, on his hinges. He doesn't look happy, and he'll have to make the long dreaded walk back to the dugout. It's going to be 112 for 2 now.
Yeah, great knob. I just want to see this catch one more time if we can. It's Irfan Hussain that catches it, and I love his positioning great, takes a great catch, and then at the last moment he just gives the Grizzly a little kiss. Watch this. Mwah! You beauty, he says. You beauty.
Effectively, you're actually not allowed to do that anymore, but
yeah, I think he kissed it through his. I think he kissed his thumbs and made it look like he was kissing the ball. But anyway,
I won't tell him that anyway.
Good catch, well done.
Yeah, makes no mistake of it. And Wakas Ahmed in the runs, now in the wickets as well. Could be a shout for the old player of the match potentially, but still got a few overs to go. The only thing that does do is that wicket might buy them another minute maybe, but you probably say they've not too far in there or enough already. What a delivery that is, by the way. That's a superb delivery from Ahmed. He's getting it in the spot, in the corridor of uncertainty, Rika.
Yeah, he's bowling well, and I think what I'm seeing here already is that your good quick bowlers, the likes of your Mumit Kohli not playing this one or two others, they're going to be difficult to get away on this pitch.
Too wide. Too wide. And Regis Surya just getting a little bit of the old dancing shoes on, old happy feet himself. Good over though, isn't it? No boundaries in the previous over, none at the moment in this one. That's not helpful whatsoever. Past effectively the point of no return now.
Yeah, the one from Ryan, of course, going for just 5. This one at the moment is 5, and I think he sneaks that one in. The umpire has a look and says, no, it's okay. So just 10 of the last 2, but in this one, not only is it just the 5 of the other, it's the very important wicket of Avishka Irishan, who made 53 of 32. And Lanol Lions playing their first match on the network, certainly giving us plenty to talk about. And they a couple of good overs in when they were fielding. They caught really well, and some good hitting there from Irishan. But now we're getting to see what depth they've got with their batting. Can somebody else clobber a few big boundaries here? Also, keep an eye out on, of course, the equation for getting a point here. And remember that teams, not only are they looking to get the wins, but there is the opportunity to at least take something away from the match. So you see the target there, 156. Now, next to that, we normally do get in brackets what the bonus point equation is. Haven't seen that yet here now, but I know that Charlie will do the maths and tell you what it is.
Oh, these wides are going to be adding more and more, and well, even though Tilakarantha is going a run a ball, the extras are certainly helping proceedings at the moment. And well, I can tell you now that they're certainly getting up there. They've only got 5 seconds left on the time, so it will be 5 runs added on, you'd feel. So what's that now? 43 becomes 38, and then add that again, so 33 now, I think, if my maths are correct. But I'll have to keep an eye. No, got a little bit excited there. 38 at the moment, and this is still looking pretty interesting. Well, this is picked up nicely. Has he picked out the field? And no, he's picked out the gap, in fact. And that's going to be 1 bounce, 4 runs. So this is a really nice shot from Tilaranka. He gets this one pretty much out of the screws, in all honesty. It's not a terrible delivery, but he manages to somehow, out of nowhere, sort of find a bit of momentum, maybe. This could be, those 2 deliveries could be a game changer. 9 off of what is essentially 1 delivery. Rana, pace is there, but is the accuracy. And again, this one is a little bit better. Not able to quite find the middle of the bat. They'll think of 2. And, well, they didn't run that first one hard enough, I'm afraid.
Yeah, they'll just get a single. Yeah, bonus point equation for me. Remember, you're talking about around about that 70%. So I think they've got past that already. They're definitely getting a point here. I think it would have been 110 if my calculations are correct. But at the moment, they're not thinking about that. They're thinking about the win here.
You've got to be up for it. 33 off 10. Dot balls are like gold dust for the Gladiators. I think it's the first time I've seen a bowler rush to get back to his mark, but it's not really going to make too much of a difference. And yeah, 5 penalty runs will probably be added due to a slow over rate at the end of this over, so we'll have to keep an eye out for that. So 33, which is essentially just 28 off 9, is certainly not unthinkable. Oh, off the splice. Got to be looking to take this into the onside. There's not enough width to try and go through the off, but yeah, it's a bit of a missed opportunity. It was a shorter delivery. didn't quite pick the length, and I guess that's just the case. Regisseria, 1 of 4. Not quite where it needs to be. Lanol Lions, though, on debut, up against former champions here in Romania. They can absolutely be happy with their efforts at the moment. And again, that one, though, just flowing through, just not looking to get it away. But I think the key to take out of this, though, for any teams coming up against the Lanol Lions is they know realistically 1 wicket in Irishan, and they're going to be pretty happy.
Yeah, that's what I'm seeing. Gladiators look like they're going to do this, but it's not going to be anywhere near as easy as what they expected, as this is another swing and a miss, and they've got a tough match coming up next against Zenus, where Zenus are a team that got some good players as well. They finished 10th last time. They'll be disappointed about that when they were here last year with a 2-8 record, but they got some like Sharia Sohail in their side. But the Gladiators certainly haven't been at best. Now keep your eyes on the umpires here, because you will see the palm spread and patting the chest, which will mean 5 penalty runs will be going to the batting side here. So just watch this. Here we go. It looks like the umpire Nishant Davare will give the signal.
Maybe. There we go. Yeah, it was expected. It was expected. There you go. 5 penalty run. I've never seen this before. This is a new one.
What's that?
Oh.
Yeah, it comes up now and again. We have it up there. So 5 runs to go on to the score.
Impressive. So that's now 27 off 6. I mean, it would have to be something incredible, considering these two aren't exactly striking it superbly. And they're up against Irfan Hussain. Well, the dot ball pretty much all but confirms that realistically probably is it.
Yeah, that's a very good delivery from Irfan. Just watch this move away. And in fact, if it didn't move away, it certainly would have been clattering onto the off stump. So well bowled.
Interestingly enough, though, as well, Rico, something to pick out. They didn't go back to Moyes throughout the entire 10. So, I mean, that's probably a benefit, considering that he'll probably be looking to open the batting in the next game. So, just shows you that game management is there.
Yeah. I think, yeah, you're right there, that once you get the openers going there, Jai Surya went pretty early to leading for 13, but of course, Abhishek Irishan was key. But once they're out of the way, maybe the depth quite isn't there. So we're seeing Praveen Surya swinging and missing at a few here. So he's had, was that 6 balls for 1 now? And we know that Thrinadu at the other end, 15 or 14, certainly wasn't helping Irishan in that partnership. Irishan having to do most of it himself. That's another one that tucks him up, no runs.
1 off 7 now. It's just proving you've got him coming in at 4. You've got problems.
Oh, he's gone down here. What's happened? No, this could be nasty.
Okay, we're going to come away here, folks, as there seems to be a bit of an issue here, and Rico's gone out there to try and see as to what's going on. But we're just going to have a bit of a break here, as we just saw him go down there, which is not pretty. And the good news is that we do have medics on show here. And they are on the ground, and they're out there pretty quickly here. But I think we're gonna have to take a moment here, because this isn't pretty. I'm gonna try and see if we can get an understanding. They're all sort of crowding around him, and there's water being brought on. There is a medic in play as well at the moment. But at the moment, this isn't great. We'll of course try and keep you updated, and I'm trying to keep an eye on it as he's up. He's on his knees now, which is good to see. I think not too sure as to what just happened. I think that just shows you that, you know, at the moment, we're not even 11 o'clock, we're 10 to 11, 28 degrees. So just shows you the heat, especially when you're out in the middle, is certainly an area that is certainly an issue that no one really likes to see. I'm just seeing now, Rico looks as if he's on his way back, but I think he's up and he's around. But that certainly was not a fun moment for anyone. That was a little bit concerning at one point, but yeah, Regisseria, of course, that was at the strikers. He's up, and yeah, of course, he looks as if he's being helped along his way now. But yeah, that was a scary moment, folks, and good to see that he is up and okay. But yeah, that was not a fun time at all. But He's up and he's walking away with his own at his own will, which is the promising part. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. We can probably show you the pictures now that he's up and okay and being attended to by the medic who's helping him on his way. But yeah, that was a scary moment. And yeah, that was not a fun moment for anyone here on the ground. But good to see that he's up and he's okay. And yeah, that was not a fun moment. But yeah, good to see that he's up and okay. And we'll of course continue on here. And well, what that probably does almost confirm is there will definitely be a break, a bit of an extended break. A bit of a delay to the next one, so that'll be a retired hurt for Wijasuriya, but it won't make too much of a difference, of course, in terms of the context of this game. But yeah, that was a scary moment, and I guess the benefit is and the positive is that he is up and he's okay. Here's Wijasuriya. So Rangana will come in, and well, with 3 balls remaining, this one is going to flow through, and that'll be a dot ball. But yeah, a bit of a scary moment there, but yeah, glad that he's up and okay. But yeah, what we'll do is we'll probably give you more of an update when we have more information as to what was the issue there. But we won't sort of suspect and put any sort of ideas out there until we get the full story. At the moment, though, this is a nice shot. There's the left-handed Rangana, and they're going to get one for his troubles here. But it looks as if the Gladiators are going to go ahead and get a victory here, Rico. And well, the Gladiators, they'll be happy with the way that they've gone about themselves. They're not quite the most effective at times, but they have got over the line.
They've got over the line. Obviously, they know they've got work to be done. The extras is going to be the biggest issue. They gave too many wides, especially 5 wide. So they've got work to do, but they're going to get a win, and that's the most important thing. How important was that last over?
Yeah, big time.
When
absolutely.
They got that 31 runs. That one might be a wide because of height. I wonder if we can see side on this.
Yeah, it's been called on field already. That's the issue with this wicket, is that sometimes you get too much. Yeah, it's one of those, but the context, in the grand scheme of things, it's not going to make too much of a difference. But yeah, good to see that Wijasuriya is up and was walking off at his own will, which is always a positive to see. But yeah, as I said, we'll during the break we'll get a bit more information and we'll pass it on to you. We won't make any sort of guesses or anything at the moment. Last delivery then, and it will be a dot to finish. It will be 24 runs of a victory for the Bucharest Gladiators over the Lanol Lions here in match number 1. And it is a pretty comfortable win in the end. There were a moment where you were thinking, uh-oh, this could be interesting. But it's a good start for the Gladiators. The 2022 champions get their campaign off to a winning start. And a little bit of a heads up, folks. There is a 5-minute delay to match 2. So that'll be starting in around about 15 minutes time. Let's have a look at these highlights. And well, it was an interesting one to start, wasn't it, in theory, because there were wides and extras flying left, right and centre. And when you add those up with also the likes of Avishka Irishan hitting to all parts of the ground, you thought, well, maybe, just maybe, they could get close here.
Yeah, look, with a start like that, I mean, they won the power play by about 4 runs. They won the first 5 overs, being just ahead by a couple of runs as well. And all those extras were coming in very handy. But they needed to tighten up, did the Gladiators, and they did there towards the end. I think Rana bowled very well, didn't he? And, well, that over from Waqas Ahmed and Hussain, the last over, just basically just settled the nerves there for the Bucharest Gladiators. So they do get a win in their first match, but they're going to have to compose themselves as they've got to get right back on there again, because they're playing the second match against Zenus as we see the end of the highlights here. But there were some really good shots here. I mean, I think that inning from Irishan was absolutely brilliant. He played marvellously well, get to 50, 53 of 32. Certainly was a highlight for the Lanol Lions making their debut.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think you've also got to remember the fact that, you know, there are, as you mentioned, positives to come from it. But thing is, for me, for the Gladiators, they'll be a little bit frustrated that it didn't quite go their way the entirety of that game. I think they were always in with a shout and they were always ahead of the game. But it was just the extras was too much for me, and especially when you're going to look to go on and you know, maybe make an attempt at becoming, you know, champions here this year, then you really do feel that they've got to do a little bit better than that when they come up against the likes of Cluj, maybe, of course, sat in the same group as them. But a good victory, though, nonetheless, a win's a win at the end of the day. I'll tell you what, any England fans will tell you exactly that. 24 runs the margin for the Gladiators. They take on Zenus in match 2. That is delayed by 5 minutes, so that'll be coming up in around about 12 minutes' time.
Yeah, so well done to the Gladiators. It's also well done to Lanol Lions, the first time on the European Cricket Network. So Gladiators, work to do, of course, in the field. 48 extras, too many, of course. That also resulted in those 5 bounty runs as well. So that's a fancy dashboard for the next one. Gladiators, they got a 1 on the board, 1-0 for them. Zenus, they're hoping to start well. And I think their captain, Sharia Sohail, is going to be very much a key for them. A lot of players there that haven't played on the network before, so we wish them well. So join us back. We'll be back in about just over 10 minutes' time for the start of match number 2.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Hello, cricket lovers, and welcome back as we get ready to talk you through match number 2. It will be the Bucharest Gladiators back out there in the middle. They're up against Zenus, and the news from the middle is that Zenus have won the toss and elected to field first. So the Gladiators will be batting again. I get the feeling that, bearing in mind that they won the last test, toss and wanted to have a bat, they'll be quite happy with that as well. I think opportunity maybe for their openers to get going this time around. Of course, that we saw that both Irfan Hussain and Mohammed Moyes never really got going. Amir Hamza was the key batter for them, got some runs on the board, and we saw some good hitting there from Kaim Khan, but also from the player of the match in that win against the Lanol Lions. Waqas Ahmed was very key, wasn't he? Bashed the ball around all over the place, and then when he came in the bowl, he bowled a very economical over as well, picking up a wicket. Up against Zenus are a side that are hoping to improve on what we saw from them last year. They finished 10th in the standings. There was 11 teams involved and last year in June, with just 2 wins out of 8. And their captain, Sohail, I think, is the key player for them. 76% to 24% in favour once again after Gladiators. The Gladiators playing their second match, and the last match here today will be hoping to get 2 wins out of 2. Last year's bronze final winners, one against UNEFs, but of course would have been disappointed that they did lose to Cluj and couldn't make their way into the final. So welcome back to everybody. And the news coming through, we did see the incident with the batter went down, and the good news is that it was all really more shock than anything else. And he was, when he got up, the medics tested and checked him over. He was fine, he was talking, he was walking, and I think more checks and tests have been carried out, and he is fine, so that's good news. I think it's just a combination of the heat, a combination of the shock of the ball hitting him. It did hit him pretty hard in sort of the ribcage area, and he went down pretty heavily, but he is okay, so that's good news. And hopefully he'll be okay, and he'll be hoping he's okay to play in the next match for the Lions. Coming up straight after this one, we'll then play a CCB. So welcome back, everybody. I'm Rico Full of the European Cricket Network. Charlie Hunt will be joining us back soon as we continue with the action. Here's the first ball, and it's a nice looking ball. It put away nicely though. That's a really handsome shot there from Irfan Hussain. It's not the worst of deliveries from the men in the sky blue colours from Zenus, but maybe just a little bit towards the leg side, and he's dealt with this quite nicely. Have a look at that. The length is not bad, but just a little tad towards the leg side, and he's put it away quite nicely. So good start, and 4 runs straight away at the first ball. So Wanaraj with the ball, and now this one goes in the same area, and this one just, I think once again, probably just bouncing before the rope. So back-to-back boundaries from Irfan Hussain. He's looking to go better than what he did in the last match when he got a couple of boundaries away there, but then he was out on 9 when he sort of chipped one quite easily for the fielder at mid-off to take the catch. So he'd be keen not to make the same mistake again. There's a bit of work to be done here. You can see the wicketkeeper just having a chat with the bowler, probably saying to him, hey, come on, get the ball outside the off. That's Sohail, the captain, is behind there, and he's at work here as he has to try and stop this one. It's quite a wide one. So Sharia Sohail, the captain, and I think most people would say that he's probably the key for this Zenus side in what's probably a tough match for them to start with. Tries to guide this away into that third area, but he goes to the short man at third. No run this time for Irfan. He's out there once again with Mohammed Moyes as Charlie Hunt joins us back in the microwave cube, I think is going to be called, or well, that or the greenhouse with all of the creepy crawlies that are around everywhere.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. This has done everyone. This is going to run away. This will go towards the rope. It's going to be 4 runs off the bat then. So a little bit unlucky, Wanaraj, with this one. Changing the angle, coming around. You can see there, look, it does everyone really. Finds the outside edge, 4 more. Yeah, it's crazy to think. Listen, I know I get called the weatherman sometimes, and it's absolutely fine. 20 minutes ago, or about half an hour ago, it was 26 degrees. Do you know what it is now?
I reckon 31?
30.
30, yeah.
In half an hour.
And it feels it. And
Yeah,
depending on the reports, the different reports we've seen, it depends what app people are using. That's a much better delivery. And look at that. They've opted to have a first slip in here now as well. So
love it.
Yeah, they're thinking, look, we want to attack, so I want to Raj. Now, not sure what the umpire was thinking there. It certainly wasn't. But he was just putting his hands up in the air for some reason.
Maybe saying, what do you want from me? I don't know. Yeah, this is not bad areas.
Yeah, well bowled, I suppose. If you're going to put a slip in, you got to target that area, and he does. So he gets 13 off the first, not the worst of overs, and he has caused a few issues. A one Raj, but yeah, depending on which app, as we say, welcome to you. And well, there we are. Well, that was taken a while ago. Maybe you need a new picture here, Charlie. But I look the same. You look a little different. You've certainly been trimmed down a little bit. The chubby cheeks are almost gone now. Of course, in preparation for this marathon you're going to run, right?
Right. Where you keep doing this, you get marathon. I'm never ever running a marathon.
You told me.
No, I didn't.
You did.
No, I didn't.
Charlie,
I said I'd
you
run
did.
a 10K, and I still won't do that.
Well, isn't that all right? 10K. All right, 10K. Isn't that a marathon? Mini marathon?
No, it's
Isn't
miles away.
Oh, fine. All right then. Well, all right, 10K. When are you running the 10K?
End of the year.
End of the year. All right.
Maybe.
No maybes. Maybe.
Oh,
yeah.
Dear.
I'm going to finish.
Funny. I'm losing weight because I'm sweating it all out. That's why.
I tell you what, you're doing here. You're going to do Bulgaria, right? Are you in Hungary?
No.
You're not doing Hungary.
Nope.
All right. So between here and
That's
Bulgaria,
Hungary's bad.
Hungary is bad. We know that.
I actually have to say, I think it's probably been I mean, listen, it's Europe, it's summer, it's going to happen. But I feel like it has been the worst. Here we go. Look, there you go. First one of the Romanian trip. And the answer, folks, who has the most wickets in ODIs in a single calendar year? Who has the most wickets in an ODI in a single calendar year?
All right. So you're not talking all time.
No,
you're talking about
who has got the most wickets in 1 year, in a year period, 365
one day
days.
internationals.
One day internationals.
Okay.
That, of course, will bring it up a couple more times throughout the day, and then in that last game of the day, we'll give you the all-important answer. And a lot of people,
Good question.
People ask, what do you get if you win? You get a thumbs up from me, a thumbs up from Rico, and some pride in the chat. That's what you get.
Yeah, it's all for fun, people. All for fun. That's what we're about.
I think if you get it right, Rico, I'll buy you a fan. How about that? Oh, I might buy two. I'm asking the question, but this is certainly going down the leg side. As Vindula, I was almost going to say Vindaloo and then start singing the England song. I almost brought my England top with me, you know. I almost brought it with me, but I decided against it in the end.
Yeah.
I was trying, so I bought a retro one, right? It's all black and it's quite thick, and it's the worst idea I've ever had because I'm sat watching some of the England games in a bar in Spain, and it's like 30 degrees and I'm just melting. It's a bad idea. Good delivery, really good areas, and once again can only just be miscued, and he'll get off the mark for a single. Have you watched much of the Euros?
I've on and off.
You've been working, to be fair.
Yeah, I've been working, but
someone has to.
I mean, we're talking England. Talk Spain. Come on. What about Spain?
Ah, Spain yesterday. Yeah.
Vamos, chicos. Another win. Playing good football, but they've got a tough one against Germany. That's going to be a tough match.
Yeah, they have.
That's almost like the final, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, no.
What do you mean no? I mean, those two teams that could quite easily be the final.
You could argue that almost any team could really be in the final. I mean, some of the teams that are still in the tournament are teams that you wouldn't even have hazarded a guess at them being available at the time.
That is very true. I mean, what's happened with Italy? What's happening? What's happened to Italia?
It's the. Have you not heard the Euro curse? I'll tell you after this. I'll tell you now. Basically, it's a pretty common theme that the team that wins a tournament 4 years later, they'll then get knocked out in the round of 16. Portugal did it. Italy have done it. Spain did it. It's a common theme at the moment. Good thing is England won't do it because England won't win, so it's fine.
They just get knocked out anyway,
Yeah,
regardless
exactly.
of what they
Doesn't
do.
matter.
No, but remember, you heard it from me. They're going to win. Catching chance. He don't look confident, but he will take it. I think he was pointing to the other fielder. Now, whether he said stay away, it's my catch, or he said you take the catch, he does hold on to the catch. Well done to Delusha Lakshan, who takes the catch. The wicket goes, and it's a good wicket to get, because once again, Irfan Hussain, after playing a couple of good shots, finds a way to get out. He'll go for 12 of 8 deliveries.
Yeah, good catch. Watches it all the way, makes no mistake. I have to say, it is scary that we've still got 8 degrees to go until we get to the hottest point of the day. That's really concerning.
All right. Hey, I got an idea. You know, you said you'll buy me a fan.
Yeah.
Never mind about the fan.
What do you want?
Paddling pool. Just here. Just here. A little paddling pool. And you
No,
know what
but it
we'll
is.
do?
People
We'll
feel
roll
it.
up our trousers, take our socks off, and we'll
trousers,
stand in
yes.
that, and we'll just keep telling Abdul to keep putting ice in it.
Don't.
Mind you, we'll have
No,
to
do you know
keep,
what I would
we'll
do,
have to
actually?
keep the cat out
Do you know
of
what I
it.
would do?
What?
Right? I'll just get one of these bins, wash it out, fill it up with water, put ice in it, and just stand in it. Just not move all day. How good would that be?
All right, we're going to do that. We'll do that. Now you said it, you're going to do it.
No.
Yeah, it's into the path, but going down the leg side.
Good bowling this from Vindula, though, by the way. Left armour. Didn't see it in the first game, but just proves that having a lefty in your ranks certainly does help at times. Yeah, no. Do you know what I'm really disappointed in? I said this to Vinny when we were in England. We went past 400,000. We didn't do anything for it. Although I know you did.
What?
But it wasn't exactly a challenge or anything. You had cream. You had strawberries and cream or something like that.
Yeah, I bought some. Yeah, and you wandered off. We shouted at you. You said, "Nah, I'm not. I'm going." Where did you go to anyway? You just vanished. Where did you go?
Went home.
Went home.
And the over, as we finish with the boundary, somehow gets this one away. It's a good over, though, from Mindula. He only goes for 8, and it is going to be 22 for 1 after 2.
Yeah, I reckon. All right, you're right though. I mean, strawberries and cream was okay.
What did we do for 300? We did the ice bucket challenge.
We did ice bucket.
I would happily do the ice bucket challenge today.
we could do it. What about we really plan ahead now for like what the next big one is? What 450? Or should we go with 25?
The big one is 5, obviously.
Yeah, big one is 5, of course. But the next landmark. Do we? I mean, maybe you plan something for the 425,000. Because what are we on now? About 407?
I actually don't know. I haven't looked at it.
I reckon we're about
406.
406.
106. So I reckon that's probably going to be towards the back end of the year, though. And realistically, that's a really nice shot straight to the fielder. Realistically, I don't know if I want to be doing an ice bucket challenge when we're going to be, Barcelona in December?
But
no.
I think our viewers would prefer us to be doing it when it's cold, though, don't you?
I wouldn't. I remember when we did that. You were in Rome?
Yeah.
I was in Portugal. And it was almost like, I was like, why would you not do it? I'd like to do it every single day, please. That is a brilliant shot. That is timed to perfection from Hamza. And the fielder at mid-off almost said, well, I'm not going to get down to it. And I'm glad he didn't get a foot to this either, because I reckon that would have been a broken ankle. Yeah,
it's not the way to try and stop it. And a good job for him. It went past him pretty quickly. But it's a delightful shot. Zamir Hamza, he looked good, didn't he, in the last match? He scored a fine 38 of 13 deliveries, but he was the shining light at the top of the order. And then, of course, there were some good cameos that came towards the end of that innings from the Gladiators. But that's a nice shot, 4 runs.
His response is Roshan.
Yeah, bobbling away into the hands. It'll just be a single.
Yeah, not bad. Not good little comeback, but a good shot though from Hamza. That to get your sort of eye. And of course, he, as you mentioned, Rico did do had a nice innings in that last one. But yeah, good to see that the Lanol Lions taking shelter up on one of few trees up on the top of the hill.
Roshan, he gets hit over into the cow corner zone, and I think this one goes all the way. Manos, arriba, vidro, porque eso es 6 carreras. Nicely hit, well picked up, and Moisey just starting to find his rhythm. I mean, we know that once he gets in, he's a very dangerous batter to bowl at. He can really go big. And Moyes would have been disappointed that he wasn't able to in the last match. He played a rash shot, really.
Yeah, it wasn't a great shot.
And this one is, once again, away from the fielder. It's 6 more. This one doesn't pitch. So the area's right, but the length is not. And the bear goes boom. Shakalagya. Back-to-back 6s.
Yeah, absolutely. And not exactly really sure why he's changed the angle. It was working nicely. And it's not exactly played off, is it, that change? But this is still good hitting from the bear.
It's a better comeback. But once again, we've seen that ball really does lift when it hits a certain spot outside that off-stump corridor. 17 come off the over. 3 overs complete. 39 for 1.
Power play over and done with then. Gladiators 39 for 1, and it's not a bad start with the ball for Zenus. Of course, taking that catch was crucial, but you can see there that over a 17 certainly helping proceedings, but nevertheless, you do feel that realistically it's a pretty even playing field from here on in. You know that the Gladiators can bat quite far down, so it's all about keeping them quiet and taking wickets when offered the opportunity to do so. But of course, we won't know until we see it all unfold right in front of our very own eyes here, of course. Pleasure to have all your company here on the European Cricket Network. Of course, the first day of action here in Romania. And, well, we've got plenty to come, of course, over the next course of 2 weeks.
Your bowler and just strays under the pads, and that just beautifully flicked away from Hamza. And goes back to Vindaloo, that's the skipper. And played away. I had to do it, Charlie. Charlie's going. He's hasn't even turned the mic on, but you could probably hear him there. Yeah, you got to do it. It is that time. So Vindaloo. Do you like a bit of Vindaloo? Do you like hot?
Too spicy.
Too spicy.
In this weather, absolutely not.
But they do say that this one is better delivery, but I think gets a bit of the.
But I've got an issue with this because you're going to say along the lines of like the hot food will then help you settle down and sweat. No, that's like saying that's the same thing as saying that as this one here definitely down, a bit of an inside edge onto pad. It's like saying have a hot shower and then your body acclimatizes to the heat. That's a lie. It's an absolute lie because I have a hot shower and I get out and I'm still sweating anyway. So
yeah, but on a hot day, even if you have a cold shower, you come out the shower, you're sweating, right?
Well, exactly, but at least the cold shower's a bit of a break from the heat.
I actually think it works. I mean,
no,
hot tea,
placebo.
Come on, hot. Oh, that's a lovely shot. Nobody's stopping this one. Beautifully played. Lovely bit of timing. Quattro mas. Yeah, they said, look, cup of tea on a hot day.
No,
Charlie, come on. That's a nice shot. That's a bit of an ankle buster.
Timing from the bear.
Oh, there we go. The bear. A bit of the old chewy.
Yeah, I know it's your favourite.
I like it.
I know it's
like
your favourite, so I thought I'd be nice, you know, on joke day, make everyone laugh and smile. Needs to try and get one of these two, don't they? Oh, this is a really nice shot, Rico. This is lovely hitting at the moment from Moyes.
Yeah, he's turning it on, isn't he? And he has to. I think he feels he has to. He wants to put a good shift in here in this match before they have a break, before we see them again in a couple of days' time. But that's nicely played. So Moisey into the 20s. Hasn't been the worst of overs, but I just feel that the bowler is sort of wasting the advantage that he has when he's coming round the wicket. I would have liked to have seen him try to at least come over the wicket and try to get the ball going across.
Headbutted a wasp.
See, Gandhi ball, and that was going to go all the way as well. Skinna Sona, Shikalagia, Gear, Adios Palota. That's 6 more. And just picks the length quickly, seizes a full toss, dances down, and hits it with a meat of the bat, and it goes over the cow corner area. 6 more.
Can't bowl there, I'm afraid, and that will again just do his confidence a well for good. He's in the mood for it at the moment. What's this?
I hear a plane.
Oh, do you remember that? Do you remember that from last year?
I remember it from every time I'm with you. Even at Wimbledon. Come on, where's this going?
Find out.
Where's it coming from?
Give me a second. It's got to work out where I am. That one is Bucharest to Brussels.
Okay.
There you go. See? Find something new every day.
Oh, que exquisite, que guay, que genial. 6 carreras from Mohamed Moyes. This over has gone magical. Well, Vindula, maybe he has had a bit of the Vindaloo because he's giving away a lot of runs, isn't he? That's gone a long way.
Teeing up, and that reaction from backwards square leg tells you all you need to know. He's bowling, well, he's bowling dross at the moment. He can't quite get it right.
And probably happy just to take a single here, Moisey. It comes to the end of the over, and it's been an expensive one, isn't it? Been expensive. 27 do come off it.
Yeah, it's a big over. It wasn't a bad first over from Vindula, but the second going for 27, not very helpful. And 66 for 1 at the end of the fourth, going at 16 and a halves at the moment. Just the 1 wicket falling, of course, in that second over, but the run rate certainly providing good entertainment for any Gladiators fans, of course. Got to remember the Gladiators, no stranger to success here on the network. They've won the European Cricket Series here. It was 2 years ago. They were able to get a victory over Cluj by 8 wickets in that final. And we're hoping that they can maybe go one step further apart as the side to last year.
Bit of spin and interesting shot selection there from Mohamed Moise. So rather than go across and maybe play the sweep or just sort of flick this away onto the leg side, he actually follows the ball and sort of ends up playing it pretty defensively in the end.
He chose to maybe just have a little look at him before. Oh, your friend's back, look.
Oh, he's back. Well, yeah, it is him. You know how we know it's him?
He's got no leg.
He's got a leg missing.
Oh, it's 4 more.
I didn't do it on purpose, everybody. Come on, I wouldn't do that on purpose, but he knows exactly who he wants to be. He wants to be in the shade.
He wants to be on camera, bless him. Good shot this, by the way. Comes down, makes it a full toss. Nice flick into the onside. Moyes wasn't wasting any energy. Don't need to run for those. That's 4 more.
Yeah, Talinga, Silva coming onto bar. I don't think it's a bad idea to take some of the pace off. Short, and that one's going to get past the man at fine who's sort of run around it. But well, it's a good throw. They want to say take it. Now they're asking the question. I reckon it's a close one. Now let's have a look at a number of things. A, does he actually make it in?
No, my question is I have a feeling that the gloves hit the stumps first. Oh, this is going to be tight. This is going to be really tight. That's my first reaction.
I mean, when we have a look at this, I mean, you can't go with that anyway. They'll have to go, I reckon, from what we're seeing so far, we'll have to go with the on-field umpire. Now, I wonder if Charlie's right in what his suspicions here about, yeah, look, the stumps are broken with the arm. And I think also, if we have a look, I think the bat was outside, but the stump's not cleanly taken. That's a great pickup from you, Charlie.
Hey, listen, sometimes when you have it out, you have it. But yeah, I feel like he's going to be okay there. And yeah, it's disappointing. And as a keeper, that's always frustrating. And it's always it's that big old question, is it as a keeper for a run-outs? Do you stand in front? Do you stand behind? It's one of those where there's benefits and there's ups and downs to sort of every option. But that one would certainly suggest going behind because he ends up making a mistake. And they'll survive, and it's a bit of a life to a player who you don't want to give one to in Hamza.
Yeah, Hamza will carry on, and he just places that pretty tamely too. Well, have a look at this fielding. I don't know if we got all of this. I mean, Anders will try and bring it to you. Talk about one fielder leaving it for the other. I don't think we'll have time, because he bobbles pretty quickly, so we'll have to save that for later. But he just doesn't want to get hands on the ball. He'll say, go on, you do it, you do it. Silva back again. And right thing this time for Moyes. Remember I said last time he went the wrong way. This time he goes the right way to play the shot, but he misses it.
Yeah, just slightly misses out on that one. But it's down the leg side, so it gets away with it almost.
Up in the air, catching opportunity. And he gets nothing on it. And I actually think the ball might have come back and hit him on the forehead. I don't know. But the reaction from the fielder says it all. That's Pasindu Vindula, who is getting bothered by the heat. Gets it all wrong. So Moisey gets a chance. Getting dropped there on 39.
Yeah, that's not what you like to see. That's a player you don't want to drop. And when he's already in and you have a chance to remove him, you want to take it. And I mentioned this at the top. If you take them, you might get away with it, but they're not doing so at the moment. And missed run out. Now a drop catch. Not a good 5th over. It will be just 11 off it, but chances going astray. It is 77 for 1 after 5.
Yeah, and welcome everybody wherever you're tuning in from around the world. Rico Full here and Charlie Hunt is here. You're looking very summery indeed. I like that shirt. Good number.
30 degrees, mate. It's going to happen. It's going to happen. But pleasure to have all of your, of course, to have you with us here, of course, in Romania. And yeah, it's going to be set for a good 2 weeks of cricket, of course, up to that Friday, the 12th of July, and then internationals on the Saturday and Sunday. Yeah, and of course, we've both been here before. We know it's a lovely country. Can't wait to get into the centre of Bucharest. I think it's going to be absolutely fantastic. I'm looking forward to, once again, sampling some of the wonderful cuisine that they have out here. Yeah, absolutely. Looking forward to it. More spin. Doesn't get it clean out the middle, but with those fielders back on the boundary, there. Oh dear, I tell you what, Pasindu Vindula, he loves to just run. He's like a headless chicken. He'll run left, right, and centre if you asked him to. Keeps running past it, running round it. Can kind of, if you get to the ball, that'd be easier, wouldn't it? But not a bad start this for Ishara Pereira.
Interesting field. We'll go back to that in a moment. Let's watch this one go over. Straight hit. 6 runs. Nicely done. It's muscled over the boundary for Moyes, who is getting closer to his half century here. That will take him now to 46. Remember, though, big moment in that last over when Vindula did drop him on 39. But I can understand why you want the 3 men on the boundary. But for me, you still have to have a short mid-wicket. You've got to have somebody there for the miscue in a catching position.
Yeah, you've got to plug the gap, absolutely.
And there's the miscue. Here's the chance, maybe. And, oh, it goes down. It's going to go for 4. It's going to go for 4. Moyes will get his half century, but it's another opportunity. The fielder's really thrown himself at this, but unfortunately, I think Hussain Mushid should have just been behind him, backing it up, but he lets it go through him as well. So there's a shot. It's an acrobatic effort from the fielder, diving forward to try and take the catch. Really good effort, but there should have been one fielder backing it up. 4 runs. Moisey, congratulations, gets to 50. Now tries to club this in the point area. And the wicketkeeper does take the bails off. I think Moisey sat inside his crease. No issues there at all.
No foot movement. He's asking for something there. I don't know what he's asking for, but yeah, no foot movement. Yeah, another good innings though, but it's not as if he hasn't offered chances, both on 46 and not too many a long time ago as well. So just shows you catches win matches, Rico, and they're not taking them at the moment. Half chances, they're the ones you've got to try and create, make something of. This is going to be another misfield, but it won't cost them too much. It'll still just be a single. Moyes, of course, had a pretty decent World Cup qualifiers, of course, and yeah, Romania as a whole did so well in that tournament, didn't they?
They played fantastic cricket. It's probably the best. That's out, and that's the way they were going to get these wickets. So Hamza, well, he doesn't hurt them too much after he was. Well, there's an opportunity to run him out on 16, which was messed up by Sohail, but Sohail gets his man in the end. It's worthwhile. Just having a look here at the gloves. I think he's probably okay, only just, of course, the angle of the camera is not exactly in line, but it's still worth having a look at. Where are these gloves just here? So, yeah, I think he's probably okay here. Charlie, what are you thinking?
I'm not sure, you know. I think that's in front, but again, at the same token, it's one of those that A, if they're looking out for it, B, you know, as you said, you know, camera's not exactly bang on straight, so kind of one of those you've got to take with a pinch of salt, but nevertheless, it will be a wicket then, and it's a good one to get, of course. Wasn't quite going in the same rate that he was going in the first game, but still, big wicket to get, and it is 89 for 2.
Yeah, well done to Pereira. Gets the breakthrough. And the thing is, though, we've already seen that with the... And that one's up in the air. Could be another, and oh, he's missed it. Look, one thing I will say, as this throw comes in, they're going to take the single, but you've got to have your best fielders in those key areas. And Hussain Mushid, from what I've seen already, is not the man I'm having in the catching position. Some news coming in about that last dismissal.
Yeah, it was in fact caught behind, so the encroaching wasn't too much of an issue, because encroaching, if it was encroaching, it was after the catch was taken. So that's the ruling on that one. Glad to see that I'm not losing my mind though, and I was looking at it for the right reasons. It's not as if I wasn't, doing anything. But anyway, that's a good bit of fielding. It's another dot ball. Probably should have been a single there, if I'm being honest. They're very deep on when they're in the circle. They're right on the edge of it, and you can kind of understand as to why.
It's a nicely cut away. That's a good shot. It's a really good shot. We do know that this ball does bounce up. It's quite lively outside the off stump, but he's got himself in a really good position as Naheed Hussain and played a delightful cut shot for 4 runs.
Sorry, I was just getting attacked again. It's going to be a common theme, isn't it? It wasn't Rico, it was Bugs. Don't worry.
Well, what are you normally? I mean, are you normally okay with some bugs and not good with others? What do you like?
It's the consistency that.
Yeah.
It's just annoying. It's fine. It doesn't bother me. It's just more of the fact that
the worst for me are wasps, because I know I react to their bites.
Yeah, I don't like them.
I reacted. I remember
Mozzies
once.
as well. I hate them. I will kill them in.
Yeah, Mozzies are
cold-blooded.
I'm one of those. There's this one. He's not quite got this. It's a chance, and he holds on to it. It's an interesting way to take the catch. He's gone with fingers pointing up and backing away to try to take it in that just below the chest area. I think if he stood still, he had an opportunity to take it the other way round. But he's gone for what he feels confident. He holds on to the catch. It's nicely taken. Well done. Another wicket goes. And
almost spills out. Sorry, there, Rico. Almost spills out, but yeah, another one catch. Another catch, and finally they take one that's offered.
Yeah, it does. So well done there to Wanaraj. Takes the catch, and it's another wicket. And well done to Silva. Gets a breakthrough.
Yeah, it's personal preference, isn't it, really? I mean, I personally, if I'm out in the deep and it's gone up, I always go fingers up in the Australian way. Just from, again, it's just personal preference. It's one of those. But anyway, hey, by the way, nearly halfway through game 2. No sign of Derek yet. Don't know if Derek's been lost in.
Well, maybe Derek's still
maybe he's on my flight that's still on the tarmac.
I was going to say, still sat on the tarmac.
I'll tell you what, we might have to get a paddling pool for Derek, and I might join him. Anyway, Silva, the left-handed spinner, and he picks up a wicket for his troubles. Last delivery of the 7th. No, it's not. I'm back.
Somebody's shouting there, well bowled, well bowled. I don't quite know what they're seeing. Maybe they're saying it because it hasn't been smashed to the boundary, but it's not been the worst of overs.
Are you noticing something on Zenus' polos, by the way?
What's the impact? Probably outside the line for me.
Such a good appeal. That is such a good appeal. It comes all the way in front of the stumps. Watch this. Look, it's impact outside. Look. So good. Credit where credit's due. If you don't ask, you don't get. Might be a case of the over-appealing, but not given. Dot ball to finish, though. It is 95 for 3 after 7. This is what's coming up, of course, over the next couple of weeks, or, well, this is pretty much all of summer now. Of course, Romania, Hungary, Bulgaria, straight ECS action, no interruptions planned. Then Croatia, we've got ECIs, T20Is, and the ECS Women's, the first ever, by the way. Cannot wait for that. That's going to be great. We're back to Italy, the Valletta Cup. That's the T20IWs. And more where that came from as well. As more spin as Pereira continues.
Yeah, we also will have the Metal Cup also from Rome. Looking forward to that as well, where the British and Irish Roses will be taking on Team Europe. I feel that Team Europe also needs to have a...
I was just going to say that how can you get British and Irish Lions Roses and then Team Europe?
Team Europe, yeah.
It's like, oh, British, yeah, brilliant, and Europe.
Yeah.
Just Team Europe. Like, come on. There's
so
much scope you could do. Ooh.
Stars? Team Europe Stars or something? That's
no, but
maybe
there's
overused. Got to be something else.
Got to be Europe. Anyway, that's above my pay grade.
That's hit firmly, and, well, I think it was just always going to go over for 6. I think the best option the fielder had here was maybe to try and keep it in the field of play somehow. I think that's been smashed pretty hard, and it's a Lakshan that ball smashes into his hands, and like a ballerina, he's trying to keep it in play but couldn't. Well, more work for those two fielders out there, and well, our man is not having a good day there, Hussein Musaid, and this is another one that goes through him. He sticks out a hand here, but I'm more concerned for him than the chance of him catching or stopping one here, Charlie, I have to admit.
The thing for me is that as much as that catch a little bit earlier was a tricky one, it's a half chance. If you take that, it's a game changer. Got to make most of them. Bit of a tennis sort of forearm top spinner for that one, really.
Well, Wimbledon has started, of course. Yeah, it started.
Started today?
Yeah, I think it started the other day. Wimbledon. It normally starts end of the month.
I don't know if they started yet.
All right, you check it. Check it.
Okay, I'll check.
Check it. Well, check this shot out first, because that has gone straight down the ground for 6, and Sudan Pereira opens his account with a lovely shot straight down the ground, and 6 runs to him. Moisey, yeah, it's an interesting shot. He went for the ball before. It was so wide outside the off. You thought he would be looking to cut the ball away. He's got to be able to hit in all parts of the area. Tell me.
Qualifiers started a couple of days ago. Round 1 starts today.
Okay, there you go.
Round 1. Who do you think's going to win?
Got to go with the Spanish lad. Come on, Carlos.
He's Murthian as well.
Yeah, Murciano. And he's good on grass, isn't he? In good form.
Yeah,
A lot of people don't like him. They reckon he's a bit arrogant. What do you reckon? A bit arrogant?
I think to be
He reminds you of the young Sampras.
to be one of the best in the world, I think you have to be arrogant. Not
Very young as well. 21, isn't he?
something like that.
Yeah,
but
very
I
young.
mean, what a partnership in the Olympics for Spain, though. Carlos Alcaraz and Rafael Nadal. I mean, that doesn't get better than that, does it? Really? 9th overtime. Wanaraj.
Shot. Gone. Big. It's a bomb. It's a blast. And it's 6.
That's gone a long old way. And so much so that I think Rico's run out of adjectives to describe that one. That was huge from the bear himself. And, well, talking about bears, there's a few grizzlies flying about at the moment. This is huge.
Yeah. Hey, is the you know what on here?
No.
You don't think so? Is 70s on?
No.
Okay. You're saying no? I'm saying yay. I'm going to go yay. We can't always agree. I know we like to. Come on, Moisey.
Actually,
We
disagree on quite a lot of things.
We do, actually.
It's not a bad
I think it's an age thing.
You are old.
Oi, there we go. Disagree. Oh, don't let me down, Moisey. Oh, Moisey, you plonker. Charlie now is standing next to me, very glum. You see, you let Charlie get one over me. There you go. Charlie's taking a bow now. All right, Charlie's jamming on International Reggae Day. As this one is blasted straight into the hands, and the catch gets taken.
Thank you very much.
Go on, Robert.
No.
Here, I'll give you a wooden
It's
spoon if
commentator's
you want.
curse,
I'll
to be
give you
honest.
the wooden
It's
spoon.
more the commentator's curse. You tried to get him there, and I said no, and then he went, okay, well, whatever Charlie says goes, I guess. And yeah, it's a good innings, though. Look, a really good innings. He struggled in the first game of this morning, but he's played a really good hand hit. 70 off of 24, striking just below 300. 7 sixes in that innings, 5 fours as well. He falls score now, 120 for 4.
One thing we do know, though, as this one gets through,
Not out.
is they still got plenty of options, and this guy was pretty useful, Wakazamid, when he came in the last match. He crashed the ball around quite well. He was got the player of the match as well. Scored 32 of 9, and also bowled brilliantly, 1 for 5.
Yeah, he absolutely did. He played a healthy hand. We're hoping to try and replicate it. This has been good from Zenus, though. They've dragged him back yet again, and you've got to feel that it's kind of the same old for the Gladiators as it was in the first game. Good start. Couple of batters getting going, but again, looking as if they're going to struggle to get to that 140 maybe. But then all of a sudden, they just they managed to find another gear, that sort of extra gear, and hit that cruise control. That's what they seem to be able to find at the moment, and that's what they've got to try and stop here. Pereira and Ahmed, both two very good batters. Needs to try and find a way.
And that's just easy pickings, isn't it? Just flicked off the pads as Wanaraj just strays. And that's how good batters do. And if you bowl a bad ball to them, it might just be a fraction down the leg side, but they're not going to miss out. That's well waited for, well clipped away. Lovely shot.
Yeah, this is the thing, though. This is where momentum carries such a big thing. You know, Gladiators, as I said, in that last game, were able to really kick on in those last over, and more the last over than anything. And knowing that they can do so again is just proving to be crucial here. Got an issue with his helmet, but yeah, Pereira, lovely flick off the pads. One of the most aesthetically pleasing shots you'll find in cricket.
Yeah, it's a lovely shot, isn't it? And, I want to say happy celebrations to everybody, not just in Canada, but all the Canadians out there. It is Canadian Day.
Oh, tries to get fancy. Tries to get fancy. Stick to what you know. You know that you can hit it powerfully. Don't need to get tickly and get funky. But it's a good end to the over. 6 and a 4 and a wicket in there as well. It's the end of the ninth. It's 125 for 4.
Yeah, 125 for 4. And you know what will be good for lunch today? You know what I'm going to say. Chicken wings on International Chicken Wing Day. Yeah, chicken wings, eating chicken wings out there in the sunshine with a little bit of reggae music playing. What could be better?
And my question to you is boneless or boned?
Oh, I like the flavour from the bone.
I was just
you gotta have the flavour.
You will often find that the boned wings will be more tasty.
Yeah.
It's coming from a seasoned pro. Thank you very much. Last over coming up then.
Starts badly with the wide, and this is where, of course, the Gladiators really clashed in their win against the Lions. They won by 24 runs, but the last over that was bowled by the Lanol Lions, which helped the Gladiators to get to 155, did go for 31.
Yeah, absolutely. They need to try and keep it down to a minimum.
Up in the air, but gets over the man who's short. third, and that's going to be 4 runs. This is what you're going to be doing at this stage of the innings, swinging hard, and Waqas Ahmed gets his first boundary.
Well, if you don't swing hard, you're not going to get anywhere near it, but you've got to make the most of your luck, I guess. But Ahmed can play some good shots, though. He really can. He'll also have a job to do with the ball in around about 25 minutes' time, you'd imagine, to half an hour. But yeah, this is certainly looking to be a tricky total no matter where they get hit. Zenus is, as you mentioned, trying to improve upon their 10th place finish last year. Looking to do well here this time around. This one is up in the air, and again, this is going to be a tricky one. It's going to run away. It's sort of rinse and repeat. And if you're going to swing, swing hard. That's exactly what Ahmed does. 4 more.
Yeah, and you see what they'll probably do here now is keep that third back. And I think teams have to learn pretty quickly that it's an easy fix. Keep that third back because batters are going to be swinging, particularly towards the end of the innings when you've got a bowler's bowling with a little bit of pace, bit of seam, keeping it outside the off. Batter's going to be swinging, so keep him back there. He's going to be worth his weight in gold. Going for the old scoop shot, gets this completely wrong. Going to be a dot ball.
We saw loads of them last year, didn't we? We saw loads of scoop shots being attempted here in this location. There's a fine a short fine leg, but no one really, and he's quite square if I'm being honest, not very fine at all. So it certainly is not a bad option to take on, especially right arm round.
And this one is okay. Oh, well, it's a delayed wide given there by the umpire. I think that's umpire Chivan who's out there. He's joining Nishant Davre, but it didn't look like he was going to call this at one point because this looked like it was, proper wide.
Again, it's one of those tricky ones that across him, and he's also standing right in front of him as he makes that call. So maybe just wanted to have a double look at it.
All right, up in the air, it's catchable, but guess who? Yeah, well, it wasn't taken. It wasn't who I thought. That's Silva. That's taken over the position of where Musid was.
Still not great.
Still not great, yeah. It's an opportunity. It's got to be taken. It's not taken. Not sure the batters take 1 or 2 there. It'll be confirmed in a moment.
Take 2.
Yeah, they take 2. They had to. Running hard. This is the last over.
Yeah, absolutely. Looking for 140 plus. Good delivery. Good delivery, but he's got to be careful because he keeps running in front of the umpire. So one thing he's got to be on the lookout for. 140 then is probably looking to where they're going to be up and around. Still wouldn't exactly count Zenus out of this one. 140 is a chase on this ground is not exactly too tricky. You get a start, you can really push on. Last ball.
Smashed. Big 6. 140 comes up. You see Roshan, he does get into trouble with the umpire, so he has to change. He comes over the wicket and he puts it in the zone. Oh, that's a biggie. What a finish from Waqas Ahmed. It's a brutal hit for 6. It means they get to the 140 mark. 143 for 4 at the end of their 10 overs. So Zenus, they've got a bit of a chase on their hands.
Yeah, and you could just tell straight away that was out of the screws. He didn't even bother watching it go towards the rope. So 6 to finish. It's a nice way to finish it off as well. And yeah, it was a good flourish of runs at sort of the right times, really, for the Bucharest Gladiators. They sort of struggled at times to get things going, but then at the same token, they did have a flourish of runs at the right time.
They did, and you finished that bug off pretty good as well. Talking about the old forehand, that was a backhand that come into play. And if you heard that, it wasn't the highlights, it was a slap from Charlie, killing a monster bug on his arm. Anyway, talking about some monster shots, because we know that the 2 batters that were out there at that time were pretty big. Mohamed Moyes was smashing the ball all over the place. He was doing well until I sort of said that he might go on to a century, then he got out very next ball. But these were the issues, catching issues. They were there, but they weren't taken. We saw 2 opportunities go down in 1 over from Silva, where not only Moyes was dropped on 39, but there was a stumping opportunity for Hamza. Thing about Hamza was they did get another chance to get him in the end. That one, by the way, was caught behind. I know you saw square leg giving the decision. There was also a little snick on that. I think if it was just based on stumping, they may have not given it, because I do think that his gloves came in front of the stumps. Well, these were the issues that the fielders had in that part of the ground. And a number of them were trying to catch the ball. Lakshan was one. Also, Musid was another. Silva would also join them, but that trio just couldn't catch anything. But luckily for them, at some parts of the ground, you had fielders like Pereira, who did hold on to the catch. And that was when Moyes went for a very fine 70.
Yeah, and it was a 6 to finish though, as they did get up to 140. 143 for 4 exactly is what they'll finish on, and it's a little bit less than what they got in the first game, so it's certainly an improvement from Zenus, but the Gladiators will be happy and pleased to see that Mohamed Moyes gets involved in the runs. They'll be hoping to see that he gets involved with the wickets in around about 10-15 minutes time, of course, as they'll be hoping that they can turn around and make it 2 from 2 here this morning. That's the scorecard for you there, folks. 11 extras, that's not bad from Zenus, if I'm being honest. A couple of byes, leg byes, and of course a noble, but 8 wides, not too bad in the grand scheme of things. Hussein at the top didn't quite get going, but Moyes 70 off 24, striking at 291 is not a small feat. Well supported though, cameos by almost every other batter really, coming in, getting a couple of boundaries, getting out. Key for them though, not wasting too many deliveries.
Yeah, on the bowling front, Wanaraja, not bad at all. Concedes 24, picks up a wicket, just a 1 wide from him. But I think Thalinga Silva probably is the pick of the bowlers, just going for 17, but just pick up a wicket as well. But once again, I think the Bucharest Gladiators will be happy with their performance with the bat, and I get the feeling that in the field they'll be a lot tidier this time around. Remember, they gave away 48 extras to the Lanol Lions in the last one. So join me, Rico Full and Charlie Hunt, when we come back in about 10 minutes time to talk you through the reply from Zenus.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Hello and welcome, and we're back. Ready for the start of match. Well, the halfway through match number 2. We're ready for the start of the reply from Zenus. And they've got some work to do here. Once again, we see a good total put on the board. And good hitting there from Mohamed Moyes, 70 of 24. And then a few chip-ins from one or two other players. I mean, Hamza once again getting in the runs, but finding a way to get out. He went for 19, but 143 for 4. Zenus did pretty well with the ball. They didn't give too many extras away, but now they've got to do well with the bat. They've got to be going just under the 15 and over, and it looks like that Mohamed Moyes will open up the bowling, but will he get his second over this time? Something that he didn't do last time round. And I had it to everybody in the chat. A lot of people watching from all over the world, and if you haven't sent us a message through yet and you are tuning in, well, why don't you? It is International Joke Day today, so we'd love to hear some of your jokes. It's also International Reggae Day as well. And if you want to know the sort of jokes that are acceptable, well, how about this one? Why do tigers have stripes? Because they don't want to be spotted. There you go. Anything like that, send it through. Give us a laugh, give us a giggle. Not just us, but your European cricket family around the globe. Let's enjoy the day and enjoy some laughter and share some fun together. I'm here, Rico Fall, and joining me back here, Charlie Hunt.
Yeah, let's get things going, Rico.
That's we're going to miss as Moisey goes well to the left-hander. Sohail, who really has to be one of the key men, I think, in the batting in this lineup for Zenus. I know that he has got experience playing on the network before, but tries to give himself a little bit of room, but misses out on this one. Dot ball.
Yeah, not a bad start. As Moyes himself, he does everything for his side.
That one is played away. Coming back for 2. Let's take a couple. Just distracted by some more of these balls. They seem to be having a party up there. There's one corner that they're particularly like. I hope they're not making a nest there, Charlie.
That's what I'm more worried about, Rico, is if we then sort of turn up tomorrow morning and, well, the cube isn't ours anymore. Good start, though, this, offering chances. Sohail into the onside, getting 2.
Good areas for Moyes, the left-hander. He's just keeping it outside the off. Interesting, though, that Moyes is bowling this. He's seeing what the batter's trying to do, but he's quite happy not having the third back, which is surprising, because if he does get touched on this, he's going to race down to the boundary there at third.
Needs to just keep it in that right areas, which he has done so far.
Yeah, this time a little bit closer. No run again. He just gets this to that man who's third. Short third. No run. Good stuff. Good pressure.
Loud shout from someone in the outfield. Clearly was a fan of what Moyes was able to produce that time around. Yeah, but at the moment, though, I'll tell you what, Rico, you took the mick out of me for slapping that bug earlier.
And this one will go all the way. Shaba, Shaba. Well, hang on a minute. Let's talk about this Grizzly being slapped for 6 first from Sohail. Nice shot. First boundary. It's a boom. Shakalaka, quite an elegant shot, actually. It's a nice looking shot. It's pleasing to the eye. And your slap of the bug wasn't very pleasing to the eye. Well, what have you done? Did it bite you?
No. I'm just saying you're going to be asking for my bug spray at some point.
No, not because I'm wearing long sleeves.
Tomorrow?
I'm going to try. If this works for me today, I think long sleeve is the way to go, because the thing about me is I don't like putting that. Does that make it makes you all sticky and makes you feel? I don't like it.
Don't put it on your hands then.
Stuff. But you know what? You don't. What you did there, you killed one of the bugs, and there's millions here. They've watched. They saw you do it.
Absolutely fine.
They've got your number now. They're going to be after you.
No, I think
Look,
wasps are more the problem at the moment.
They're going to be after you. That's the end of the over, by the way. There was that one big 6 from it. But other than that, just the 8 runs.
Will we bring up the ton? Will we bring up the ton? My guess is yes, probably. Been a while, of course, since that last golden ball. But looking to try and break the streak. Everyone always sort of, well, Vinny always says that I'm the golden ball, but I'm not. But actually, to be fair, the candidates for the man with the golden touch, right? I know I'm one of them. Do you know who else is one of them?
It's Tizer, right?
Tizer's here as well. So just shows you You know, maybe 2 wrongs make a right, maybe?
Well, they often, I know that Danny Hudacek has been
it's Danny,
very,
100%.
very good with it. I mean, wherever he's been. But nothing in Czechia this time. And Danny, of course, was there. Speaking of Czechia, I want to shout out, because we've had a long wait, haven't we, to get a hat-trick, because I think the last hat-trick before yesterday was the start of the month. But we saw 2 yesterday. Well done, first of all, to Maria Vivisotti of Greece. And she picked up her hat-trick yesterday. And then, all right, let's talk about this first. Should be a straightforward catch from the keeper. And it will be. So the wicket will go. No mistakes there from Sedun. Takes the catch. And that's going to be the end of Sohail. So that's a big wicket, because I think Sohail was probably one of the key players. But there's clever bowling from first Moyes and now here from Hussain. Just never gave him the ball that he was after.
No, it's never offered any width. There was no bad deliveries. The pressure just kept on building. And that comes back down to the idea of bowling in partnerships for me, Rico.
Yeah.
You've got Moyes, who bowls an almost perfect over in the last one, and then you've got Irfan Hussain, who comes up and keeps up the momentum and the pressure has to release at some point. The valve was burst, and that will be the end of Sohail. Then he goes. It's a good catch, though, for Sadun behind the stumps. First one down. It is 9 for 1.
Yeah, no mistakes from keeper. I mean, sometimes we have seen those drop when they go hard, but there he is. Nicely done by Sidin Pereira. And Hussain picks up the wicket and gets the breakthrough. And it's a good breakthrough to get. But yeah, I was talking about hat-tricks. So the Greece women, Maria Vivisotti, who bowled brilliantly throughout the whole series. And congratulations, of course, to the Greece women. 2-2. Well, we are talking hat-tricks. And maybe we're going to have one here, as that's Cosmin Zavu who takes the catch. So 2-2. As Islam Jaidul will go very first ball. Well, we haven't seen the derricks yet. And, well, let's see if the derricks did make it off the plane. Because if we did, and if they did, we should be seeing the golden derrick here. Because goes for the big shot, never really in the slot to play. A nice catch there taken by Cosmin. It's going to be a golden duck. A little bit of...
Derek didn't have his passport. He got blocked at border control. He's not made the journey over. Oh dear, he's not made the journey over.
Not made the journey, but what's the issue over there? Just off the camera at the moment, it seems to be maybe a little bit of an issue with one of the fielders. Not sure who it is. It could have been, it might be young. Is it young Luca? I'm not sure, but somebody is coming off there. Not sure what happened. Not sure what happened here at all. It could be just because of the heat that one of the players has got a bit of a nosebleed, perhaps.
Yeah, that's what I think it is. I think he's just having a bit of a random nosebleed. So he'll go off and sort that out, and he's okay. But anyway,
let me finish. We talked about hat-tricks because this could be a hat-trick. Yeah. So hat-trick from the women of Greece yesterday. They won 5-0 in that international series. Well done to Maria Vivisotti. And also, well, the Czech men, they only just got that win. 3-2. They needed to win the last. And Abdul Shahaz Fahad from Czechia also took a hat-trick. So we had 2 hat-tricks yesterday. Are we going to have a hat-trick of hat-tricks here? And this morning, because it could be, as Irfan Hussain is ready to bowl the hat-trick ball. And he's going to be bowling to Wanaraj.
Here we go then, on a hat-trick, Wanaraj.
It's a good delivery, but it's well played. They're taking the single. Oh, fake fielding, everybody, fake fielding. Shout out to Charles Croucher, who was, well, right on a bit of fake fielding in Czechia, but this one has just slipped out of his hand. Have a look at this.
What happened in Czech?
Well, there was
the sheriff on it.
The sheriff was on a bit of fake fielding, which... I mean, he had a 50-50 vote, and some people said, yeah, it was, some, yeah, no. But it was an interesting one. I think it's the first time that I've certainly been at an event where it was called. It's well bowled again. But that's beautifully played. Lovely soft hands there from Lakshan, who brings up his first boundary, 4 runs.
Yeah, really nice. Just uses the extra bit of pace that Hussain has, and, yeah, just watches this one all the way. It's actually a really, really good shot. Makes the most of that pace, and on this outfield, that will race away. That's going to be 4 runs. So, a bit of an interesting over. 2 wickets in 2 balls. Yeah, the only boundary was that one. They've had 2 singles as well. So, This is slowly starting to look a little bit interesting for Zenus. Not a great start. I always say losing more than 1 wicket in the power play is never positive. Last delivery as this is going to be pushed into the offside for 1. And they'll come through for a single, and it will be the close of the second. It is 15 for 2.
Yeah, good over, nice and tidy. 7 runs from it, but of course those 2 wickets, that mean that Bucharest Gladiators well on top now with the score 15 for 2.
This is an updated look at the standings then, and you can see there that the Bucharest Gladiators top of the at the moment, just due to that victory this morning. Lanol Lions, of course, they do pick up that point with the old different bonus point equations. Interesting move here as Moyes is going to bowl out. He's going to get a second over, something that they didn't do in the first game to the Gladiators. Maybe just proving that after only going for 8 off the first, that he needs to stick at it, and well, rightfully so. He's a handy bowler. He's a handy player to have in amongst your ranks, and he's a popular man on the network. It's Moyes once more.
That's well dug out, and hesitation, and they will get the single. So Thangavalu, Winaraj will take another one and give the strike here to Lakshan.
It was a good day for England yesterday in sports. Of course, a little bit disappointed a couple of days ago against India to lose in the cricket. I'll come back to it. And yeah, and we of course got the somewhat unnervy victory against Slovakia, but it came home. Do you want to know why?
What came home?
England won the World Cup of Darts last night.
Dear. You're actually quite
I love my
big
darts.
dart fan.
Big dart fan.
Was the young man playing again?
No, Littler wasn't. Littler actually chose to take the World Cup off.
You've just been headbutted by a wasp there, by the way, which is now attacking you. Charlie's literally throwing the towel in now. That one, I told you, you killed one of his brothers. Now they're after you. They've got your number. Charlie Woodshot is back at the moment. There's Moyes. That's well bowled. He does get bowls these nice little cutters, doesn't he?
I told you off there I'm going to go buy one of those electric. What is it? Is there something on me? Oh no!
You got a red dot.
Have I actually?
Right in the middle of your
Have I been
forehead.
had?
I don't think it's bit yet, but it's definitely bumped you. You see it, do you?
Yeah,
You see it?
All right, I'll be fine.
Do you think?
Might
You want
be.
to put some more of that spray on
I
it?
didn't put any on my face.
Oh,
to be
what's
fair.
going on here now? Now that everything's in here now. Moths, wasps, mosquito. Oh, this is not looking good. There's a lot. There is a lot.
We are getting overrun in this place, I'm telling you.
Is it just what about the scorers? Are they having the same
No,
issues?
they're absolutely fine over there.
Oh, my word.
Something to do with the cube. Dismantle it. It's got to go.
Well, this is just sort of punched straight down the ground. It's going to be a long chase for the fielders, and it will be picked up quite nicely there by Amir Hamza. It will just be a couple. It's the end of the over, so well, the power play is a big win between the two teams here in terms of the power play. Zenus will get to 18, and you'll see that the Gladiators, they were on 39, so they've got some work to do here. That rate now, Charlie, it's got to 18 required per over, and well, that's going to take some doing from here on in.
Yeah, we were in Estonia, and you kind of couldn't really say that 18 was a no-pointer return, because Estonia was the new Barcelona, but I think here you can almost say that 18 probably is realistically the point of no return, and yeah, they're right up against it at the moment. The Gladiators are proving to be forceful contenders at the moment. They are certainly looking to prove as to why they are so highly regarded here in domestic cricket in Romania.
That's a good delivery once again. It's those deliveries that are just moving away from the batters, just start angled in and get away. And Lakshan's trying to get going here, but I like the way that you can see that the Bucharest Gladiators, they decided to go with both the openers straight away. I think that not a lot of teams do it, but when your openers are bowling well and you're not getting runs off them, why not? Because if they can get another good over in here, and that rate goes to about 20 required from there on in, then you've got to be saying you're in a very strong position to win the game from there on. This one just gets chipped up in the air, chips the bowler, but the fielders can't get to it. It'll just be a single.
Bit of the old 60-degree sandwich about that one over his head. Trying to go for the short arm jab, isn't he, Lakshan? Twice, it's not worked. Needs to look and reevaluate things, in my opinion.
Up in the air, and well, not quite the vortex that we had in Czechia, so that one will get fielded, just the one. You would have loved the Czechia ground. You know why? Because I know you're a very keen golfer. And the golf course around it, magnificent. Magnificent. Yeah, it really is. Really nice clubhouse. A lot of golf was being played down. I reckon if you were there, you probably would have stuck around at the end of a couple of days and maybe had a few hits. It was a beautiful setting.
I love my golf, I do love it.
Short. Shot. Nice shot. I don't think he's going to go for 6. It will probably bounce a couple of times, get to the boundary, but he's onto it pretty quickly. One thing about Lakshan, I think he does like this shot. The only problem is he can't play it to the straight balls, and we've seen him sort of play similar shot. Is almost like a straight back pull to the ball, which is outside the off. But on the leg side, it's effective, and he plays that away nicely.
Yeah, really nice shot. He's looked for that short arm jab for a while, and finally it does pay off for Lakshan. They need a bit of a miracle here, though, at the moment, don't they? 19s at the moment.
This is probably a little bit too high. I think it's straight enough. I don't think straight down leg. It probably does come back in a little, but I think height will probably be the issue. We've seen a lot of balls fly through. Yeah, that's always on the way up. I think that hits the top of the thigh pad and going over the stumps.
He's a tall man in the first place, so you're going to have to do quite well to be somehow hitting the stumps if it's hitting him that high. Come through for just the leg by. Last ball of the 4th.
And this one gets through the keeper's gloves, so they will take the 1 by, but they need more than that as the 4th over comes to an end. And the score is just dibbly-dabbling along at the moment. It's going to be 26 for 2 at the end of 4, and as I suspected, that rate now starting to gradually climb. So the 2 openers have done their job, Moyes and Hussein. And now it's an opportunity. Maybe you go for someone like Kosmin. Zavu just comes on, takes the pace off, and picks up a few wickets here, as batters really now have to go big time to try and not only just stay in this contest, but they've got to get to 101 just to get a point here.
I think that's why they're going to go with Saqib Nazmus here. He's a left arm spinner. He can put it on a spot 5 times out of 6. So you're almost sort of sat there forcing and saying, we're going to wait for you to make the mistake.
That's played well, and the Grizzlies should get to the rope. It will. Fielders chase hard. Kafi the cautious kid feeling it, but Joka Lugya as the first ball from Nazmus actually gives just a little bit too much width, gets put away to the boundary.
Yeah, it's such a really good shot because he has to sort of reevaluate things after looking to maybe go large downtown, but you can see there he ends up just carving it away. It's a really, really well executed shot. Good start for the over. And then next up, they try and play full. Could be a run out here. It's a bad throw from Kosmin. It's not a good one. He knows it straight away. He apologises. Not really much Nazmus could have done with that.
Yeah, applying the pressure. But of course, one thing, I think the captain himself there, Kosmin Zavoy, will be happy where things are. He knows that singles are not going to hurt them. Hey, why can't we be pitched up in that house that we're seeing over there? Well, this one could be going to that house. That's been high up. It's going to well clear the field. He's got no chance. That's 6 runs. A good hit. They need a few more of them. So Lakshan, who's looked pretty good going down the leg side, now this time plays the right shot to go over the top of the straight boundary. And that is going to be 6 runs going into that Let's Play Cricket Stronger Together banner there between the European Cricket Network and, of course, the Federation of Romania.
Yeah, it's a really nice shot. Nice pickup. Needs a response, Nazmus.
And goes for it again, but this is probably a catching chance. Fielder gets under it. And great technique. Really good catch. And that is the end of Lakshman. Is Amir Hamza, who's showing once again that he's a bit of a class act as he comes down, takes the catch, and Lakshan will go for 19 of 10 deliveries. So up in the air and really well taken. Really good catch. So well held. So Lakshan on his way back thanks to Hamza, who takes the catch. I like the way Hamza takes his catch. He's got well balanced. He's not putting himself under pressure. Got good control over it. And yeah, Saqib Nazmus, that's the plan, isn't it, Charlie? Take the pace off, let the batters make the mistake, get the wicket. Yeah,
you can see he really is just giving it a lot more loft and more air, and what that ends up doing is it also means that the ball turns more and grips more, and there's more revs on the ball. So it just means that one just got away from Lakshan. Nice hand, though, and nice to see that he was able to get some runs on the board, but it's a question of what can anyone else do around him. Yet again, another batter in the top 5, going at less than a run a ball. It's not very handy. Here's Musaid.
Well, Musaid, I have to say, and I don't like to be unkind, but let's just say when he was in the field, he didn't look like too much of a cricketer. Looked like somebody who'd, you know, like when you're travelling to a game and you're one short and you pick somebody up. He looked like one of those, and he looked like he'd probably hurt himself in the field, then catch a ball. And he's gone out there and he swung at the first 2. He's looking to be dangerous, but he can't get anything on it. And 2 dot balls takes us to the halfway point with the Gladiators well on top.
Yeah, they certainly are. And it just proves again, though, that fielding is key. It really is. It just shows you if you take your catches, take your chances, then it becomes a really tricky equation. I think that's exactly what we're seeing there this time around. And yeah, it just shows you the Gladiators on form here this morning. A little bit up and down at times with their bowling, a few extras here and there, but batting's clipped. But, you know, 2 scores of 140 plus now. And in the field, they've been really good as well. So it just shows that they're going to be, between them and Cluj, probably for me, for the top of Group B, I think.
Yeah, I was a little surprised with the way they conceded so many extras in the first match, but you can see now this is them back to where they need to be. Well, that's a spicy delivery, that really is. It's a little bit of masala out there in the middle, and I think they're appealing here. I don't think this catches the bat.
Have a look.
But it's a very good short delivery. I mean, that's a good, sharp delivery. And nothing wrong with that. That's just a good delivery. It's one for the over because it's over the shoulder, not over the head. A little bit of spice out there in the middle, a bit of masala. As this is Umair Safi, who bowls the short ball first up.
Yeah, he's not the tallest of bowlers, but looks a little bit skiddy. But that was a really good short delivery. Oh, this one. What's he asking for here? You cannot be asking for a wide here. You cannot be asking for a wide. You're 8 off 11. You don't have the license to be asking for a wide. It's absolutely fine. Look at this. And then he has the audacity to go, where's my wide umps? It's not there, I'll tell you that for free.
Yeah, it's not a wide ball, so this is where the umpire says, you see that bit of wood? You've got to use it. Yeah, look, that's where we should be, in that house. Well, you can commentate from there. Looks like
commentate from anywhere.
Little terrace up there.
I reckon I could commentate from a hotel room with my aircon. Uh-oh, oh dear. Well, he did everything right apart from pick up the ball.
Yeah. It was a sharp opportunity, but I think if he's picked this up and got this in the gloves of the keeper, Sidon Pereira, there was definitely opportunity there. And it goes missing now. Got to say, I think Musahid was probably a little bit lucky. A straight ball could have him in trouble. Well, they're not getting the straight ball in. They're making him play shots to the invisible ball. I like the way that he checks the shot afterwards, but you see he just hops the one way. Yorker ball delivery, and it will be all over for Hussein Musahid. But who knows? Maybe it's one of those batters, and I used to have plenty of them in my time when you think, yeah, straight ball, I got him. And when you put the straight ball in, he whacks it over your head for 6. And well, that's not straight, that's a wide. It's not good delivery. I'm not really sure what Umair Safi is thinking about here. And that's unfortunate because he was on his way to a maiden, but spoils it with that wide.
Come on, Enrico. You normally have some good fun facts about where we are. Let's have another one. Come on. Where are we? What's
Fun facts about
fact?
Romania?
Yeah,
All
you
right.
must have a couple. Got a few up your sleeve, surely.
Always
good delivery.
do. Does he sneak this one in?
That's fine.
This one is okay. Well, fun facts. Well, I mentioned already. I think I mentioned in my little intro that, of course, it is known as Little Paris, certainly Bucharest. But let me tell you a little bit about the Parliament Palace in Romania, in the capital Bucharest. It's the second largest building in the world behind the Pentagon, as this one gets played away. So listen to these staggering facts. So at 12 stories and 86 meters high, it cost a whopping 2.5 billion to build. And with its 1,100 rooms, and within it are 3 museums and an international conference center. And according to the Guinness Book of Records, it's the heaviest building in the world. So that's the Parliament Palace in the middle of Bucharest. And it's quite an amazing building. I mean, anyone that's been into the center has seen it. So, yeah, the heaviest building in the world. And, of course, I mean, were you a Top Gear fanatic? Were you into Top Gear? And, of course, they've named one of the roads here. I think is it called the Transfagan Road? Is one of the best roads in the world to drive around. So Not that we'll ever get a chance, but what we do see is we see a wicket as more wasps come into the action here. Yeah, the Transvagon Highway is more than 150 kilometres in length, and it's a spectacular tourist attraction, open from June to October. And as I mentioned, Top Gear declared this highway as one of their top favourites.
There you go. Well, Rico, there was a wicket. It was played on, and unfortunately that's going to be another one that goes. And yeah, you can just see here, just not really at the races when it comes to the bat. They bowled okay though, Zenus. It has to be said. It wasn't an issue with the ball. It was the bat. It's the bat that's letting them down. Nasmus picks up his second. Good start to the over, 39 for 4.
Yeah, I don't mind that. He was chewing up deliveries, wasn't he, the batter? That was 13 balls for 8. Maybe someone like Sharap Pereira, who comes in here now, can get a little bit more acceleration in. Trying to get, of course, to that 101. Maybe the target at 144 is out the equation, but you've got to be looking to get to the 100 here. 101 gets you a point.
No, absolutely. Got to try and make most of what's a pretty dire situation at the moment. 39 for 4. Oh, how is this missed? This is gripped and done everything. It's a great effort from the fielder. This is going to be 4 byes, but how is this missed? I mean, Nasmus, this is a great delivery, so much so he's done everyone. Watch this.
Well, see this one. It comes back in. It's gone over the stumps in the end. The wicketkeeper can't believe the spin on that. And then here's your perfect bizaway landing, but can't catch the ball.
Oh dear, that did not miss by much. He's a good bowler, a good handy spinner is Nasmus. I have to say, quite impressed with what he can offer up. Thing is, as a spinner, I always say that well, it's a weird one, because in 40 overs, if you're going to bowl your 8 overs in a 40 over game, I'd say I'd give you 40 runs. Oh dear, well, talking of runs, he's just ran past it. That's going to run towards the rope, and it's going to be 4 runs. So Pereira gets off the mark with an unconventional way, as that one goes somehow through the fielder. So, you take that, that's your 8 overs, so 2, 4, 6, 8, take that by 4. You'd almost guarantee that you turn around and say, right, I'll give you 15 runs as a spinner. Yeah. Because as a spinner, they're going to try and take you on. Maybe not, I'll give you 10. Give you 10 runs as a spinner, and then anything else from that, then we need to look at it as an issue. But that just shows you as a spinner, when you're going for, 15 off 1.3 after that one for a fact that was, 4 that shouldn't have been 4. Goes up for the lofted version, straight to Cosmin, the skipper. Eventually collects it for 1. Just shows you that you've got to give yourself a bit of opportunities, and it will often come to fruition. Spin is such a crucial aspect to T10 cricket, though, isn't it? I
agree, and most places we go to with teams have several spinners in their setup. They're the teams that do well, and I'm liking the look at Nasmus because he literally does get this ball to spin as well. Look at that, there you go. The proof is in the pudding, and I told you that Musahid, if he got one straight ball, it would be the end of him. He doesn't get bat on the ball onto anything. He's swinging. I think we need him in here, because the way he's swinging, he'll get rid of some of these wasps. That's for sure. Mind you, he might take us both out at the same time. But he does go. He's going to go without scoring. So that is going to be a duck there for Hussein Musahid. So other ducks here, they are here. They have made it. Hello, Derek. Don't worry, Derek. We will get a paddling pool for you, and maybe we'll put some ice in there as well. So well bowled there by Nasmus.
We didn't pick it up there, but bowling off of 25 yards, by the way. He's genuinely is. He's bowling well. He's almost behind the umpire. There's a Scotsman. I think it's Mark Watt. I think who does that, and he did it in the World Cup. Maybe Nasmus has watched that. He's taken 3 for it at the moment. He'll probably do this here. Look, see. Tell you what, it's a good delivery though. Angling in, bit of spin as well. It's the close.
Oh no! But it's been well backed up. It's still going. It's still going. And a little bit of action there. I wonder if you reckon that's just on purpose, or he just thinks that's who he's got a bowl from.
100%. 50 up, then it's 50 for 5 after 7. This is what's coming up next. The Lanol Lions return. They take on ACCB, of course. ACCB, interesting side. They have been involved in an ECS final back in 2021. They were on the wrong side of the result as Kluge got the victory that time around. So they're not exactly strangers to some form of success. It's just if they can reproduce that here, and they haven't really done so since 21. So they'll be hoping for a good start as You can see there that, well, Koshili, you got to feel for him. He's got minus points on fantasy. If you got him in your side, apologies. But ACCB, that's going to be coming up in around about 45 minutes' time.
I'll tell you what, that's a lovely shot. Let's talk about this shot first. There's not been too many good-looking shots, but that is a beaut. So Ishara Pereira, like I said, him coming out, it's not a bad thing. With these two batters, hopefully they can get something going. But that is beautifully played. What a lovely shot. Through the covers for 4 runs. But yeah, going back to that, the next match coming up, the Lions, they'll be up for it. But ACCB, Abdullah Sif and Goan Manan, 2 men that have played for Romania, both have scored over 500 runs on the network. And Abdullah Sif has taken over 24 wickets, so he's going to be pretty key. Yeah,
absolutely. Yeah, it's just one thing you got to feel that, you know, ACCB against Lanol Lions, who didn't exactly lose embarrassingly against the Gladiators, so could be interesting. There's a plane.
This one tucks up the batter. It's just going to take a single. So Pereira, after hitting a lovely boundary, hands the strike over now here to Chaminda Hirth. See what he can do.
It's going to Oslo.
Oslo.
Have you ever been to Norway?
No, never been. I think going to one of our destinations. I've probably been in the airport. Oh, that's nice. So these two have played 2 lovely shots. I can tell you already, I'm not sure why they're coming in so low down, because they've played delightful shots, both Pereira and Earth.
Really nice shot through the covers, 4 more. So, but I always say that I don't class as going to the country unless I've stepped out of the airport.
Yeah. So, have you been?
Yep.
Yeah. Expensive, I'm told.
Don't know, I was probably about 13, I think, when I went. 13, 14. I went on a football tour. Played against top Norwegian sides, actually. Did okay.
Yeah.
Didn't let in too many goals, so it wasn't too bad.
Bit of a goalie then, are you?
Used to be, yeah, used to be.
I suppose wicket-keeper, goalies
makes
goes
sense,
hand
doesn't
in
it?
hand,
I'm
doesn't
just lazy, realistically. Yeah, makes sense. Petra's having a bowl, though, which is good to see. Glad to see that he's okay. Good delivery.
Yeah.
Good delivery.
Well, I spoke to him this morning and I said, I'm looking forward to seeing you bowling. He said, I won't be bowling, Rika, because I've got an injury. Well, he told me a lie. I know he didn't bowl in the last match, or that injury has probably got a lot better, because he's probably thinking, you know what, I fancy myself to have a bowl. So Luca Petra, we've seen him play a fair bit for the national side. He's a tremendous fielder, we know that. But it's always a shame when he's part of the squad and I don't see him bowl. And I like to see him bowl, because he has come on leaps and bounds in probably the 2-3 years that I've been coming to Romania. He's a good player. He's gained in height. He's gained in strength. And he's certainly a bowler that can cause a few issues. Well, issues here at the moment, probably for the keeper. Not sure what's happened here.
His helmet's having a bit of a malfunction. Gives us a chance to say good morning to Chris, to Monica as well, and to everyone that's already been in there as well. Pleasure to have your company here on the European Cricket Network. And yeah, we're pretty much halfway through the year. We've had a lot of great moments on the network this year, and hopefully adding to them towards the next 6 months as well. This is a really nice sweep shot. I think it might be the back of the hands attempt slower ball from Petra, but it doesn't quite work. It's a little bit down the leg side, and Herath will play this away nicely.
Yeah, very nicely played. Nice to see the old sweep taken out. Beautifully played. Cuatro carreras. So, end of the over as well. Not the worst from Luca. He won't mind that. 14 come from it. And the score at the end of 8 overs into 64 for 5. So, can they get the runs they need here to get to a point? They're going to have to go some. As we have a look at the Worms, they're a long way away from where they have to be. And the Gladiators look like, well, they're pretty keen to try and see if they can take all the points away from this one. It won't be a bad morning's work if they can pick up 7 points from the 2 games that they played.
Yeah, they're going to go to Cosmin, the wicket taker himself. He always seems to be in and around the runs, or in and around the wickets, I should say. And he's going to start with a bit of a horrid wide.
Yeah, it was some of the issues that he had in his first over. Now it goes back to his mark, Cosmin.
Always smiling though, is Cosmin. Oh dear, that's another one. But he's always happy though, isn't he? He's always just happy to be in and amongst it, really, which is always the right way to look at it. If you're not enjoying it, you won't play good cricket.
Yeah, I agree with that 100%. And oh, well, I get knocked out again. and I get up again. Well, I said that it is National Reggae Day. Well, you can say this is a little bit of twist and shout here from the batter. Down he goes. Well, now he gets his wicket. Well, twist and shout, and now he stirred it up, and then he goes bam, bam, and that is the end of the batter. And the Hearth will go. He gets shaken and then stirred up and then knocked out before he loses his wicket. He wants to get his own back. Clever bowling from Cosmin Zavoy. That is what Zavoy does. You know why he's so... One of the reasons why he's so dangerous, Charlie, and I've seen this over several years, he will bowl some bad balls. There'll be some wides, some big wides, but then he comes back and bowls that. And I think as a batter, you're just not expecting it.
Yeah, surprised the old with the straight one really. Top of off doesn't really get much better than that. Bit of away movement as well, but I think Ralph may have just been just laughing at what happened in the previous delivery just before he played that shot. But nevertheless, another one goes. 67 for 6. Vindula comes out at number 8.
Okay, here he is, Vindula. He's reaching out with this one. Can't do much about it. It's another dot. Well bowling is what they're shouting out. Well bowling.
That was a good ball, to be fair. You're so critical, you are.
Uppish, but in the gap. Now fielder comes across, and foot fielding. Does this actually rest on the rope? We need to look at this again. It looked like the ball sort of hit something and came back to me. Let's have a look. So gets a foot on this, but I think that the ball goes onto the rope and bounces back. If we can see the net, yeah, that comes off the rope. I think that's gonna be 4 runs. Yeah, 4 signals. And there we go. There's the evidence. Good job there done by Spring Media.
Yeah, absolutely. Patru Alarga. 4 runs.
That could be out. That's plum. That is plum. It's another one. It's full. It's straight. And that is the least favourite fruit there of Vindula, who does get 4, but now he's going to get a plum for his efforts, because that, there is no doubt about it, is hitting him on the toe. It's right in front of middle stump. So he's going to be gone. So makes his way back. It's another wicket that goes, and Cosmin Zavoy picks up another. So 4 run out, if you like, there for Vindula.
Good bowling, though. Full, straight, simple game of cricket. You miss, I hit, either you or the pads. And yeah, it's going to be another one. So 71 for 7 now with a ball to go in the 9th. We've had 2... we say it all happens in the night. We've had a bit of everything. 2 wides, a wide, 0 wicket, dot, 4 wicket. Just need a 6 now. Silva, the left-handed batter, coming out at number 9. Oh, hello. Oh, there's a fly.
Well, hello to Monica Pereiras. Monica Ramos, beg your pardon. And also to Pereira, hello to Chris Smith. Welcome. And Lance Hall joining in as well. That one is played away, and this time it will be fielded. And the batter's quite happy just to take the single.
Yeah, it's going to be the end of the over. It's a good over. 2 for 8 off it. And look at this here. Look, watch this. Look, there's a flying fielder. Look.
Well, somebody tell him that it's artificial, will they?
Yeah, but it's artificial, but he also jumps from the middle of the wicket. It makes no sense. Anyway, end of the over. It is 72 for 7. They need 72 off 6. Don't think that's going to happen.
No, I don't think they're not going to get the point either, are they?
No, that's the more concerning aspect of it as well. You're right there.
Right up his nostril. No, I'm not.
Oh, I tell you what, folks, this is going to be a fun 2 weeks. This is going to be a fun 2 weeks. Anyway, it's like a Bush took a trial in here. I need to get Bob the medic in, sort him out. Anyway, get the syringe out. That's what they had to do. Do you remember that? That's an iconic TV moment, that is.
What's that?
Do you remember that? There was a contestant on I'm a Celebrity who got a cockroach stuck up her nose.
Oh, no.
Come here, you got a spider on you. Come here. There we go. There was, he got a cockroach stuck up her nose, so they had to syringe to get it out. Yeah, it's quite funny. Yeah.
Lovely.
Anyway. Ahmed. He's had a good morning, hasn't he?
Oh, he's going to be all right. What did they call that when they do those challenges? Is there a word to it? Because we could use that for
Bush
where
took
we
a
are.
trial.
Huh?
Bush took a trial.
Okay.
There's nothing rude about that, by the way. I can see you're thinking, can you say that? Yes, you can. It's fine.
Yeah.
Bush took a trial. Yeah, that's what, like all the eating trials and stuff like that. Yeah.
Yeah, we'll
You never watched it?
No, I've never watched it. I'm not one for those sort of shows, I have to admit.
No, I'm a Celebrities Gold, though. That's been going for years.
Yeah.
Older than... No, it's not older than me. It's not older than
It's not older than me either. No, I've not been a fan. But I can tell you what, there's a lot of people, I know a lot of people, some friends and some family members that I know that would not be in this cube right now. I can bet your bottom dollar. And one or two commentators that I've worked with wouldn't be in here either. As this one is one hand off the bat. He's almost like he's taking a bow. Is Silver, but let's get past him. It's going to be another dot. So it's going to be a pretty easy win here. I suppose you've got to say it's a bit of a thrashing for Zenus in this first match with just a couple of balls to go. It's almost done and dusted. As Waqas Ahmed probably would love to pick up a wicket. Well, he won't, and he won't get the maiden he's probably after either. That's been well fielded out there by the fielder. I think that probably is Nasmus who's out there who bowled very well.
Yeah, he did. Bowled superbly well. But I also think that Waqas Ahmed just has been the player for the Gladiators at the moment. Yes, you had Moyes who hit 70-odd, but Ahmed just has that character about him with ball and bat that if you're in a spot of bother, he can dig you out. Not that they are in a spot of bother or have been for any part of this match, but they're just Mr. Reliable for the Gladiators. Last ball coming up then.
Thank you very much. Take a bow, Charlie Hunt. Not the last ball. You told me you wouldn't be doing that anymore. What happened?
I can't help myself, if I'm being honest. Hey, last time I was with you, by the way, I almost lost my job.
Why?
Pavel.
Oh.
Remember that? that went viral on Instagram, by the way.
Dear.
Almost lost my job. I'm here now.
Almost.
Only.
You'll have to remind me. You got me thinking now. Remember that? What am I? You mean when he came in?
It was his first ball when he played for Hornchurch, and I was like, if he gets a wicket first ball, I quit.
Yes.
And it was on the pads, and the only thing that saved me was the fact that it was that he was well in front of the umpire. Anyway, it's going to be 7 points from a possible 8 for the Bucharest Gladiators as they pick up the bonus point. They restrict Zenus to just 75 for 7 off of their 10 overs. Pretty disappointing effort from them with the bat, if I'm being honest. They weren't able to get things going, and it is a 68-run victory for the Bucharest Gladiators. They will sit out, though, as the Lanol Lions, they come back for their second game of the day. They take on the ACCB. That coming up in around about just over half an hour's time.
Yeah, that'll be an interesting match as we see Jai Surya and Irashan back in action for the Lions. They certainly did impress, and ACB, watch out for Manan. And Asif, let's take a look at these highlights. But to be honest, there wasn't too many with the bat. It came mostly with the ball as the Gladiators had this well and truly under control. There were some nice shots. There was that one, a 6 early on at the beginning. And we, unfortunately though, in the second over, Irfan Hussain picked up 2 key wickets, and that really was curtains then, I think, early on for Zenus.
Yeah, absolutely. And this was 2 in 2, wasn't it? Cosmin took a good catch low to his left. It was a good short-arm jab from Dalusha Lakshani, who did play a couple of nice shots for his 19, but it was the spin that was impressive, wasn't it, from Saqib Nasmus, the left-arm spin. He would often dart it in, but at times, if he floated it up, he would, that was a funny moment when Petra ran past it, but Nasmus would often float it up, and when he did, he'd get some serious turn and bounce, and just shows that it's a tricky one to deal with, and so much so that he picked up wickets pretty freely, didn't he? Ended up with 3 for 18 off his 2, which was a very good effort from him. And there was a nice flourish of runs, though, from the middle-lower order, with some nice shots being played all around the ground, but it was not to be, as the top order really failed here this morning.
Yeah, I've been very impressed. Well, this is one way to do it. First of all, knock them over, and then when they do get back up again, you get their wickets, and that's exactly what happened here, because the next one, full and straight, there was joy there from Cosmin, and Zavoy, his joy would continue, because didn't only just take that one, he got this one as well, because that was absolutely plumb. So not for the first time, 2 wickets falling in the over, as we saw a gazelle that ran across the ground. Don't know where that came from, probably out from the woods. But anyway, it's a very good performance here from the Bucharest Gladiators. I like the shape of this team already, and just think, you got someone like Mamit Kohli to come into the side as well, who strengthens them with the bat and with the ball. speaking of batting, not a lot happened. Lakshan played some nice shots for his 19 before he was well caught by Amir Hamza. But other than that, it was all about the bowlers here. And the pick of the bowlers, once again, has to be the little leg spinner, Saqib Nazmus, who picked up 3 for 18.
Yeah, he was really crucial, wasn't he? 2 for 13 as well for Irfan Hussain as well. Don't forget about him. And Cosmin came in, picked up wickets as he always does. And it's a 68-run victory for the Gladiators. 7 from 8 points-wise here this morning. A good effort from them. We'll be back then in around about half an hour's time as we'll see, of course, the Lanol Lions. They take on ACCB, and it's again a pleasure to be back on the air with all of you here, and we appreciate all your company. Do make sure you come back in half an hour's time. Then you're watching the European Cricket Series here in Romania with me, Charlie Hunt, alongside Rico Fu, right here on the European Cricket Network.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Good afternoon. Welcome back to this European Cricket Series here in the stunning Bucharest, Romania. You join me, Charlie Hunt, here on the European Cricket Network as we're ready to get things going for the third match of day number one here. It is the Lanol Lions taking on ACCB. And you can see there at the bottom of your screens, news from the toss. The ACCB have won the toss. They will bat first here. So we'll get an early look at Gohar Manan at the top of the order. Abdul Asif as well is going to be pretty crucial in that top order as well for ACCB. As for the Lanol Lions, we know a little bit about what they're about now. We know that realistically they have got the ability in their side to really get some momentum behind them. You think of Avishka Iroshan was really crucial. It'll be interesting to see how he goes. You've also got to remember he's currently, or was looking a little bit like he was struggling with a slight injury in that first game this morning. So that certainly is something to keep an eye out for. So we will be keeping a close eye on that one. And, well, the win predictor is looking at 71 to 29 for ACCB. I think that's kind of fair going off of what we saw this morning and knowing what the ACCB are about. We know they have been in finals before. They've not won a European Cricket Series, but they've been involved in a final back in 2022, so they know what it takes to get there. It's just about putting it all together and working out if they're going to be able to go ahead and get that go. You can see umpires telling them to get a move on, fellas, as we wait for that clock to tick over the quarter-past-hour mark. We appreciate everybody for sticking around. We know that that extra bit of break gives you a bit of time. Get a spot of lunch, which is, I know exactly what Rico and myself did. We got a bit of lunch in us and bit of fuel for the rest of the afternoon's play. It's a scorcher of a day, 33 degrees at the moment, looking at about 38 later on this evening. So the good news is that there's plenty of water and refreshments on board. And you can see there players out there in the middle. And it's a good time to welcome back good friend, fellow commentator, Mr. Rico Fool.
It's good to be back on, you're right, a very hot day, and I think you'll see that plenty of fluids have to be taken on board by the players. We'll probably have a break at the end of 5, though. I think if the temperatures go up anymore, you may find we'll be doing what we did in Cyprus, 3, 5, and maybe even at the end of that 8th over. But we'll have to play it by ear at the moment. I know that the tournament referee, Tyrone Peters, will be keeping a close eye on it. That's the start. It's a good start. Dot ball.
Yeah, good bit of away movement. You can see there he's not spinning it away, but it's almost drifting more than anything, which is a good start for Rosh, and he holds the key for the Lanol Lions up against Manan, of course. Manan, a good batter. Oh, this has missed everything. This is going to race away, and it's going to be giving us runs. A little inside tickle, potentially. It's going to be Cuatro Carreras. Good start as Manan gets off the mark with a boundary.
Yeah, let's see this. Didn't pick it. Yeah, you can see there is a little bit of bat onto that. You've seen sometimes keepers can get lucky, and it ends up in their hands. So that's going to be 4 runs to start off with. Just going a little bit down the leg side here. Gohar Manan is probably going to be one of the key players here for ACCB.
Shorter and punished into the onside. You cannot be bowling there. Not on this ground. That is going to go towards the rope, and that will be 6 runs. So 4 and 6 looking slick at the moment.
Yeah, lovely hit. Well, that's more like it. As he goes, boom, shakalaka. That goes a long way. And let's see how they fare this year round. You're absolutely right. They've got the calibre, haven't they, Charlie, of making it all the way to the final. Maybe even winning the final. But they've got to start putting some good matches together and get players, key players, in good form.
It's a matter, yeah, exactly. It's a matter of finding form at the right time and clicking. I think that's what you normally see from good teams. Fuller, and this time he's just going to get pushed down to long on. There is a fielder out there. This will be worked nicely, and a good pickup this time around from the fielder. And just get a single this time.
Yeah, it's another playing go. It's been busy in the airways here today.
No, but it always is, though. I remember last year I was on it constantly, almost every 5 minutes. I'll tell you where it's going if you give me a second. This is beating everyone. Slight questionable ask, but I guess if you don't ask, you don't get.
Yeah, Wigmukti Mudashan is the batter here, and hoping, or seeing he can get going, but well, he's almost tickles that into the gloves.
This one is going to be plumb in front. There's no real question about this one. Iroshan gets the breakthrough. He was trying to get down on one knee and sweep this into the onside. Was Wimitki Madashan, but he will go for a 2-ball quacker. He's going to be caught in front. And realistically, I think initial reactions from both myself and Rico, not too many issues with that. It's going to be impact on the off stump. And it's certainly going on to hit the stumps. And there you go. Derek is back once again. First wicket down, 11 for 1.
Yeah, no doubt about it. He's got the habit, hasn't he, is planting that foot across the line. And you know it's always dangerous because early on in the innings, if you're not seeing the ball that well, you're going to be in trouble. Iroshan, he sees that that's an opportunity and he seizes it. Remember, you can stay in touch with us. So lovely to have your messages. I know we've got loads already from the series that we had so far. A lot of people enjoying the way that the international finished there in Czechia. So get your messages through. Thank you for your support. But as Charlie will say, don't ring Charlie at 3 in the morning. You don't like it.
He will be blocking you straight away. As Tilaka Ratna he's going to come into the attack and he's going to get dispatched back over his head. What a great shot that is from Manan. Waits on it nicely. It's in the slot. He's not going to miss out on this one. And it goes the distance. 6 runs.
Yeah, it's you're right, in the slot. He doesn't look at the batter there. Doesn't have to move at all, does he? It's right in the slot. And Gohar Manan says, thank you very much. I like it there. 6 runs.
Yeah, a little bit of a loosener maybe for, well, in fact, that's Jarvis Aria, in fact. And that's an outside edge chance, maybe. Oh, he's taken it. That's an absolutely brilliant catch from the fielder down at third man. It was a really tricky low in front of him catch, and he's made no mistake. That is a great catch to remove the dangerman himself in Goa Manan. He was going 6s and 4s galore, but he goes for 1 too many, and that is a superb catch out in the deep. That is outrageous from Lahiri Rangana.
Oh, that is brilliant. That it really is. Well, it's time to twist and shout, everybody, on International Reggae Day, because that is an absolute blinder. What a catch. What a moment. And that one certainly will go on the highlights and also on social media. Man, I can't believe it, but that's a great catch. Absolutely brilliant. Let's take a quick look at this again. It is a beaut. Watch this. Sensational. And they are the hardest ones to take when the ball's falling in front of you. A little bit of rock and roll for the catcher. Brilliant. What a catch. What a moment. What a highlight.
Yeah, superb stuff as Kumar in it at 4 then. Oh, didn't look very comfortable with that. 2 big wickets back in the shed now. The big fish gone. Manan was looking so comfortable out there, but the outside edge that flew just kept on carrying. And it just went enough, and that's such a good catch out there in the deep. Oh, got a feel for ACCB under the cosh at the moment here with the Lankan side, who are really trying to apply the squeeze. But that's a really nice shot. That's a really good way to settle the nerves a little bit as Kumar carves this away. 4 carreras.
Yeah, they got still plenty of batting to come, and they'll probably be very similar, I'm guessing, here. As the Bucharest Gladiators just coming out. If a wicket goes, they won't worry too much about it. They're hoping that another batter can get going. And Pravin Kumar, he shows just that as he plays that away for his first runs. And it's going to be 4 runs.
Yeah, really good, good sort of settler of the nerves, this one. Oh, goes for another one, but it's a bit of a wayward swipe. And certainly up for this, though, the Lankan Lions in the field. They're vocal. They're walking in with the bowler. They're backing them to all ends. So it's good signs here from the Lions. It really is. Just takes a moment to scoop up. You don't really blame him either. He does need to... Well, he's got something on his shoe. He's clearly not very happy, but nevertheless, is there a way of just settling the nerves here? A couple of boundaries would certainly help. The effort ball, great take though. Superb stop by Kyle Randula. There he is. He's ever present behind there. Is the man himself.
He had a good first match, didn't he? Because he had to stop many of those extras. He was involved in a few stumpings as well. So liking him behind the stumps.
Anyway, last ball then coming up. Nope. I almost do it just to sort of take the mick now. It's just
to see if it works, really.
Yeah, well, Got to keep yourselves entertained. don't you?
Sorry, doesn't like it. I'm loving those tops. Let's just stay on that top for a moment. Absolutely beautiful. Loving the colours. And there's the lion there as well. Lanol Lions. And looking pretty dashing in the kit. I like that top, you know. I do like it.
Yeah, I can tell. Needs a response. That's not going to be it. That'll be another wide, I'm afraid. You can't bowl there. And a little bit of the signs of what we saw in the first game this morning, wasn't it? Where he just couldn't quite get it right. Could Jaya Suraya, but he's got it right so far. 6 good comeback with a wicket. .4, .2 wide. So a bit of an up and down in terms of the over. Has got to try and just think of a way of getting out of the over as quietly as possible here at the moment. And this one will be the end of the over, but it won't be a quiet finish. It'll be a boundary. So 17 do come off it. Run's not the issue. It's the wickets that are falling. And the big one in Manan does go off the over. This is a really nice shot, though, from Kumar. Just waits on it, picks the length pretty early. And that will be the close of the power play. It's 28 for 2.
Yeah, played away nicely. So won't be too worried about the rate they're going at. They're happy with that. But, of course, the concern will be the wickets that's gone. But we know that one of those key players is still out there, Abdul Asif, who had a fantastic time here last year. He's also scored over 500 runs on the network, so he's still there. I'm liking the look here of Praveen Kumar as well. So still got plenty of batting. Asif yet to face a ball, but he will be facing here now. You can see him marking his guard and getting ready to go. A few people were asking about the fielder that did get hit pretty nicely in the last match that the Lanol Lions played, and of course that was Praveen Surya. He is playing, so he's okay. I had a chat with him before the start of the match, and he says, yeah, I'm fine, absolutely fine. I know the medics checked him over as well, so he will be playing the next match as well. And of course, a lot of people were a little bit concerned. I know that even our very own Prakash Mishra sent me a message through as well, just asking and inquiring about the player. So, of course, we are a family, so everybody cares and wants to make sure that the player's okay. So no issues there. So it's good to see him back on the field.
Oh, this is lofted over the top. This is going to be 1 bounce, 4 runs, and that's a really, really good shot yet again. Once more making the use of the fielding restrictions. All you got to do is get it over the top, and Tawanka has had a little bit of pump against him this time around.
Well, it's nice to know that we've got a little chap in front of us who seems to be our sort of ball retriever and saviour. And I'll find out his name. What's your name?
To the onside fielder there. It's not going to make a difference. And that's going to go for another boundary. So back-to-back 4s here. And at the moment, this certainly is looking like a really good flourish of runs here from Abdul Asif. Badru Aliagra.
Yeah, well, Alex doesn't have to get into action here. Alex is a young man who's sitting in front of our cube in the shade. And I think he's got well attached to our ECN photographer, Dana Raluca Oros. And there's a wicket. There's another one that goes. Every time I see it be talking about something other than cricket, a wicket falls. Yeah,
and Tawanka this time around will get this one. And, well, you just feel that it was make or bust, really. And 2 4s. It's a good comeback, though. You can see there, he really just lost this one up. We said, go on then, try again. And he sort of says, yeah, thank you very much for coming. And it was a pretty mute celebration until we gave it the old fist pump. And it's going to be the third to full, 36 for 3.
Yeah, well, I thought it wasn't the best from Tawanka, as he did go with dot and 2 4s, but he comes back with a wicket. So, and it's a good wicket to get because Abdul Asif, as I was saying, he can be dangerous, but he does go for just 8. So now the test comes as another batter comes in to see if they can get some sort of revival going here. It's Abbas who comes in at number 5.
Yeah, this is an interesting moment, this, for the ACCB side here. They know that if they keep losing wickets at the rate they're going, they're going to struggle for 100 here. Oh, someone's going to get a telling off there from the umpire. He was not happy with him. Stop talking. Thank you very much. Tawanka then. Again, opts for the lofted version, but this is slapped through the covers. This is going to be a big chase on, but this is going to go towards the rope. That'll be another boundary. So, yes, he picks up wickets, but he's leaking runs pretty consistently.
Yeah, 3rd boundary off the over, but a very nice shot. It's not a bad way to get off the mark, is it? It's a beautiful shot through the covers on the offside. Cuatro carreras. Thank you very much.
Yeah, the thing is, we're talking about the heat. And
who's that chasing that, who's hobbling around?
That will be, I'll tell you who that'll be. That'll be a Roshan, I think.
Yeah, the man who, of course, scored the a half century, didn't he? So he is struggling, Irashan.
Yeah, he did show signs of it in the other ones in the last game. So this morning, so you do have to keep an eye out for that last delivery of the third, and he proper loops it up. So, well, it's an interesting one. 3 boundaries, a wicket falling, bit up and down yet again for Timwanka, and it is 40 for 3 at the end.
And then the over is 40.
Oh, the breeze! Oh, that breeze is lovely.
The breeze took your breath away.
Oh, that was amazing. That little 2 seconds of breeze was like the best 2 seconds of the day. Doesn't get much better than that. I'm waiting for that sun to go around where you can open this up, and I'm going to.
It won't be long. I reckon.
Yeah, but I'm going to take a catch.
Don't start. I wasn't going to bring it up. I wasn't going to bring up
bring it
Wimbledon. I wasn't going to bring it up.
We'll bring it up.
You got your opportunity. You put it down.
Yeah, those trousers went in the bin, by the way. The grass stain was not getting out.
I didn't think those stains were going to come out.
Nope. Those grass stains were not coming out. Here's Koshila. Good Yorker to start. A bit of the old Malinga, very slingy action. John's caught on to what's going on. Good morning to you, John. Good afternoon to Steve as well. Helix, good to see you. Viking in the chat as well. Pleasure to have all of your company here. Lance as well, good to see you.
Hello, John. We're doing our best. And that one is going to tease the fielder. He's done very well. He's watched the bounce. I mean, he is struggling. We can see that he's struggling. And they're trying to put him in areas where probably he doesn't have to stretch those legs too much, but it doesn't work that way in this game.
No, absolutely. You can't really hide anywhere in the field in a T10 game. 9 times out of 10, it will probably come towards your direction. But good to see that he is giving it a go. That's going to be a wide, I'm afraid, because Schiller can't quite find the money. Yeah, huge shout out to the Federation, by the way. Lovely spot of lunch.
It was very nice.
Nice chicken wrap, but it wasn't a normal tortilla wrap, was it?
No, that was, if you ask me.
Go on. What was it?
Oh, that's a dot ball. I'll tell you that for nothing first. Don't look at the umpire. Behave yourself. Nowhere near. That was like a chapati. It was a chapati rolled up.
Very yummy, actually.
It had that little bit of, it was a bit like a sort of chicken wrap with a bit of Asian fusion to it. That's a Gundy ball. That's a no-e.
Yeah, there's a no-e. That was like there was some potato in there. I feel,
yeah, there were. I think a bit of
scrummy.
Bit of Bombay aloo and chicken mixed together in the wrap. It was very nice. And a little salad to go with it. You don't want too heavy on anything too heavy on a day like this. You just want something light.
I'm just glad that it wasn't a curry, because I think if I had a curry, I would have kicked off somewhere. It's like 35 degrees. You think I really want to eat a curry right now? Yeah. No, is the answer. No,
it's probably that's what, something like that. It's spot on.
No, it was really good. Really nice, actually. Really good. I have to say, this is my second time. I was really well looked after by the Federation last year, and I'm sure it will be the same again this time. This is right off the queue end. And the chase is on, and that's a superb bit of work. And even though he's hobbling on one leg, he's putting in a very good shift at the moment.
This is what I said. There's no hiding place. So he is struggling, and they put him in an area where they think they can hide him, and that is, of course, Shika Irashan. But no, he's being made to work hard. You can see they definitely have an issue. I think you'll see that when he's batting, they'll ask him to open up and be hitting it. Look who he goes to again. I told you, you can't hide anybody. You got an injury, that ball's going to follow you.
Yeah, good old way of the cricket gods working their magic. 46 for 3 after 4.
Yeah, good over. Just the 6 runs come from it, and could have been 1 or 2 that went to hand there as well. They'd be quite happy with this, because those 3 wickets, I always say, if you get those 3 wickets in the power play, you'll do well, and they have got the 3, so they've just got to be patient here and see if they can pick another one.
Good. Lance has just turned around and said it. When we say a certain bowler's name, if you turn on the subtitles, it's not very good.
Oh, no.
That's good, isn't it? Yes.
No.
I can imagine. Well, I can imagine in the office just with it muted and just with the subtitles on, and they keep seeing that.
We'll get into trouble. They think we've been saying naughty words. We're not.
Oh, dear,
we're not.
I reckon it's one of the best names. One of the best names. Speaking of the devil, he's back. But no, it's he's bowled okay in that first over, to be fair. And again, he really does sort of give them the opportunity. But I tell you what, the fielding from the Lanol Lions is superb at the moment.
Yeah, well done. Well stopped. And I'm liking what we're seeing. They're fighting hard here.
Yeah, absolutely. That Again, lofted, but this one is probably going to split the gap, and it will. That'll be 4. And yeah, I have to say, we're seeing it quite a lot here in the first 3 games this morning. Mid-on and mid-off, very wide when they go straight. So that's an interesting one. Yeah, someone just dropped. Who dropped it in? I think it was Chris. Weather for Bucharest. This isn't us saying. This is someone else. Says conditions are fair with a temperature of just the 101 Fahrenheit of 38 degrees centigrade. All proper lofted and hit through the covers. You can't be bowling this, I'm afraid. I get the idea of trying to give it loft and maybe put it above the batter's eye line, but you're just sort of chucking it up and saying, please hit me, I'm begging you.
So much width. In fact, it would have been a wide if he doesn't play it, but he thought, why take the 1 wide when we can crash it for 4, and he does. So Danuja, he's got to do better. I'm going to go with first name.
No, don't ruin the fun for me. Absolutely not. That's a really good stop from Tawanka. That's a really good bit of fielding. 22 going on 12. It's good fun. Lofted again. Mistimed it. That's what he's hoping for, though. That's where he wants them to sort of play a rash shot and mistime it. A good bit of fielding again, though. Yeah,
they're fielding well. I mean, on this ground, you can't afford to, and you shouldn't afford to get yourself down and dirty, and that's what they're doing at the moment. Runs flowing. This partnership, you feel, is pretty key between Pravin Kumar and Asad Abbas. And that's clip putt to the fielder. Good fielding. And gone. Adios. And that's all to do with hitting the ball well and expecting to get something from it. He thinks, I've hit this too well not to get nothing. Doesn't realise Kumar that he's hit it straight to the fielder. There's no single on there because the fielder picks it up cleanly, gets it back into the gloves of Randula, and the rest is history. He's gone.
Yeah, simple really, isn't it? They just go sort of hit and run, but that's not going to work. And, well, I'm afraid you can't be doing that. And that's going to be the end of the 5th over. With that run out, it is 57 for 4.
And we can say hello to you from the Cube. And I like that that weather sort of forecast there. What did they say? Did it light? Did they say, did he use the word lightly hot or slightly hot?
I don't know, fair conditions.
Fair conditions.
Yeah, fairly hot.
How is this fair? This is really hot. It's not fair conditions when it's like 36 degrees and baking.
I love it. It also puts there, it was like 6 kilometres of wind, which is, great. For nothing.
Okay, 6 kilometres. Okay, very much. But no, it's very warm. But the action is good. I'm enjoying it. It's what you'd expect to see out here. And that's carved away. Fielder is out there and makes the stop. The ground fielding, I have to say, it's been pretty good. That's the man who took an excellent catch to start things off. That was Rangana. What a catch. That's certainly going to make the social media highlights. So welcome to everybody that's joining in. Hello to Steve McVeigh. Hope you're well.
It's a wide again, just struggling with his line here at the moment. Length isn't an issue, just that line. Do you know what? I think when I get back to the hotel, I'm just going to sit in the cold shower for about half an hour. Just sit down. Just sit there. Just, not moving. I'm not moving. Oh, and again, the wider one, but got sort of the one-legged assassin out there, and he's just not exactly going to get there, is he? Yeah, I think it's going to be the old, the case of the old, get the aircon on and not move.
Yeah. Problem with that is, and experienced it many a times, you have a lot of other good intentions, like maybe I'll go to the supermarket, stock up in the fridge, maybe I'll go to the gym. But once you get in that room and the AC's on and you settle down, you think,
I'm not moving.
I'm not going anywhere.
Did you, oh, hang on a second. This is up in the air. Good luck. Keeper should be underneath it. He's not going to make a mistake about this one. That's going to be another one that falls here. So staring down the barrel of what could be a below par total at the moment. 5 down now. It's 61 for 5.
Yeah, Randula makes no mistakes. That goes right into the middle of those gloves. So, well, Koshila taking a wicket. And now we will. I've said this a few times about the teams that we've seen already today. Now it will be a real test for ACCB. Right, they have lost 5 wickets. That means that Kunta is going to be joined by another new batter. He's only just faced one ball himself. It's going to be Sahidullah. So let's see that if ACCB, a bit like the Gladiators, that they have a little bit of firepower in their tail.
Yeah, well, they'll be hoping so, won't they? Because at the moment it's looking very lackluster, if I'm being honest. Got to try and get some rhythm going here, but it's looking, I like a very uphill battle. Well, this is carved away. Chance. Oh, dear. Well, that's going to be one bounce for, I think. And it's the man who took a blinder earlier in La Hirurangana. He's, well, this one was arguably a lot easier than the previous, but he makes a meal of it.
Yeah, you thought he's a goner, and how does he miss it? Goes for 4. Well, that's a big opportunity. He takes an outstanding catch at the beginning of the innings, and then he puts that one down. So Ula gets a life. We'll have to keep a note of that.
Yes, he'll know that he took the harder catch earlier and then put that one down. Well, this one stays low and gets through everything. Luckily, they've got almost a backstop realistically down there, and that'll just be the bye. A little bit disappointing for the keeper there not to do better with that one.
Back to his mark does go Kushila, and he comes now to. Oh, that's been clubbed and over the top of the fielder. 6 runs. I didn't think that was not going to go to the boundary. He gets good leverage on it, hits it clean, gets a good bat swing on this. And yeah, when he makes contact with that, that looks like it's going all the way. I like the way he gets the weight into the shot as well. So nice shot. That's Naveen Kunta bringing up his first boundary. 6 runs to him.
Yeah, I mean, the fielding for me a little bit suspect. He was about 5 meters in. Probably could have been on the rope, and it may have looked a bit more comfortable, but nevertheless, 6 to finish the over. It's 72 for 5 after 6.
Yeah, that over going for 15. So let's see the expected score coming up here, around about that 114. What do you think? What's your first impressions of this pitch and the outfield? What sort of average score? What are you thinking? What are you looking to get on this?
I think you've got to imagine that the wicket does have a tendency to misbehave, so that's something you've got to sort of factor into your ideas. But I think you go off what we've seen, 130, 140. I think realistically is where it needs to be. 13 and over. I think it's pretty acceptable. That's a good delivery, good away swing. They're going to take him on here. That's good running. And yeah, I think 130, 140. I think I wouldn't be surprised that we will see some low scores. Yeah. I think it will happen. It's almost sort of, it's kind of inevitable really, unless you're in Estonia or in Barcelona. But yeah, I do feel maybe 120, anywhere between 120 and 135, I reckon. I think 140 is a good score. Yep. I think, to be able to do that consistently is going to be pretty tricky. But yeah, I think 120, 130.
Yeah, I'm with you there. I think any scores in that category are great effort from the fielder. Goes down, tries to make the save, but can't do so. Liking the effort. And that was Trinadu, who goes down, tries to get something on this. You see him coming in here. So brilliant effort, throws himself at it, but gets past him. So Naveen Kunta, another boundary to his name. He's made a good start already, 6 and 4.
Yeah, certainly hungry for more, you'd argue, but showing signs of promise here at the moment, ACCB. Oh, this has been hit firmly. This is going to be, oh dear, this is going to be 1 bounce 4. And well, Alex has worn one on the chest, and I think he's okay. He's all right. He's happy. He's just going to sit down and do his own thing.
Well, Alex, they clocked him pretty hard. Well, he saw us getting ready for it. And watch Alex. You're not going to see him there because he's just outside the range of the camera. Alex, are you okay? He says, yeah, big strong. Yeah, I'm fine. I'm good.
I'm absolutely fine.
I'm all right, Alex says. He said it just.
Another day in the office.
A bruise.
Another day in the office.
Oh, there's bat, I think. It's a big appeal, but that's it's a good appeal if he hits the pad, but he does get bat.
Yeah, that's probably the first issue with it, but nevertheless, don't mind it taking on. That was hit firmly, though. Alex just wore that on the chest happily. Happy days, easy.
Talking about wearing it on the chest, this is the bowler that got hit with the ball and got sort of knocked down. So this is Praveen Wijesuruya. Who would love to get a highlight in this match? And this could be it. Catchable. And it's taken. So well done to Praveen Wijesuruya. Remember, he was the guy that got hit when he was batting and he went down. There was a lot of concerns about him. After being checked several times, he was keen to play. He's there, he's bowling, and he's just taken a wicket courtesy of that catch. And there's Alex there running in the background. I reckon he's going for a bit of magic spray.
Go for a bit of ice on the chest, maybe. Good catch, though, by Dinuja as well out there. Tiwanka does well. Makes no mistake of this one. And that will be another wicket to fall then. 84 for 6 now. Have another look at this. There you go. Really good catch out in the deep. Had to watch it all the way. Makes no mistake of this one, though. Makes it look relatively easy. Anyway, Hyder comes in at 8. They'll be hoping for a score of around 120, won't they? On the pad. It's going to be. Oh, I'll tell you what, it's a really good, fast bit of running as Kunta was very quick to get through, but Hyder just amples on through. You can see here off the pad, it was definitely nowhere near going onto the stumps, but look, he made his ground very quickly. It was a good attempt from the keeper, in all honesty, but was never looking like he was going to get there. End of the over then, it's 7 overs down. ACCB are 85 for 6. This is what's coming up, and you can see that Bonnie Machine's got another Netherlands Tri-Series coming up. The teams will be confirmed in due course, but yeah, looking forward to that one, and the Meltle Shield as well. Now, I know Rico mentioned it a little bit earlier. I'm going to ask him now as he comes back. Rico, do we know who the coaches are? Do we know any information on it yet? Or
I've had nothing through at the moment. I think nearer the time we might get some more information on it when we get the squads through. So at the moment, I don't know. I know that Vinny sometimes is lurking around. If Vinny knows, he might pop it in the chat. Now, the reason I went off air for a moment, I was just checking with Deanna because she was talking to Alex, who is 15, I think, and 15 years old. Now, there's a story about Alex. He actually is a player. He lives locally, and while playing not too long ago, about 2 years ago, I think Diana's just saying to me, so when he was obviously just 14 years of age, he got clonked while I think he was playing for the Gladiators. And while playing, the ball was smashed back at him, hit him on the knee, caused a lot of damage. He's it's been operated on. He was hoping to play for the Lanol Lions, but I think because of his age and a few other issues, not able to play. So he's actually helping out here. But you can see a massive scar on his knee. So he spent a fair bit of time. Oh, he's going to come over and show you the scar here because I saw it. Look at that. That's nasty. So, yeah. So he's been out of action for a while, about 6 months. But still, nice to see he's not scared of the ball.
No, absolutely. It's always good to see. He's young. He shouldn't be scared of it. He'll be fine. But, yeah, good to see he's up and around. And that just shows you, look, just sticking around and helping out. It's the best way to do it, absolutely.
Well, he's our official helper. He's helping around the ground. We're going to call him Alex the Groundsman. As well, this one's been blasted. That is big out at the middle. 6 runs. So, once again, just like the Gladiators, even those balls being smashed away. Now, this has been caught by somebody. I think Vasu Saini, who obviously the Cluj player, he's getting a bit of practice coming in. Well, we don't see it because the camera can't go that angle. That's a shame. We're limited to where the camera can go.
Yeah, but you know what that tells me? That tells me that there's no point taking a catch because it's not going to be on camera. Anyway, this time into the onside. They'll nerdle it for just a single.
Yeah, well, you know the area. I tell you what, why don't we mark it? Let's call it Charlie's area.
Who was it last
We'll have to give
year?
it a name.
Who was it last? Shub.
Yeah.
Shub had a nightmare with some of his catches here last
Barcelona.
year.
Oh, here?
Here.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, Shub had a nightmare anywhere he goes.
Oh, that's just Shubby for you.
Yeah,
Actually, I want to talk about this, by the way.
Yeah.
Because I know a lot of people will follow him on Instagram. Well, I tell you what, this is just an onslaught, though. And that's going to be the 100 that comes up with that 6 yet again. Alex is off. He's off to do some chasing. And there you go. You can see him there. He's just in frame. But, yeah, that's a really good pickup once more. Do you follow Shub on Instagram?
Now and again. Now and again.
You can't now and again follow someone. You either follow them or you don't, Rico. Come on.
Well, I see posts from him. Let's put it that way.
Okay, so you do. So you saw what was... I'm assuming he just got bored in Portugal or something.
Oh, yeah, I saw that.
Did like a skit, the Miranda Mirage in Port... What was going on?
All I know is that there was supposed to be some little contest between him and was it Krup Patel, who's also a very well-known figure there in Portugal. I think they were going to have like a one-over bash between each other. And I don't know what the outcome of it was. But bearing in mind that I haven't heard too much about it, so I'm guessing that Shub lost, because otherwise we would all have known about it.
That's very true, actually, to be fair. We probably would have. He'd be blasting it all over, wouldn't he, at the moment? Well, speaking of blasting all over, we're seeing a bit of an onslaught here at the moment from these two. Kunta's 26 off 8. Hyder, though, on strike. This one is going to fall safely. Oh dear. Well, they've almost taken each other out, but... Oh, dear, they come back for a second.
They're getting it wrong. I said it's International Reggae Day, not heavy metal. You don't want to go doing any headbanging here. This is very close for both of them running into each other head first.
Never something you want to see. End of the over, and it's an interesting one. There will be 104 for 6 with 2 overs to go. Looking towards that 130 here at the moment.
Yeah, Jayasuriya coming back into the attack. That doesn't go to plan. He went for 19, did the opening bowling. Though he has bowled some good deliveries, he's also been expensive here today. His first over going for 17, that one for 19. So they need a good over in here. There's an average of 2 to 3 boundaries being scored per over. So just want to tidy it up. They're going to go with a little bit of spin.
Good start.
Say a little bit of spin. That was not much of a spin delivery. That's now Irishan coming on the bowl, who we know has got an injury.
That definitely turned. 100%. Good bit of it, in fairness. It was just a quicker one. Looking for something similar. Well, this time, no, he doesn't. And he wraps him up. Unless there's bat on this, I can't imagine as to why the shy at the stumps wasn't far away either. Yeah, he is saying that there was some bat on this one.
Yeah, well, if there wasn't, there's curtains, because he goes right across the line. Not anything that we can see from that angle, but then there was a chance for a run out there as well. But I think that's a good appeal. Not giving out. Looks like he's ready to go again. So good delivery though, just flying up there.
Yeah, this is another look at it here before we go back to live action. Well, he might have to count his lucky stars. Oh, he's going to miss out on this one yet again. This is tidy stuff from Avishka at the moment.
Yeah, this is Ali Haider, who's also going for the big shot. I think maybe too much focus on trying to crunch the ball to the boundary rather than also taking the boundaries that they're on offer. And, well, he gets a bit of bat on this. It'll just be a single.
It's, yet again, though, effective. What's happened here? Something going on with the batter now. Always something, isn't there? Something's always going on. He's not. He takes something in chest here. What's happened here? I missed something. Oh, he did. Oh, that's going to hurt. That's why he's saying that one stung a little bit. He took one right in the gullet.
It's in his belly. Not nice after lunch, is it?
No, that's true. That's really true. Yeah, I have to say, and we won't talk about it too much, but that incident earlier, that was a scary 5-10 seconds, wasn't there? It was about, I think everyone was sort of, everyone thought it was almost the worst case.
Yeah.
Good to see that it wasn't, though.
Yeah, it wasn't nice when he went down. Of course, that's when concerns happen. This one, again, is well stopped by Roshan. What a good over this is after seeing the last 3 overs going from 15, 30 to 19. This one is exactly what they wanted, nice and tight. And a good spell from Roshan, who's looks like he's playing through the pain barrier here for his side.
Yeah, he really does look as if he's just trying to get through it at the moment. Get another breakthrough. No, this is again. It could be at the non-strikers. No one backing up though. Oh, there is an appeal of how's that. But I think even Avishka's just turned around and said, "Be quiet, move on." End of the over. They'll come through for one. It's still a good over. Just 4 singles in there. You can see here his head's down. He's not really too concerned, isn't he? Look, and even look, there you go. There's Russian saying, "Don't be silly." End of the over. It is 108 for 6 with an over to go.
Very good over, but I don't think they're reading things right here. Kunta's the guy who's smashing the ball well. He's on 28 of 11, and he's allowed Haider to take a single of the last ball, which means he goes back on strike. And Haider's likely to be swinging and missing, and that could really hurt them. So let's see how this one goes. And that single at the end could have been a bit of a mistake. So 108, we go into the last there. Remember, myself and Charlie, we're thinking that to score, I reckon, 120, above 125. 125 to 135 is about a par in that region. And of course, we'll get a better idea of this as the day progresses and the days progress. But this was my fear. Ali Haider steals the strike, swings and misses, and that means it's a dot ball. Look at him, look at Kunta there, desperate to get to the other end where all the action is.
Yeah, you need him down the other end. Well, this could certainly help. This is a full toss up in the air and taken. And I think they're just going to want to have a look here just to see as to whether or not this is too high or not. It was certainly a full toss. Let's have a look.
Oh, here we go. I thought initially it was okay, but it's on the way down. The thing is how... Remember we saw one right at the beginning of the day that was called at that sort of height. And that's where we say that the consistency is going to be important. This time around, though, they decided it is out. So, yeah, that single at the end of that 9th over so far has cost them 2 dot balls. And the new batter will go on strike. So Kunta still stranded at the wrong end.
Yeah, not ideal. And for the ACCB squad, looking a little bit worse for wear at the moment. I've just worked out what it stands for, by the way.
Okay.
The Asian Cricket Club of Bucharest.
Okay.
There you go, see?
You just worked out or you found it somewhere?
I read it on their shirt.
Well done.
Hey, up here for thinking. Anyway, Priya Dashana is going to come in then at 9. 108 on the board. Probably going to, well, unless all of a sudden the tail wags, probably going to fall short of 120 here. And that's where you feel that that is a below par total. Very chaseable for the Lanol Lions, especially if their opener goes big. Oh, this is up in the air. This is going to be 6. Well, I'll tell you what, I said if the tail wags, well, it's starting. It's certainly getting momentum. That's a lovely shot from Priya Dashana, coming in at 9.
Priya Dashana, look at this. Elegant footwork. Well, he likes to have a dance, doesn't he? Dances down, hits it beautifully, and that's gone all the way for 6 runs. Well, that ain't a bad result. And that's what they need a bit more of. Can they finish with a few more of these? So 114, 3 balls still to go.
Yeah, they'll certainly hope that they can get up towards it. Another 6 will get them there. Oh, he's gone for it. Hasn't got all of it. It's going to fall. Oh, just safe. It was a great effort again by the one-legged assassin in Avisha Irashan. You've got to feel for him. He's on one leg almost. And he does get there, makes the ground, but it pops out and it doesn't fall within reach again, and they'll come back. That's a little bit unfortunate, really.
Wherever he's fielded, the Grizzly has followed him. So
That's true, actually.
He goes down again with a thud. They get 2.
Yeah, 2 more to come in the over. Comes down, meets it, and straight to him, and now it's gone for him. you just can't escape it, can you?
Kunta this time. Well, he said no, I don't want to take the 2, but now he's probably thinking, why didn't I take the 2nd? I could have had 3 and I would have gone back on strike. So he goes once again to the non-strikers end. So unless this is a wide and they run or anything like that, it looks like he ain't going to face. Now the ball by then is dead. You can see he still wants to run at the other, wants to run, and the umpire's saying, where do you think you're going to get back? That ball's dead.
So 118 on the board with a ball to come, Rico. 120 would be ideal. I mean, they're near enough at it, so it's still not the end of the world, but I think 120 is they're almost just subpar, almost. Yes. Last delivery coming up then, Rajasurya. Oh, I tell you what, that's a very well judged leave.
It is, you know. It's he says, nah, that's not in my slot, so I'm going to take a chance.
It's an early leave.
Oh, that misses by a centimetre or 2, you know.
That's a very early leave. He almost just left it on length more than anything. Interesting. Anyway, here we go then. He's going to get gone anyway.
No, I don't think he is. He should run. Oh, he's given on the field. It's close. I don't think the stumping was out. And then the wicketkeeper, he does well to hold his nerve, read the play. And, well, we believe that they don't get any runs here. So let's see here. Well, even that one is close, but the umpire, you can see there shaking his head saying no. And then they go for it here. And between the keeper and the bowler, they will get the wicket. So it's a crazy end to the innings. It means that we're going to have a 120 chase on. So the Lanol Lions 120 to register their first win on the European Cricket Network.
Yeah, it certainly is doable, you'd imagine, and you'd feel that they probably have to go and back themselves. But the Asian Cricket Club of Bucharest, they've got it all to do. They've got to try and make an effort at this. They've put some runs on the board. It's whether or not they can go ahead and realistically defend this total. It was a great start for Avishka Rashan, who picked one up early on. And but Goham Anand was at the other end, and he had a really nice couple of shots, in all honesty. Looked really promising. They managed to pick his wicket, didn't they?
Yeah, Irashan, though, he's the guy, isn't he? We saw him once again there with the ball, pretty key with that first over, and then he bowled a very good 9th over as well, which only went for 4. And of course, when it was the first match when they were playing the Gladiators, he was the one who scored 53, but no other batter really put in a performance. So he's very much a key, and I know that ACCB will know that if they can get his wicket, then they should maybe go on to defend this score of 119.
Yeah, in theory. This one was a really nice shot there. There were a couple of splendid shots to all parts of the ground. This one, it was the old hit and run, and it didn't work as he was going to be run out, in all fairness. It was a good bit of work by the fielder out there. It came to him pretty quickly. This one, though, was going to be the end of the batter in Asad Abbas. He didn't get going, really, in all fairness. And they're good catches, though. This is the thing. And very impressed by the Lankan Lions in their comeback after a defeat this morning, to then come back out and field as well as they did. It was very impressive.
Yeah, it was impressive. They threw, look at that. I mean, they threw themselves around. They tried to make things happen. And much better from them in the field in terms of extras. Only 13. And that's 9 wides. There was a no ball and also just 2 byes. So they are getting better all the time. We'd expect to see that as, once again, they contained well towards the end. They didn't make the same mistakes, did they, that they made against the Gladiators. Well, remember, the Gladiators got 31 off the last over, which was basically enough to bat them out of that contest. So they're keeping themselves and their hopes alive in this one, chasing that 155 against the Gladiators. They did get to 131, so they'll be backing themselves maybe to pull off a win, which would be their first win on the European Cricket Network.
Yeah, ACCB, they know a lot about winning. They have got to a final before, so they'll know that they have to try and rely on experience here as they look to defend 119 off of their 10 overs. Of course, 120, a gettable target. Wickets for everyone. Very nice to see. Roshan getting 1, as did Jai Surya Tawanka, and Koshila 2 for Praveen Rajasuriya, the man who had a bit of a tricky one earlier on today. Good to see he's back. Fighting fit as well, which is good to see. It'll be 120 exactly off of 60 balls for the Lankan Lions, looking for their first victory here on the network. Make sure you return in 10 minutes' time. You're watching the European Cricket Series here in Romania with me, Charlie, alongside Rico Fu, right here on the European Cricket Network.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Hello viewers, and welcome back to a very hot and moist ground here at the Mid-innings cricket ground, right next to the lake. The heat is definitely on as we get ready for the start of the reply now from the Lanol Lions. Look, the Lions, they roared pretty well, didn't they, in the very first match against the Gladiators, but the Gladiators did put them to the sword and got the win by 24 runs. But there's now an opportunity for the Lancers playing their second of 3 matches today to see if they can get a win. They're chasing a score of 120 now. They would be backing themselves to do this. And I think one of the key players we already know will be Irashan. We saw him score half century earlier, but I'm just wondering about his fitness here. We know he's injured. There's no doubt about that. And he also had to throw himself a lot around in the field that time. We also needed 2 overs from him, so that also would have taken a little bit out of him. So let's see how he fares. Welcome to everybody around the world, and that is tuning in. Of course, some of the big days we've mentioned already today are that it is a couple of the national days here. So we've mentioned it is International Reggae Day. So that is something that I think a lot of people will be interested in. Also International Joke Day. So we've had some jokes in the chat. So why don't you want to start off with a joke? If you want to, you can too. And something else I want to mention now. This is in India today. In India today is Doctor's Day. And I know that it's a day that's celebrated all around the world on different days. So Doctor's Day in India, a single person inspired the creation of their national version of Doctor's Day. His name was Dr. Bidhan Chandra Roy, and he was one of India's most well-known and respected doctors. Today, the life and achievements of this incredible man are celebrated, and the millions of healthcare workers and medical organisations are honoured on this day. So a big day for doctors in India today. And it's also on this day, on 2004, iconic American motion picture and stage actor Marlon Brando, the most celebrated of actors, died at the age of 80. There's something else that was big on this day was in 1997, the Crown Colony of Hong Kong officially reverted back to Chinese sovereignty, ending 156 years of British rule. I'll tell you who I want to bring back in pretty soon, because we're talking about dates. I don't know, we got a slight delay in coming back here, so the umpires will be on pretty soon. I want to ask Charlie, who comes back. Charlie, welcome back.
Hi.
So, Charlie, you know about Sony, right? Sony's a massive company.
Yeah.
Now, do you know about the Walkman? Do you remember the Walkman? Was it around your era?
No.
Yeah, but your dad had one, didn't he? I bet Ian had one.
Probably.
Yeah, and so on this day, on 1979, Sony began selling its Walkman, a portable cassette player, an international sensation. The device changed the way people listen to music. So if you have still got one of them, well done. I've got about 2 back at home, and I've still got the cassettes as well. So go on, listen to some of that reggae music on your Waterman. Waterman?
What's a Waterman?
Yeah, Waterman. See, I'm thinking water already. I need water. Give me some water, man, as they would say.
No, absolutely not.
But hey, what's the delay here? We just come back too early?
I don't know what's going on here. I don't know why. We said, I don't know.
Well, the umpires looked out there finally saying, right, we'll go out there. So get ready to go. And
Big Hands himself gives them the marching orders.
Yeah, Mark, that's it. Come on, get out there, guys. Let's get started, because the longer you got to stand around in the heat, the worse it is. Right, why don't we look at all the umpires on the way out? It is, as I said, International Joke Day. So I'm going to see if I can find another kind of joke. All right, here we go. What kind of shoes do bananas wear?
Oh, what?
Obvious. Slippers. La 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 la. Some people somewhere are laughing. What causes dry skin?
What?
Towel. Alex likes it. Alex is laughing, everybody. Even Charlie had a chuckle there. Hey, the reason why I'm telling some jokes, I'm not losing my mind. It is International Joke Day. So come on, if you are on the chat, it's that time of the afternoon. You know, when you've had lunch, you can start to feel just a little bit drowsy. So a joke, a little bit of a laugh will wake you up. So come on, think about your best clean joke. And why don't you send it to myself or Charlie? Send it in the chat. And if it's good and clean, we might even read it out. There you go. That's what I'm saying as we get ready to start. And Terry Richmond is coming up with something. I'll read it in a second, Terry. Let's see.
I don't get it. That's gone right over my head.
Yeah. Terry, explain. Am I reading it wrong?
I don't get that.
You don't get it? Well, if you don't get it, I don't get it. It's all right. Don't feel so bad.
Oh, no. I was kind of assuming that it was maybe something to do with it, with our generational difference.
I'm going to ask Alex. Alex, do you like snakes? Do you? Do you like this one? There's a snake here. Look.
This game needs to get started because Rico's losing the plot. Right, they're gonna continue with. If that comes near me, that will get thrown in the bin.
You can't throw. This snake has travelled all over the place. You don't know the trouble. Do, Charlie. Let me tell you. If you get ready to start, I'll tell you more after this first ball. And it's. The pads, but this is going to be 4-leg buys. Or is it off the bat?
Giving us runs.
Giving us runs?
Yeah, that's going to go down as runs. Interestingly enough, there was a loud scream pretty much just before he bowled that, which was a bit of an interesting one. But yeah, off the bat, it did run away, to be fair. Go on then, what's the story?
Well, you do. I mean, I don't know if this happens to you as well, but when we travel, we often have a fair bit of stuff to take with us. So I have my carry-on bag, and in there I have a lot of my cricketing stuff, including my snake and the spider. And the amount of times that they stop me and say, "You got to open your bag." I don't know why. There's nothing in it. And when they open it, and they're asked to, they don't ask you to take stuff out. They say, "Can you open that zip?" And I open the zip, and that's where the snake is and the spider. And I tell you what, some of the screams. And some of the images that we've seen in customs, I'm actually quite surprised they let me through to some of the places I get to.
Rico's the answer for many delays in security lines. No, this is not what we're doing. Okay, apparently it is. Anyway, I'll tell you what though, Vishwa Priyadashana is very much struggling to get his line of length right, and now he's going to get pumped over the side, and that's going to be 6 carreras.
6 carreras. Hey, it's a different world now that we got this open up.
It's lovely.
I can see things.
I love it.
I can see yours over there is sitting down and enjoying the breeze. I can see Vasu Saini, who does a bit of fielding there. I can see Alex Priddle. I can see Simon.
Who?
Alistair. I got Alex in front of me. I said Alex, and the umpire is... Oh, dear. That gave me a bit of a heart attack there. The umpire started to move his hand like he was going to give this out, but starts giving some other signal. Watch the umpire's hand here.
Down leg.
Watch the umpire's hand. Oh, that's always... No batter likes to see that.
Down the leg side. He survives. Absolutely fine with that one. At the moment, though, they're certainly up and about at ACCB.
And
taken.
Gone.
That's a really good catch. Straight to him. And Jayasuriya literally couldn't pick him out any better. Didn't really have to move. And it's a great catch for Naveen Kunta. He's been in and amongst the runs and now involved in the field. First wicket falls. It's ones all round. It's 11 for 1. Hey, it's the Nelson.
Yeah, disappointment, isn't it? Disappointment for Jayasuriya. Promises so much once again, but then gets himself out. Two good catch, though. Fair play to Naveen Kunta, who was stranded at the non-strikers end at the end of the innings, but he played a valuable innings, scoring, well, it's a high score, 28 of 11, and now holds on to the catch to remove the captain, Delina Jayasuriya, for 10.
Absolutely. Romanian Air Force flying over us at the moment. There you go, see? Sometimes interesting, sometimes not. Good end to what's been a pretty interesting start at the moment. 4 wide, 6 dot wicket. 2 deliveries left in the over for Vishwa Priyadashana. As I tell you what, when you've got probably one of the longest surnames you'll ever see in Priyadashana, out comes Tarindu Tilakaranta. There's so much screaming and shouting. I don't really know what's going on.
It's because Wimbledon started. The bowlers are thinking, well, if the players at Wimbledon can do the grunts when they're serving, why can't we do it when we're bowling? Yeah, that was big level grunt.
It's not just the bowler; it's the fielders. They're setting off to walk in. It's a big scream. I don't know what's going on anyway. Once more. I feel like someone's been murdered.
That's a big run. It gets at the end of the over. I wonder if the batter can go. The batter's quite right, you know, to go over to the umpire and say, "Hey, umpire, can I have a word?" All this screaming is just putting me off a little bit. The 100 has come up. Well, it has in terms of the number of matches since a golden ball. 100 up now.
Oh my goodness, that wind is stunning. Never thought I'd say that live on air, but that breeze is lovely. And the good news is as well is that breeze is also meaning that the insects aren't really too bad. I mean, there's one there, but that's fine. I can do one. Anyway, that was an interesting first over. Finished off with a couple of dots. It's 11 for 1 after 1. One's all round. As this is Abdul Asif, who's going to take on this second over. He's got a Vishka erosion in his sights, who is struggling with a leg injury. We're not too sure what it is. We'll try and work it out as soon as possible. But at the moment, this is looking like it's set up to what could be an interesting matchup.
Abdul Asif, key player.
Big man, isn't he? He does hold the key, you feel. 2 overs of his, if you can negotiate them and then sort of take the attack to everyone else, you're winning, really. You don't want to succumb to wickets. Well, talking of wickets, outside edge isn't going to find anyone. It's going to find its way not to the rope. It's just going to stop and, oh dear, I tell you what, you know how I often say we have a Duracell bunny for every country? I'm going to just name ACCB as the pack of Duracell bunnies. Just every single one of them is up and about. It's good to see, though. I wonder how long it will last in this 38-degree heat.
Yeah, that will be a test for them. They've got They've got a match straight after this one against Zenus, and then Zenus play 2 matches in the spin to finish off the day, taking on the Lanol Lions, the very last match. That's too wide, and this one starts to come back in a little bit, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. Bit of the old wibbly-wobbly goes away, goes back in. This is a really good, it's a good stop in all honesty, because look, he really has to readjust. He watches that one all the way, does well. Needs to, again, just try and find the right areas. Chance maybe, no, doesn't carry. And will come through for 1. But this is still just a good promising start here. Pushes it through for pace, though, doesn't he? He's not exactly slow, is he?
No, he's not, and he gets good carry. There's another bowler who has demonstrated that on this pitch, if you do hit the deck, you will get a good bit of movement. And late movement. He's getting late movement. You can see the wicketkeeper having a bit of trouble taking these all the time on Mudishan.
Too wide. Too wide, too short, I'm afraid. Can't be bowling there. And happily, we'll just let this one go through, Willie Roshan. Coming off the back of a very good half-century this morning, so he's looking forward to getting back out there, really. Has to just try and utilise all the pace, and he does exactly that. This is over the top, and this is going to be 1 bounce 4, I think. Signal 6, but yeah. I think they might want to have another look at this one.
Yeah, Dianaros is over there, and she's out there taking pictures with the burrito, and she's signalling 4 here, so we'll have to follow the ball here and just see where this is bouncing. And yeah, well inside the rope, so that's 4 runs. I think the umpire is going to have to retract the call of 6 and change it to 4. That's definitely 4.
All right, anyway. There we go. There's probably going to have a look at this one now and maybe see if we can look at it maybe just that one more time. But
yeah, definitely 4 for me. It did bounce just before. We'll just watch here. That one just bouncing before the rope. And 4 runs. 4 carreras.
Yeah, it should definitely be 4. There you go. Got there in the end. Cricket is the winner.
And well, what's there with Diana Horace with a Reluca. With a burrito camera snipping away. And this one goes very much in the same area. This time he says, well, all right, if you don't want to give me 6 for the one before, there's no doubt about this. This is 6. That's well hit. And Roshan showing just why he is such a key player.
Almost a carbon copy, really, isn't it? This time just a little bit more in front of square, but it's so good. And even gets the old follow-through, which is to match to it. It's a really nice shot. It really is. And now you just have that feeling that if he can get going like he did in the last innings or in the last game for the Lankan Lions, this could be a relatively comfortable chase. Again, comfortably pushed to cover. Straight to the fielder though, no run there.
Yeah, that's the one thing that he's got against him, I suppose. Mind you, it won't matter if he keeps hitting the ball this well, but he's not going to run too many quick singles with that injury that's been hindering him.
And again, this time not a bad delivery, but the shot is very good. And, well, unfortunately for him, the fielding is even better. The old one-handed, thank you very much. A bit of the old jalebi about that one, really.
This is a beautiful pickup. Yeah, you're right. A bit of jalebi fielding. And watch this one-hand pickup. And that's when the little mini Tortuga works to your advantage. He takes that wonderfully in the one hand. Have a quick look at the standing so far. So the Gladiators, 2 wins out of 2. And in one of those wins, they took all the points away from Zenus. So they've got 7. And Lankan Lions did pick up a point, but they're looking for more than 1 this time around. They want to go all the way and get the win. 84 would get them a point, but they want to get to that 120 mark and take 3 points away. And if they can do it in a hurry, they can even take all the points here.
In theory, yes, but I think you'd almost argue that they do just want to be focusing on getting a win more than anything. Drops and runs. It's confident running as well. Straight to Asad Abbas, and or there could be buzzers. There won't be. It'll just be a single.
Yeah, needed to back up there well, and they did. So back to the grunter. So this is Priyadarshana, who certainly does like to bang the ball in.
There you go again, the scream, the cry for help, and he's going to be crying a little bit longer. That is going to go all the way yet again, I believe. 6 carreras, or as I really should be saying, of course, here in Romania, it's going to be chasse a larga here, and that's a good start. I even got the thumbs up from Alex. Get in, come on.
Yeah, when you've been practicing your Romanian.
I was screaming Romanian whilst England were playing last night. That's what I was doing. That's what I was doing. 6 runs again, though. This is a really good bit of batting, this. Now it's Telekaranta who's getting involved in the action. Fuller into cover. Gone, taken. That's a really good catch. Yet again involved in the game is Asad Abbas. Makes no mistake of this one, though. And he went down in stages, but still had to smother this one up. It's 6 and out for... Well, I'm afraid for Tarindu Telekaranta, he is going to have to go for just 7. And it's the third to fall. Lankan Lions 33 for 2.
Yeah, holds onto the catch and rolls onto his back, and he's not letting this go. Well, there's more screams from the bowler. Well, he's a screamer, isn't he? Well and truly. You don't want to be next door to him in the hotel room, I'm telling you that for sure. But he does pick up another wicket. And Priyadarshana, I think that one probably is the slightly slower delivery. And the catch is nicely taken by Asad Abbas.
Yeah, it just held up a little bit, didn't it? And I think that's kind of why. So I think he was looking to maybe go square with the pace, but yeah, you're right, just slowed it down a little bit. And well, there you go. It gives us a good, very quick opportunity. Who has the most wickets in ODIs in just one single calendar year? The answer will be coming later on. Get your answer in. I don't think we actually have had many looks at that, so have a look and let me know your thoughts.
Yeah, come on, people. Let's have some answers in there. It's just for fun. Well, this ain't fun if this is out. And it gets taken. That's really well negotiated. Good calling there, because that's going to be Koshila who takes the catch, but he quite easily had the player Abbas who took the last catch getting in his way. So 2 in 2 here from Priyadarshana. He wanted to be brave, wanted to go for the big shot straight away, didn't he? And, well, Tilakante gets this wrong, and the catch gets taken. Nicely done. Saidullah, beg your pardon, that takes the catch.
Yeah, Golden Derek as well is probably going to make an appearance here. And, well, there you go. There's Derek. He's made the... he finally caught up with the rest of the Derek family. And it will mean that we're going to have another look at what could be a potential hat-trick. We didn't have one for a long old time. And well, that's last year, so a little bit of a look at that one last year. But yeah, we haven't had that many this year.
We haven't, but we did have two. We did have 2 yesterday, and of course it was the women from Greece, Maria Verisoti, who took one yesterday, and also Abdullah Sahaj Fahad of Czechia.
Hat-trick ball then. Outside edge, gone! Got him! And there you go! Well, the grunting works, and it's another hat-trick. We haven't had many this year, but all of a sudden, we can't get rid of them. We can't stop having them. That's an excellent catch behind the stumps by Wimaki Madushan, and take a bow, Vishwa Pradeshana. He's taken a hat-trick here, 3 in 3. And the Lankan Lions, well, there's no roaring at the moment, 33 for 4.
Don't worry, be happy, International Reggae Day. And there you have a hat-trick. And it is Priya Darshana who gets it. The man who's been doing all the grunting. Well, he might be grunting now. He's screaming with delight as he takes the wicket of Ragana. And that is a hat-trick. So not only did we see 2 yesterday, 1 from the women of Greece, from Maria Verasotti, 1 from the men of Czechia, Abdul Shahas Fahad. Well, after a long period of time without any, we've seen 3 in just 2 days. But that's our first one here in Romania. And well done to Priya Darshana and also to the keeper, who takes a really good catch. And Mudashan holding on to the catch. Hat-trick, but maybe he's not finished yet. Maybe it could be a double hat-trick as the new batter, Randula, comes out. And, well, there's the grunt. And, well, he had a brain freeze moment as he turned around and fired this into the bowler's end. I thought this was going to go for 4 runs. What's this? Now, what's the non-striker here, by the way? He has not moved. So I do not know what's happened to the bowler here. Priya Darshana. Something made him think that the batter was running down the pitch, but he was stood in his crease. He fired the ball back in. Luckily for him, it was backed up. End of the over. What an over. We have another hat-trick. Another player's name will go in the Hall of Fame. And it's Priya Darshana. Vishwa Priya Darshana, 4 for 18. And there he is. And he should be joining those 2. And he'll be the 20th hat-trick of this season.
Yeah, incredible stuff. Really, really was. And just had that feeling, didn't you? It was a good ball. And, you know, how many times do you see here, especially here on the network, that third ball just being a horrible, horrible delivery. But it was perfect outside the off stump. It was a question of making the batter make the mistake. That's exactly what happened then. 33 for 4 after 3 overs. The power play is over. And I tell you what, you've got a feel for Roshan. He's probably thinking the world is on his shoulders at the moment.
Yeah. Wonderful, wonderful to see that hat-trick, by the way. It was beautiful bowling. Well done. And a great way to bring it up. There's nothing better than you see the bowler getting in the right area, the batter facing his first ball, gets a snick. Great catch from the keeper. Lovely to see.
Yeah, it was a really good catch. That's one thing to remember as well is... no, it's not out. His back foot hasn't even moved. That's one thing to remember is just the simple fact that, you know, it wasn't a simple catch. He did have to move slightly. Oh, hang on a second. No, there's something behind. He's fine. Be quiet. Look at that. He's okay. He's only got 1 leg. He's fine. Anyway, Roshan, 13 off 8. You've got a feel for him. Just watched it all unfold in that last over. 3 for 7 off that over is ridiculous. And now just tentatively pushes it. This is the thing now, though. He's going to bat within himself now, isn't he? Because he knows if he goes, game over.
Yeah, he's got to time it right now. Those 4 wickets have gone quickly. I mean, the rate they're required is just above the 13. But, of course, he's lost key batters, so he becomes pretty key. And you can see that he's trying to pick the right balls to go after. That wasn't a bad option to that one. He's trying to get it over the pointed backward point with nobody on the boundary. In the point area, only in the cover, so it's not a bad shot to go for.
Again, pushed into the offside. They'll turn and go. Well, it's a good bit of fielding, and it's a really good take by the keeper as well. I have a feeling this might be a little bit closer than we think.
Yeah, I mean, the batter doesn't seem to be too worried, but I suppose we could have a little quick look at this, and let's see. So it gets played away. Here comes the run. He's slow to go. He's not backing up straight away. Gets the bat slide in there. I reckon maybe only just, but if he doesn't make it, he's only got himself to blame because he wasn't backing up here at all. I think that'll be I think not out. They're just having a look at this.
Yeah, so we'll move on. It's in, but nevertheless, pushing their luck here at the moment. Dealer, all he can do is just fend this one away. What a great over that is, just one coming off it. So 3 wicket off the last over with just 7 coming off it, then 1 off the next. Pretty outrageous stuff this from ACCB, proving as to why they have been finalists before. Experience coming good at the moment. It's 34 for 4 after 4.
Yeah, it's all coming together well, isn't it? They would have been a little bit disappointed. They had a few hiccups themselves, of course, when they were batting. There was wickets that fell pretty frequently, especially between the 4th and the 7th over. And they never really got a good push on in the last few overs either. But still, they got to that 119, so 120. It's always going to be a good test there for the Lanol Lions. But they still got Irushan out there, but you feel that he's on 14 at the moment of 11, so even he's gone probably a little bit off the ball, having seen all those wickets fall. But he's got to play his normal game here and be feeling that if he can get to a 60 score here and batters stick around with him, they could go all the way and get this win. But he is big time key. He's facing up here.
This one. He's going to get through. It's a little bit disappointing as the fielding of Sukhwinder Singh, who, by the way, is the skipper, not exactly leading from the front. He'll come through for a second. And the thing is, you've also got to rely on and remember that Irushan's not exactly fully fit. And he's not exactly be running twos consistently. Yes, he's just run one there, but he's not going to be doing so at a consistent rate. So just shows you that you know, the game at the moment is very much heavily in favour of ACCB at this point. At this moment in time, though, there's just a little pause just to make sure everything's right. But Kunta, I mean, he had a good game with the bat, didn't he? And of course took a really good catch earlier on. So now he's having a time with the ball. Oh, this is hit firmly. This is a really good shot. I have a feeling this might be 6 runs, you know. They're just going to want to double check this, but I have an initial reaction that has gone flat and hard, and I think that is going to yet again be chasse a larga here.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. That is going over the rope, flat and hard, 6 runs. That was absolutely crunched. And this is what Irushan has to do, go back to hitting these powerful shots outside the offside, and he gets that one over the extra cover area, and straight away they put a fielder in that spot.
It's a bit of the old following the ball. Don't really need to, just need to change the delivery. Wasn't right in the first place. Oh, miscue, and they'll just come through for 1. A good time to say hello to a few regulars that have popped in. Hi to Duncan, to John, and to Dave B as well. Good to see you, of course. And yeah, I have to say, I mean, how good was England, by the way? We were both there. How good was it to see everyone?
I thought you were asking me about the football. I was going to say, what were you watching?
How good was it to see everyone there, see
Wonderful.
a lot of people that we, you know. I mean, the best thing for me was putting faces to names.
Yeah, I agree with you. It was wonderful. It was like a little reunion, wasn't it? Everybody coming together. And it's always not, I mean, look, we always see a lot of people in the chat. I mean, John Gray is on there right now at the moment, of course. And we know that Dave is always on there, Terry Richmond. But to actually see those guys together, Kroon was there as well, Kevin. See everybody there to put a face to some of the people that we talked to all the time was wonderful. Having a chat with them was absolutely wonderful. It's just a shame that the weather let us down a little bit.
Yeah, but it's England in May, so I don't really know what anyone else was expecting, to be honest. End of the over. It is 43 for 4 at the end of 5, halfway mark, and well, the Lanol Lions certainly with an uphill battle at the moment. Fluid's going to be taken on, and it's a good time to welcome you into the not so cold ice cube at the moment.
Yeah, well, we've taken the side off now, so we've gone a little bit convertible. The air, when it's around, is flowing through. What's not flowing at the moment is runs. Randula has gone out there, but at the moment it's he's just blocking. There's nada from him at the moment. That means Irushan has got a lot to do by himself.
Yeah, he does, doesn't he? You've got to feel for him. He's probably feeling the weight of the world on his shoulders at the moment, and it's really tough for a batter to sort of bat freely in that sort of environment. So, a lot of work to do for the Lanol Lions here.
Yeah, he's a good player though. He's showing that. I wonder if he can just apply himself here. You just get the feeling if he can get one good over in here. Let's say they get a magical over, that he'll feel that they're right back in this. But he's going to need some support from his man at the other end, because this is what he can do. Roshan here, once again, a little bit short. He's on it. He cuts it away. It's almost like an uppercut over the point area, and he gets 4. So he's still going to be trying to do this as Praveen Kumar is coming on to have a bowl. A lot of chat here about the setting off the field. That last over from Kunta, just going for the 9 runs. But yeah, this one could be the one. The first ball goes for 4. Can this be the one that Irashan really goes after?
Yeah, the rate's starting to creep up now as well, which was bound to happen with these wickets. Oh, I tell you what, asking the question, gone, given. And well, there you go, Praveen Kumar. He had a great first over, only went for 1. And well, he went for a boundary first up, but he's got the last laugh as the set batter, the big fish, the main man himself in Aviska Irashan has to go. And it's a tricky deal, it's a tricky question. And that was supposed to be enough. And for me, I don't know. I think feel as if on second look, listen, we get the benefit of the replay. I think on second looks, maybe third looks, that's probably might have been a bit of a harsh call, but nevertheless, it's the call that's been given. It's 5 down now. It's 47 for 5. And I wonder if we can see it just from straight on again, because look at this. There's a lot of movement. It's a tough one.
Yeah, it's a tough one. He is going back, but he's stepping away from the stumps. I think I can see a hint of the leg stump when that catches him. I think that's a tough call for the batter to absorb. The umpire's thinking it's going on to hit. Doesn't have to hit middle. I think he's going to hit some of that leg stick, but that's a tough one. And that's one that the Lanol Lions are going to have to stomach. That one hurts them.
Yeah, it's not going to be nice. Big uphill battle. Joe Wickrama then in at 7. This is a confident push through to the offside, but they won't get any runs for the Troubles at the moment, though. 97% win percentage for the ACCB. You can understand why. You really can. Wickets falling. The only batter to have got runs realistically for them in the last game is gone. This is again a confident push, but the ACCB, they are genuinely, it's like going to the petrol station or a supermarket and buying a package of yourselves, because they certainly are all up and about for it here this morning, or this afternoon even.
Yeah, well, John Gray just saying that he did catch up with us, of course, in Drew. He had some car trouble there, and Dave has had a bit of car trouble as well, saying that after his jamming session, he had a bit of car trouble. I think he's got a dodgy alternator. Well, Dave, I hope you get that sorted pretty quickly. Dave, thank you for joining us. It is International Reggae Day today, so maybe why don't you tell us about some of your favourite reggae tunes? I know that you're a bit of a musician. Do you sing a little bit of reggae? And I'm sure Dave will come back to us with that. Hello to Chris Smith. And hope he's well as well.
And did you see, now I know you are involved, as that's the end of the over, 47 for 5 after 6. I know you're involved, you're in that Facebook group now. I know you're in it, right? Did you see there was a clip on BBC News Wales, right? Back in, I don't know if it was the 80s or whatever. And might have been earlier than that, to be fair. There's a picture of Dave B. Well, there's video of him busking somewhere in Wales with his violin.
Yeah.
Looks exactly how he does now.
It's
a good watch. It's a good watch.
Yeah, he's a very good. I mean, I saw some clips on the chat as well, on that Facebook chat as well. I think when they were doing some jamming sessions, I think it might have been when it was his son's birthday. He's a very good
it was his
musician.
birthday. It was his birthday.
Was it his birthday?
It was his
Yeah,
70th.
that's right. It was his 70th. His son was there and organised, obviously, a bit of a bash for him. But he's a very good musician, is our friend Dave. It's a pity he's not a good car mechanic. He's got car trouble at the moment.
Don't rub salt into the wounds, Rico. You horrible human. Well, this is up in the air.
Go.
Go where? Onto the field of play? Oh, it's dropped. Shelled it. Goes all the way through. And momentum was just a little bit too much for him there. And unfortunately, it's going to be one that goes down.
Ula the bowler, Saidula going, ooh la la la, I should have had a wicket. As it's Kunta. He comes across, he gets a bit of that on the side of his head, you know, Kunta.
Yeah, that's not going to be very comfortable. That might leave a mark, like the wasp left a mark on my head. And again, it's very slingy action, but this is going to go for 4, and he's not going to get there. And it's agonisingly close for both fielders down at long on and long off. Not really too much that neither the likes of Navin Kunta and Parveen Kumar could do about that one.
Yeah, I think you've said this before, and not the only team to do it, but this long on and long off are so wide that...
Well, they're not now, tell you that for free.
So many have gone straight through.
The old double bluff. the grunt slower ball, the classic from Ulla does work this time around, to be fair.
Well, this is when Syed Ulla said, "Oh, ne grunting market the hat-trick le liye, main bhi try karunga." Well, we said that, of course, Priya Dashana picked up a hat-trick after all that grunting. Maybe I can do the same. Or maybe.
Oh, and again, this could be a chance, maybe. Not going to get there. Agonisingly close, but well, these singles won't exactly do too much damage, really. I mean, they're at the same token. You can also look at it in a way that now, if they restrict them to less than 84, that's 4 points. It's 4 points for an ACCB side that are certainly looking very promising once again here today. Early signs, of course, first day of the tournament. Oh, looking to get funky, but it's the top edge again. Good luck for the keeper underneath it. Makes no mistake. That's a really good catch. You feel that... I was almost worried he was going to step on his own helmet there, and I thought, well, hang on a minute. If he catches the ball and touches the helmet, is that 5 penalty runs? Not too sure. Anyway, that's going to be another wicket that goes there, and you kind of feel that now, albeit the 1% that chance is at, kind of feel it's probably not at too much more, but at the moment, that's going to be another one that falls.
Yeah, well, Ulla, the grunting does work for him. He does take a wicket thanks to Mudashan taking another catch. Makes it a lot easier. Some celebration, some happiness, some joy there from ACCB. Of course, they will be happy because they remove another batter right at the end of that over, 54 for 6 after 7. And yeah, you're right. They're trying to get to a stage where they get a point. Means that they're really going to have to accelerate here. They need to have a couple of good overs.
Feel that this could be a slight mismatch, really. Just going off what we saw in terms of bowlers up against batters. For Zenus, I just feel that bowling attack of ACCB could be a bit too much. Zenus will be batting first, so that could be an interesting one. Anyway, start of the 8th over. This is swatted. It's the leaping salmon. It's a great effort from Kunta. Oh dear, watch this again.
It's like this is slow motion, isn't it?
It's like he's on springs. Oh dear. Good start though, dot ball. And another one. This is really good stuff from Kunta. This is what I'm saying. I feel like the lackluster performance we saw with the bat with Zenus in the previous game, up against what is a very promising bowling side. This could be tricky. Oh, this one again is lofted, and that's gone a long old way, by the way. It's not exactly gone for power, but that's going to be 6 runs yet again. And that one is a handy bit of batting. Of course, looking to get up to 84 now, not really bothered about the 120 target. But yet again, that's a really nice shot.
Well, 6 off 11, and now he just doubles his score with that. It took him about 5 balls to get off the mark, did it for Randula, but now, he's got to be looking to get them to the 84. That's on the pads. And
have you seen the teams we've got coming this week at the end of the tournament? So I'm not too sure what the scheduling is at the moment. I'm not too sure if it's going to be the usual men's and women's or if it's just men's, because I know that we've got 3 sides signed up. And I tell you now, I reckon it could be some of the closest internationals on a weekend we could ever see. This is going to fall short.
Yeah.
All right. So obviously you've got Romania as the host nation, Austria, and by the way, Romania beat Austria in the ICC qualifiers. Portugal.
Yeah.
That's some interesting internationals. That really could be a very close little weekend.
Very exciting cricket. Yeah, we haven't got the full details because I thought I heard somebody saying at some point that it would be like, the men here, of course, of Romania playing against the men from one country, so maybe it's Austria or Portugal, and then the women playing a different country. But I'm not 100% sure. We'll have to watch out for that. Somebody can confirm that maybe coming through. But it's going to be exciting. There's no doubt about it. End of another over. 61 for 6, 8 over. So will they get to this 84?
Quickly getting through it at the moment. And this is an interesting time. But you can see there, they're below that blue line. If you're, I always say that I feel for any of our viewers that are colourblind, because this graph wouldn't be too helpful for any of them. But They're below that blue line, which would mean they wouldn't get a point, which would be disappointing considering they did such a good job at restricting them to just 120. This is going to be the man with the pink coat on his back of the shirt, Sayadullah. He's going to get hit for 4 to start. This is a really nice shot from Randullah. Hits this very beautifully through the offside. And yeah, the bad news though with Dave B's car, he's saying that if he's going to have to go into his savings, he might not be able to get to Carter this year. That's not good. That's not what we like to hear. Anyway, Randullah, 19 off 11 for a point, so this is where it gets to now. This is the equation that we find ourselves in. This is again a good shot through the offside. I'd say one thing I am quite happy to see, Rico, is that batters aren't exactly looking to slog every time. Not looking to play horrible, rash shots onto the leg side. They are trying to play the ball on its merit, which is good to see.
Yeah, it is good to see. And thing is, though, I think it's getting to that point here now where we have seen Randullah play one big shot for 6. Now he needs Dinaju Tiwanka also to get going here. He gets a single. I think that's clever. Get a single and then say to Randullah, okay, go for it. Let's try and salvage a point out of this.
Yeah, I think that's where you got to look for it. But even though you go 17 off 11 becomes now 17 off 9, and that just sounds a lot worse, doesn't it? I mean, psychologically that sounds horrific compared to what it was. Well, these outside edges will certainly help. This is going to run away towards the rope. It'll be 4 more. So, again, this is what you got to do, though. And you're right. Yeah. Get Randullah on strike. Even if he just swings and finds an edge, if it goes the distance, boundaries are boundaries. It doesn't matter how you get them. It's what goes down in the book.
Yeah, and at least go down trying. And if you're swinging, like here, you get a thick edge, goes to the boundary. That prompts a fuel change here now. But we know that that Randullah is more than capable of hitting it down the ground as well. So Sayadullah goes back to the grunting. That time it didn't work for him.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, and this is lofted up in the air. Hasn't got anywhere near the middle of the bat, but it's going to fall safely. Almost falls on Ullah's head, if I'm being honest. But yet again, they'll come through for a run. And you kind of feel now that realistically, this is where you've got license. It's either go big or, well, don't go anywhere.
Yeah, he's got to be swinging hard here, is Danuja. And he surely would have got that message here. It's a ball to go. You've got to try and collaborate. Get yourself a boundary here, and it means to give yourself a chance in that last over. And he's hit this pretty well. I think he might get himself a boundary, and that's going to be 4. It's going to be 4. I don't think the ball has gone over the rope, but I think the fielder's legs, while in touch with the ball, has, and that will be 4 runs. We have a good look at it here. I think this is cuatro. That could be a big boundary for Danuja Tiwanka here, because look at this. I think he's in touch. There you go. That's the touch. You see, just at that point, the ball is touching him. That's 4. Brilliant work by Spring Media. Well done there by Andes, who's in
big issue
the
here,
Indian room.
Big issue here. There's an injury. There's an injury again. Is it 76 for 6 then? And 44 needed off the last for a win. But it's not what we're too worried about. But there's an injury here. I think he's got cramp. And, well, that's how I feel at the moment.
I was going to say, well, what happened? Because I thought it's the fielder who was in trouble with the Grizzly. But it seems to be maybe a little bit of cramp happening there. He's taking on some fluid. He does jump up to his feet. And he does the right thing, though. He gets a boundary. So 76 for 6 at the end of 9. So you can see they're needing 8 off this over to get a point. And this is where this bonus point coming into play becomes very exciting. It gives teams, in a contest like this, where really you're being beaten quite easily, it gives something for the Lanol Lions to go for. It gives them a hope of at least stealing a point away.
It's just that slight glimmer of hope, isn't it? You know, it's making the best out of a pretty rubbish situation. And they've got the big man in Randullah on strike, 23 off 18. And now this could certainly look to be an interesting last over. Anyway, and they're going to go. This is an interesting call here. They're going to go to what is a rather big surprise in Ali Haider. Hasn't had an over yet. So this is a big call. Here we go then. Just 8 needed off of 6 for a point. That's going to be a dot to start.
Yeah, not a bad start at all from Ali Haider. It doesn't look like somebody who just occasionally turns his hand over. It's a good start. dot ball as it goes back to his mark. So 8 of 5 for a point for the Lions.
I have a vivid memory of Hyder hitting some bombs last year. I don't know if that's just me. Maybe it might be. That's going to be Gundy. Don't take it. Surely not.
Oh, what are they doing taking this on?
That's
Why are they
interesting.
doing that? I mean, all right, fair play. We did see Tiwanka hit a boundary at the end of that last one, but I think you would have been quite happy just to keep the main man on strike. But I'm sure there'll be an opportunity. They're hoping for him to get back on strike. So, well, that will help because that's 2 runs. So 6 off, and it was a wide, so still 6 of 5.
Oh, and well, I guess this is why, because if you swing hard, that's going to be 4. There you go. So again, they get closer and closer to that point. And to be honest with you, I think getting a point, considering where they were 2 overs ago, it's a big point.
Yeah, absolutely. Remember, they had that shocker of an over where we did see a hat-trick in over number 3, where Priyadashana picked up 3 wickets and a hat-trick, so they were in turmoil there. So they have come back pretty well.
2 needed off 4 for a point. And all of a sudden he's found the middle of the bat, but he's also found the fielder. Oh dear, oh dear. Well, that could have ended very, very horribly, but luckily it doesn't. They'll come through for 1. So again, just now, just a single needed for a point. And again, credit where credit is due. It's a really good point. It really will be a good point, unless all of a sudden they don't get there. But
yeah, they should here now, shouldn't they? They just need a run. 3 balls to go. Hyder, he's bowling with some pace here, so it's not always going to be easy takes for the keeper. And that will help. Well, that'll seal it. That's going to be the point.
All that stress for nothing, really. Well, there you go then. So it's a little bit easier, I guess, for these 2 now. There you go. Lankan Lions have achieved a point. And again, the thing is as well, you've got to remember that if it comes to it, going into the next set of fixtures, if they get through and don't finish 5th, which I can't really see them doing because they are a decent side. This one up in the air should be taken. It's a tough chance. We've got no way near it. And now they will come back for 2. You know, this is what I'm saying. If they do end up finding that they, you know, needed that extra point to get up to 3rd, which gives them an extra point going into the next one, that point's crucial.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. And of course, all of these runs are pretty valuable for a number of reasons. The other one is the net run rate, because the more runs you get, the closer you get to that target, the opposition score. That helps you out as well. That's played away nicely. And this could be 4 runs as well. And it was 4 runs, so beautifully clipped away. So Gaya Randula, I suppose it's just a pity he never got going when he had the likes of the main batter, Irashan, out there. Because Irashan needed somebody to go with him. And at that point, the Gaya Randula was doing nothing. In fact, he hadn't scored. And I think Irashan, that's why in the end he ended up going. He had to just literally go for it. But Randula has shown that once he gets in, he can be really useful. 29 or 21. And maybe somebody that could look at the top of the order, perhaps.
Absolutely. You've got to give him as much time as possible. Outside edge. And this is going to be gone. Good to see that it is given. And that will be the end of it. Good take, though, yet again, by the keeper in Madishan. He took a really good catch earlier on, didn't he, on the hat-trick delivery. Yeah. And but that will be the end of the game. It will be game, set, and match. It's going to be a comfortable victory for ACCB, the Asian Cricket Club in Bucharest. And it will mean that they get a pretty comfortable victory of 29 runs the margin. And credit to them, didn't bat superbly, but boy did they bowl well.
Yeah, they bowled very well. I will say they put a good performance in, and I think it's also fair to say there's probably some other bowlers there. I mean, have a look at Ali Hyder there. He's very useful, and he only gets the 1 over at the end, so they probably haven't showed us all of their cards just yet, but that's a good thing because they do have 3 matches in the day, so I think having a big squad and being able to change things around, certainly on a day like today, will be very handy for the likes of the Lankan Lions, but also ACB, the team that we're talking about. They've also got plenty of extra players there. Well, there's some snakes around here, you know, got to be careful. There's snakes, there's wasps, there's spiders, there's ants, there's all sorts of unusual flies and moths, but we're getting through it. And so were ACB, though, and that was a really nice catch there by Naveen Kunta. Nicely held. And the thing is, though, the best parts were to come when we saw in over number 3, Vishwa Pridashana taking a hat-trick.
Yeah, it was pretty incredible, wasn't it? It was a good catch, though. There were good catches in all of them, to be honest. They were all very impressive, and he was pumped for the occasion, and he will be certainly up for it. Then we, of course, saw Turundu Tilakaranta came out, and he was gone straight away. But the impressive part was the fact that it looked as if they were going to collide. But how good was this, though? Look, to his left, leaning slightly. They're sometimes tricky. You see them pop out when they make contact with the floor, but made no mistake, and it is really no surprise to see that Vishwa Priyadashana is the player of the game as well.
Yeah, well done. And like you said, all of those, you've got to say a good team hat-trick because he needed the fielders to take the catches. That time round, though, Naveen Kunta wasn't able to take it. He actually had the Grizzly come and give him a little kiss on the side of the head as well. This was a great effort from the same man again. Kunta couldn't stop it. Certainly gave it everything in the field, and that's the other thing I liked about ACCB. All right, there were some that went down, but they played well as a team. They backed the bowlers, they helped the bowlers, they chased hard, they worked hard, and they get the result they wanted. Even though they didn't quite hold on to that extra point, they would love to have got 4 out of this one. That is not to be, but they have already shown that they are a strong side, and I think they're looking to show that again when they take on Zenus in the next match. Yeah, absolutely. And I think this is the thing that, I think that realistically ACCB will be pretty happy with the fact that Zenus have batted first. You look at it now and you think with their bowling attack, they really do have the ability to rip through the top orders very, very quickly. And perfect example of it, 3 in and over. And the thing is as well, they then followed that 7 for 3 off 1 over with a single run over the next over. Built that pressure up and it just caused the downfall. You've got to feel for Roshan though, not the top scorer, but still the only real batter that was able to get going. Randula got some bit of fortune towards the back end, but you just look at it and you think, where else are they going to get runs from? It's really looking tough for the Lankan Lions. Yeah, it is. I mean, they've got one more match to play, as I said. They're doing some good things. One thing that I wouldn't mind seeing is Randula being elevated to the top of the order. Maybe he could be the ideal opener for Irashan. Just give someone like Jaya Surya, he can come down a spot and 1 or 2 the other batters can do as well. Randula looks like the sort of guy that if he opens, you don't put the pressure on him of trying to hit big runs straight away. And he could probably bat all the way through the innings and still come back and give you and gift you something like 60 runs. That's certainly something that they could do. But ACCB, well done to them. They get the victory there. Good performances all round from them. They'll be pretty keen to be right back out there in the middle and see if they can make it 2 wins out of 2. Zenus, they're a team that went down. They were crushed by the Budapest Gladiators by 68 runs, trying to chase 143. They know they've got a tough one coming up. That one coming up in 28 minutes time. So you got time to maybe get yourself a cold drink, make yourself a cup of chai, get a few biscuits, get ready, get the popcorn ready if you want, because it's showtime in 28 minutes time. Join me, Rico Fallen, Charlie Hunt, and the rest of the gang when we return. Hasta pronto.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Hello viewers and welcome back. Well, we've had an interesting 30 odd minutes or so while we've been off here. Everything was getting ready to come back on, and then we got hit by what we would call a mini tornado, or Charlie Hunt was telling us it's called as a dust devil. It really came through and it sent stuff flying all over the place. No exaggeration. I know that the news went through to Ramesh Satish, and hello Ramesh. Nice to have you in the chat. And yeah, it was quite scary actually. One of the tents just flew right across the field with chairs and everything, and it lasted for about 10-15 seconds, and it was quite weird because it was only one particular part of the ground. Very unusual, very spooky as well. I've never seen that before. Zenus taking on ACB. Well, I can tell you, Zenus have elected to bat first. Now, they had plenty of issues with the bat, didn't they? And when we saw them in their first match, only getting to 75, chasing 144 for victory against the Bucharest Gladiators. Let's see how they fare here. Of course, I think their key batter will have to be Sohail. He needs to go well. And then, well, other than him, nobody else really made any sort of contribution in that last match. In fact, no batter really got going. ACB, they've shown us already what a strong team they are. And they've got a number of good players. And then Naveen Kunta was very good, wasn't he? But I think this time around that somebody like Abdul Asif and Gohar Manan will be hoping to make a bigger impact as well. But their bowling and their fielding was very tidy indeed. And don't forget, we did see the hat-trick there as well. So we got in that last match a hat-trick there from Priya Dashan. And he'd be pretty key to do it again. 86% to 14 to ACCB. No real surprises there as we get ready to go. So, big one coming up. Hello and welcome back to everybody joining us in the chat as we get ready for this match. With the ball first. Looks like it's going to be Abdul Asif to start off with. He was getting the ball to be moving around quite a lot, so I'm guessing he'll be looking to bring this one in, back in to the left-hander. Welcome back to John Gray and Dave, who's had his second egg in the hole now and fourth coffee, so he's high as a kite and ready to go. Hello to hello to everyone else in the chat. And night to Helix, who is saying goodbye to us. That's the first one. Nice and tidy, but of course extremely warm. We're lucky that we do currently just at least have a little bit of breeze coming through. And that's going to be pretty key throughout this afternoon because temperatures will, well, at the moment I think they're around about between that 36 and 38 degrees. That one's down the leg side. It's swung and missed at. Oh, and another person who witnessed that mini tornado joins me back in the cube with Charlie Hunt.
What did you just call it?
A mini tornado, didn't I? Well, I hope that's what I said. What did I say?
Tornado.
Tornado?
What's a tornado?
Well, maybe I've given it a new name, a tornado.
Don't know.
Yeah,
that was
a tornado.
That was bizarre. That was very strange. No one really knew what to do.
Well, now, this one has caught the lid. I'm sure that sound of the helmet. Now, the batter seems like he's okay. So he's practicing the shot, but the umpires will just, yeah, look, that is right on the lid. So the umpires now will just call that a dead ball and check that the umpire's okay. I think we're going to have to see a bit of a concussion test here from the men in black. There's Damindra and Andrew Begg that's out there. Imran is the third umpire, and Tyrone Peters will be overseeing matters here. And, well, the two batters are fist bumping each other. And I think Sohail is saying, I'm fine. That's Shirar Sohail, who is probably one of the key players here this time. He's got Lakshman out there with him, who played some nice shots early on. Got into the teens before he departed. And follows him, but doesn't seem comfortable. He sort of needs to go the other way and just be looking to clip this away. I'm quite surprised, really, because that's the areas, Charlie, where left-handers like it.
Yeah, normally you'd expect to see that go quite a fair distance, but it's kind of what I said towards the back end of that last game. I have a feeling that the bowling is just going to be a little bit too strong for Zenus, but we'll find out. We'll see. Yeah, Dust Devil, really bizarre, and yeah, I wouldn't really wish that upon my worst enemy. Yeah, he hasn't really got too much of a clue. Steps away from it, plays down the wrong line. Yeah, I mean, the dust devil they basically form when a pocket of hot air near the surface rises too quickly and basically forms an updraft. And that pretty much is what happened. It literally came out of nowhere and for about 15 seconds just ripped through a tent. It was a little bit like Wizard of Oz, wasn't it? It sort of carried on going.
Yeah, it certainly did as Heath comes through. Once again, just defensively played. This time they will take a single. The sad news or bad news about that, Charlie, is that I was talking, when that happened, Alex Tanascu, who is out there with us, said straight away, because he lives in this area, he's about 10 minutes away from here, said, that's nothing, happens quite often, happens a lot. So basically, a lot of this develops sort of from the lake and it comes through, and I saw it form in the corner of my eye, and that really, it was devastating. It was carnage. It was carnage, and there was sort of chairs flew to the other side of the ground. It was at one point it was quite scary. You can sort of look at it and you go, well, I don't really know what's going to happen here. Anyway, end of the over. It's only 2 from it. It's 2 for none without loss. Maybe I think the problem with it is when you see something like that unfold in front of you, you don't know what to do. What do you do about it? As we have a look at our 2024 calendar, so just starting here in Romania, and of course Hungary, Bulgaria, Italy, Austria, and Croatia still to come. We then will have the ECC, the Euros of cricket, happening starting on the 23rd of September, and after that we of course have Malta and Croatia. And let's just have an update on the hat tricks, because we have had another one here. Well, we haven't had some in ages, and then we have 3 in the matter of 2 days, and it's Vishwa Priyadarshana, 4 for 18. Well bowled indeed. And of course we did see those 2 yesterday in the internationals that finished off on that our series in Czechia. Well done to Vinny Sandu and Danny Hudacek finishing things off there. Single gets taken as that gets worked away by Sohail.
Yeah, the hat-trickman himself. Vishwa comes in. Just looks as if he genuinely looks as if he's trying to take a wicket every ball. Doesn't look like as if there's not really trying to set anyone up. He's trying to go for the killer every single time. I don't mind it. In T10, I do not mind it. Good start, just getting pushed away for a single. Lakshan, he's only faced 1 delivery so far.
And well, we know he likes to have a grunt or 2 as well while he's bowling, is Priyadarshana. That really does get pretty vocal with some of them as well. And I know we've just taken one side off. I think we're getting to a point now where we're going to have to put another side on, because I think coming to my left here, that side is just starting to come across. So I think by the end of this innings, we're going to have to start closing the cube from my end. Otherwise, we're going to get baked. More grunting, and he's being made to run. A good throw at the bowler's end here could have him in trouble. It's a good strong throw, but it misses the target by a long way, so the batters do scramble through. But scramble is the word here at the moment. They're scrambling to try and get whatever runs they can.
Yeah, ACCB forever promising and positive in the field, aren't they? They don't really like to let too much get through them. They like to be on the money pretty much from the start. So, yeah, not a bad effort from them so far.
This one bobbles away. The man at third does very well. And that does make the stop. But well, I reckon if I'm out there umpiring, I'm having a word with the bowler and say, look, I don't mind you having a little grunt, but you know, this is getting point to where we'll have to give this an 18 rating. It's not. It's very loud, isn't it?
It's a bit much. It is a bit much. I don't really understand it.
What? What happened? Did you pull a muscle? What happened? Ah! What's that all about?
It's just too much.
It's too much.
It really is too much. Hey, take a moment. Big shout out to John Heesum, who I know we did meet in England. He has a little bit of struggle with the YouTube chat. Not too sure as to what the reasoning behind it is, but good shout out to you, John. Hope you're well.
Hello, John. Yeah, it was great to meet John. We had a good chat at Wimbledon. It's a wonderful character, and certainly is a big asset to our European cricket family.
Just at the moment, though, with this these couple of deliveries, they've again just tightening things up. It's a good over, 6 coming off it so far, and the helmet now goes back as well after a bit of an issue with it. and not really looking to be very positive, very defensive against the bowling of Vishwa. And you can understand why. It's on the money. End of the second, 8 for no loss.
Yeah, nice and tidy at this time. He always looks to fire a ball back into the non-striker Zen. He doesn't. Hello to Jake Stewart. I hope you're well. He's saying hello to everybody in the chat. I hope you're well. You're still at school. You're on holidays. And or when are your holidays? But lovely to have you with us. And joining a lot of people around the globe that are enjoying the cricket. And if you're watching via fan code, a big shout out to you as well. But if you're on YouTube, send us a message. Say hello the same way that Jacob did. Say hello. Let us know where you're looking from, where you're watching from, and what you're up to and what you're enjoying about the cricket as well as we get ready for the start of the third over. And not a lot happening in this power play so far. Just 2 from the first over and just 6 from that last one there from Priyadarshana. Gives himself a little bit of room, but finds the safe hands of the fielder. And that is going to be a sad dismissal of Shiraya Sohail, who never really looked to get going in any shape or form. And I think probably, once again, that could be a blessing in disguise for the batting side, because if you're not scoring runs, you might as well just have a go and get out of the way and let somebody else go. So he only scores just a handful of runs of the 9 deliveries that he faces. That's going to be the end of him. So Sohail will go with just 3 of 9 deliveries.
Yeah, it's a little bit disappointing for him. And again, I am concerned that this is just going to be the case of this game, where the bowling is just pretty much going to be too good for the batters. So the first wicket to fall then, and it's a big one to get as well. The left-handed opener, he'll go. It's 8 for 1.
Pravin Kumar coming into the attack and strikes straight away his first ball. So 8 for 1. You see, he's trying to get the elevation, but just straight into the hands of Abbas there, who says, thank you very much. There's some more of those celebrations. A little bit of a respite from the sun from temporarily, yes. One little cotton wool of a cloud comes across and obscures the sun for a moment, but that'll soon be gone because there's not that many clouds about.
Seeing 5 penalty runs here.
Is the batter taking too long to come out?
Believe so. We'll get confirmation of it, but that is the message that's gone out. 5 penalty runs. We'll try and get reasoning as to why very shortly.
Oh, no run, no run, no run, but there should have been a run. And when you think about it, that means that if that is the case, because the batter's taken too long to get out there, it means that they're only on, technically they're only on 3, because you've got to take 5 away from that 8.
Yeah, it was due to the batter taking too long, so not the best of starts, really.
Well, that would have been Ishara Pereira, and there's no reason for it, really, because he should have been ready. It wasn't like sometimes, you know, when, for example, we saw that hat-trick happen where batters aren't ready and they have to scamper around to get ready, so that's going to be real disappointing. And for those of you that are wondering, we can clarify the ruling on that. They've got, from when a wicket falls, the next batter, who should be ready, padded up, as you can see that they are, they've got 60 seconds to get out there, take guard, and be ready to face the next delivery. If you're not, then, yeah, penalty runs will be applied. And if it goes past the 60 and towards 90 seconds, on appeal, you can be given out as well as the penalty runs.
Well, that wouldn't be fun, would it? No one would really look forward to seeing that happen one day.
Oh, almost a spectacular catch, and now in comes the throw, but he's going to be very much off balance to throw. It does particularly well, though, but that would have been an outstanding catch. And Pravin Kumar almost takes a second wicket off the gloves, gets a hand to it, but not able to guide it back into his hands afterwards. And there comes the throw. And even if that one was straight to the bowler, that would have been close as well.
The story of what could have been, Rico. Again, it's negative. It's really negative from Lakshan. He's not looking to do much, is it? He's just trying to get it away, but he can't do so at the moment. Another dot. This has been such a good over. Just dealing with a wide and a single. Then the wicket at the top as well. It's really positive from Kumar.
To the pads, asking the question won't be, but yeah, Dilusha Lakshan a bit puzzled as to what his plan is here. He showed us in the last match they played that if anybody can be a little bit aggressive and play well, he's the man. I wonder if in his mind he's already thinking, I've just got to stay here and bat the 10 overs. The problem with that is if you bat at the rate that he's going at, you're still not going to get many runs on the board. So you're not helping your side at all in whatever way or form.
No, not one single bit. And it doesn't really tend to help proceedings. But a good end to the power play for ACCB. Just 11 for 1 for Zenus at the moment. No one really looking like they're looking to get a motor on here. But again, just shows you, though, that a good bowling side up against a weaker batting side is never really a fun time of it at the moment.
Oh, that's a bit better. And I like the way he holds the pose here as well and says, well, that's what I can do. That's exactly what we know you can do, Lakshan. We're just wondering why it's taken these 6 balls to finally hit one in anger. And yeah, look at the body here. Hardly moves at all. It's all about the hand action. He literally whips this away. And it goes to that leg side boundary, 4 runs.
That's better. All positive intent. It's where it needs to be. It's there's no point getting tumbled for 6 off of 15. You don't take too many deliveries, and then you can let the other man come in if you do go early.
Often when batters play those funky well, you know what I was going to say. So, when often see batters play those funky shots, I say, Sunsea sound of sexy cricket. Well, the sexy cricket's from the bowler, certainly with the sound effects. And then this is not sexy fielding either. I don't know what the fielder is doing here, Charlie. Talk me through this.
I couldn't talk you through. I don't know what he's doing. He just sort of sees it and goes, well, after you, sir. And helps it on its merry way.
Oh, dear.
Cuatro carreras más. And Pradeshana, he'll be a little bit furious with that one. And 2 fours. Hello.
Firmly hit and should be fielded. It will be fielded. The man with all the 8s on his back, Saidullah. It's a nice looking shot, though. He does hold his body really nice and straight when he plays. That's what I like about Lakshan. And he's shown he can play straight and he can play on the leg side as well. Nice shot.
Absolutely, but that's the intent, though. Don't get bogged down. Anyway, it's the last time I'm going to say the word intent for an over.
Nice calling. He'll take the single. So that's a little bit better. Now can Pereira also get himself in and play a few boundary shots as he hands back now to Lakshan, who once again he's got himself in the double figures.
So did you have a direct flight yesterday from the Czech Republic?
I did. Yeah, it wasn't a bad flight at all, actually. It was nowhere near the same sort of issues that you had. Just under the 2 hours.
Yeah, and my question is, where did you sit? Did you sit in an aisle? Did you sit in a window?
I sat in an aisle.
Don't tell me the middle. No, absolutely.
Played nicely, but again, I would like to see just a little bit more force and intent in the shot. That's what's missing. So you can see he has so much time here, Charlie, to play this shot. So much time. So he knows exactly what he's going to do. So just give it a bit more welly.
It's the classic short form cricket shot, isn't it? Sort of just dab down to 3rd man.
He needs to see a doctor.
Is he going to lose his voice?
He needs to see a doctor.
Do you reckon?
Yeah.
I am concerned about him, if I'm being honest with you. I am concerned about him. That's the end of the over. It's 23 for 1 after 4. The last time I heard anything like this was when I was playing for a Spain A side in La Manga against England Def, and it was one of the noises that one of the England bowlers made, and I haven't heard anything like that since. And this is pretty equal to it, if I'm being totally honest with you. At the moment, though, it's all about the ACCB at the moment, isn't it? I always, every time I say that, I question how many C's I've said. Have I said too many? ACCB. There you go. See? See?
See? See? See? No, you're good. You're good.
Dear. Anyway, Kumar once more.
That's nicely played, I suppose. At least they're thinking about what they're trying to do here. Pereira is going to be the feeder, and then hopefully Lakshan is going to be the main striker. They can get something started here. That's the plan anyway. It's tiki-taka, but it is starting to get some rhythm to this innings.
Could do with a bit of boom, but haven't really seen much of it yet.
And once again, intent. A bit more force in the shot. Elevation. You can elevate, so He's sort of hitting it flat. Just lean back. I mean, he's pretty rigid, isn't he? Lean back a bit, hit it higher, trying to get it over those infielders.
Yeah, don't get me wrong. I think Kumar is a tough bowler to get away, especially at this level. I think he is proving to be a pretty tricky customer, but it's a tricky one. I mean, I guess at the same token, him rotating the strike does mean that there aren't many dot balls that he faces anyway. That's the thing that he faces. Of course, there are dot balls that Pereira faces, which isn't ideal.
Yeah, the umpire just having a chat there with the bowler about where he is. That's played away, and they'll just take a little casual single.
It's a special one that's above us right now. It's a long old one.
A special one?
Yeah, the plane.
Oh, the plane, okay. I'm thinking, what are you seeing? You seen the lights or something? What's going on?
Jose Mourinho.
Special one. Shot. Now, that's more like it. Just go for it. Get the elevation. Play the shot in. Let's see a little bit more aggression, a little bit of brute force. That one does go all the way. Shaba. And finally, it's boom. Shaka Lagya.
Yeah, that's a really nice shot. And it just feels as if they're sort of batting with not much freedom at the moment. Almost scared to lose the wicket, which I can kind of understand, but at the same token, get a move on. Somehow sort of squared into the onside end of the over. It's 32 for 1 after 5. Welcoming you here into the microwave here in Bucharest, Romania. And we'll take a bit of a moment, probably have some fluids being brought on. At the moment, though, ACCB very much on top.
Big time on top. And Lakshan holds the key. We know what he can do. He's shown a little bit of that already. But he looks like, I mean, I've seen a fair bit of T20 international cricket the last few weeks. It looks like he thinks he's playing the T20 game because that's the way he set off. Just happy to push around. Every so often he puts the bad ball away, but he's got to have some intent here. He's got to go big. They've only lost 1 wicket.
It's true. That is true. But I guess that also tells you the confidence they have in what's left to come, especially after what we saw in the last game. But no, at the moment, it's a pretty interesting one. Hey, we've got to talk about it. World Cup previously, or finished, 2 days ago now, and India.
Yeah.
Winners.
The other winners I've got, I think you asked me wherever we were Tallinn, I think, when you said to me.
No, I want to remember if you remember what I said.
Okay. I think, did you say, I think you were South Africa, right?
I did.
You were South Africa, and when you asked me, I think I said to you, India should, but I don't think they will. I think there might be an upset. And I think I said to you something like New Zealand. Of course, that was nowhere near right.
Yeah, that went down well.
New Zealand just didn't click. But yeah, you were, and I know somebody else, well, quite a few of our team thought South Africa would do well and go all the way this time. They did do well, but they didn't win it. But they'll be kicking themselves because they had it in the bag, didn't they?
Yeah, they did. And it was just a little bit disappointing in the manner that it ended up sort of unfolding. But, I mean, listen, we say that, but you've got to think about that catch in that last over. You know, Miller has to go for it. And he did try for it. And what 6 was almost all definitely going for 6, turned into a catch. It was unbelievable. I know a lot of our fans out in the subcontinent will be very happy and still partying on after that victory. And again, they're going to take him on here, and the keeper's had to do so much. There's only so much he can do, and Lakshan's trying to call him through for a second here. Pereira has no interest whatsoever.
Did you see, I mean, I saw, of course, a lot of magical footage about the win and some magical moments, but did you see the clip where Rohit Sharma, after the match, while all the celebrations were going on, just went to the pitch? He just sort of squatted over, and it was almost like he was saying a few words to himself and just picked up little bits off the pitch and
ate it.
You see that? And then he got up and obviously did some religious gestures, and I mean, what a moment.
He got up and retired. That's what he did, didn't he?
He's going to keep some of that with him for a long time, isn't he?
Well, it depends what his digestive system's like, Rico. Anyway.
That's gone. That's gone. He's not even hanging around to have a look. So, Lakshan, I said he looks a little bit lethargic. I said he looks like he was running on just 2 cylinders and not 4. And that shows here because it's really a sort of lackluster kind of shot, and he's departed. Great work from the keeper, though, once again. When Mukti Marushana does the work, takes the bells off, but it's not the best of shots. He's just nowhere near it. And he tried to do something which he doesn't. He's not good at that. He's good at standing still and hit the ball. He's played that shot from the crease, out on the offside, tries to come down, goes for the Hollywood shot, gets it wrong.
No, absolutely. And the thing is as well, what impressed me about that is the stumping itself. You know, standing up on this pitch, it's a tough one to stand up to be able to, you know, trust the bounce. It does very well there. 35 for 2 then here at the moment. Going exactly 6 and over.
And 2 in 2. Thank you very much. Catch is being taken there by Sahidullah. So 2 in 2. Well, we have seen one hat-trick today already. Are we now going to see another one? As the bowler, Naveen Kunta, says, yep, now it's my time.
Well, he'll have to wait because that's the end of the over. So he'll have to wait until he comes back. But, yeah, another 2 in 2 moment. And it's, again, just ACCB. I said it at the back end of that game. They do have a knack of picking up wickets in bunches. End of the 6th over, then it's 35 for 3. And you can see there now that Wanaraj went for a golden quacker. And, well, now you've got Jayadul who will come out. And you've just got to think that realistically, where are they going to get some runs from here? Because at the moment, they look as if they might struggle to even get to 70, Rico.
Yeah, they're struggling big time here. And it's almost like, you know, that they're being overawed already by ACCP without even sort of going out there and testing them. They feel that they're under sort of intimidated already by them, and it's not going well. And they can't find a way to get going well. Nobody's really give them that little bit of light to say they could. That's a big attempted shot here from Pereira, who now feels that he's going to try and open up. After 11 balls for 5, goes for it, but doesn't get anywhere near it.
Yeah, and again, it's, well, pretty much I predicted it. It's just the fact that the depth isn't there and you know, the skill level isn't there at the moment for Zenus at this point.
Just over the fielder. It will just be a single, so that means that Islam Jahidul now will face up his first delivery.
How much water have you drunk today? Are you on a Coca-Cola?
I'm on. I'll tell you what.
Where'd you get that from?
I probably had 1.5 litres. From the Samosa Wala.
Oh yeah, okay.
The Samosa Wala is also
really
selling some
looked at
drinks.
that yet.
Okay, it's going to drop short of the fielder, so Islam will get off the mark.
Okay, 1.5 did you say?
I've had 1.5 of those big bottles.
That's not
I'm
bad.
doing all right. That's not bad for me.
Not bad. Well, no, one of those big bottles is 2 litres.
Ah, that's even doing even better then. How many? You're on your 3rd, I reckon, or 4th?
Yeah, I've done nearly 5 litres, which is quite concerning, if I'm being totally honest.
That's played down, bobbles away. Just be a single. The thing is, though, you think all the water we're drinking, we should be going backwards and forwards to the bathroom, but we're not.
No, I've only been twice today. And I've had 5 litres of water.
Yeah, so I think that just goes to show how hot it is.
Tells you everything you need to know about the state of this shirt. That tells you everything. Stepping away.
Well, he is stepping away, isn't he? He takes the wide. Thank you very much.
Happy feet. Oh, dear, oh, dear. Anyway, look at this. Look, steps away, steps away. Oh, I'll get it on the other side. At least had the sense of mind to get on the right side of it and get a wide for his troubles.
Saidullah. He says, it's time for me to pick up a wicket as well and get in on the act. He's fielded well, Hazullah. And he's getting closer. This time he pitches it outside the off and doesn't miss that off stump by much. So swinging hard is Islam Jahidul, but swinging and missing, that seems to be the story from all the batters so far, apart from Lakshan, who played a few nice shots before he departed.
Can you guess as to how many? And I'll give you this ball to think.
Yeah.
What's this come off then? It's going to be bat, and he's going to have to go. And it was just a matter of time for Rilla, because he was asking the right questions. It was just whether or not the answer was going to be enough, and this time it's not. It's a simple catch behind the stumps this time around for Madhusan. He's having a good day of it behind the stumps, in all fairness. End of the over, and that is going to be a big, big wicket to get as well. And it's going to be 39 for 4 now at the end of 7.
Well, yeah.
And
look at the celebration there from Ula. And he's happy about it. I tell you who might be happy. Let's keep an eye on who's bowling the next over. If it is Naveen Kunta, then we know he is on a hat-trick. So Let's keep an eye on this. This is a hat-trick ball coming up. We can have a quick look at this. This, of course, is the European Cricket Championships that will be starting in September. The Euros of cricket. Well, forget about the Euros of football. Who cares? Everybody cares about the Euros of cricket happening at the Cardamom Oval. We've already seen a hat-trick here today. Of course, the man who's playing in this match. There he is. Vishwa Priyadashana, 4 for 18. Are we going to see another?
Had 2 yesterday.
Had 2 yesterday.
He's on one here now, is Mr. Naveen Kunta. Here we go then. Who's he going to be facing? This is the question. Anyway, hat-trick ball.
And
boo.
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 Yeah,
He
this
tried
was
to.
full.
He tried to.
It was full, but he doesn't quite get the hat-trick. So he doesn't, but I get the feeling there will be others. It's that sort of pitch, isn't it? You can see things happening here. The bowlers did the bowl well. There's something in it for them. He floats it up there, but doesn't get it through. Goes similar up in the air. This is going to be a teaser for the fielder. It's going to bounce and get past him. It's going to be 4 runs. So, well done, Pereira. Gets it away. Nice shot played away. So Pereira, let's have a look at this here. So, yeah, just gets that extra. I like the way he plays this, actually. It's a nice looking shot. I think all this talk about drinking water, you know, Charlie just said that he's drank plenty of. I wonder if we can see Charlie just on his way now, just walk past the scaffold. He's on his way. Oh, that's a wide. And there goes Charlie. He's deciding I need to go and just relieve himself after drinking tons of water, which you have to. That's pushed away and bobbles away to the fielder. Just going to be a single, so really struggling to get things going here. Naveen Kunta, just well, like all of the bowlers, has bowled very well. Edge, and this one's got away from the fielder. Has he made a stop? Yes, that's sensationally well done. That's Gohar Manan, brilliantly done. And what's happened here to the nuns? I think it's had a pad blowout. Let's have a look. Let's see. That's the stop. Fantastic. And that's Ali Haider, actually. It's not Manan. I thought it was the number of Gohar Manan. And then the batters, while they're running, well, look there is a blowout. We've had a pad blowout. Oh, you're kidding me, aren't you? Has this been called a wide? No. How? How is that a wide? Well, that's not a good call at all. Oh, that's a terrible call. Andrew Begg, he's got a couple wrong here. Now this is another one. This might be a bit closer. Let's see if this one is any closer. Yeah, look, that one I get. That one probably is maybe, yeah, umpire score, but the one before definitely not. This one again could be another one. It is. Thing is though, if you wanted to be really picky, it's going over the line. Over the line is not a wide, but you can see why umpires sometimes call those. But well, the first one he called never was. And that one is though. That's down the leg side. Everybody trying to get Naveen to get his line right here. He's just fired a few. First round, 2. I mean, he's been unlucky. I think stick with what he's doing in the offside, and that's the sad thing about it. That because of those wide calls, he's deterred from doing it. Now this is crazy. Right, will he make it back? On the Iba, but he does make it back. Well, this is where now the non-striker will say, you see, I told you there was a single there because I ran all the way up to your hand. I shook your head and I went all the way back. And then the single how come you didn't? Well, how he does it, I don't know. It's probably not the best bit of fielding, but he survives. Let's look. He goes all the way to the other end. He says, hello, and then goes back and makes it. And this time they decide we're not going to chance that again to stay where they are. It is the end of the over, the 50 on the board. And but the problem is there's only 12 balls to go. It's 50 for 4 after 8.
Practically ran 2 himself there, didn't he?
Yeah.
Practically ran 2 himself, all for nothing. Poor bloke. Feel his pain. Anyway, Salizua said, Rico, I got home and I'm looking at you.
Oh, that's nice.
Is it?
That's nice if you're looking at me. Well, what do you see?
That's what I'm saying. Anyway, well, they'd have to go 20 off the next 2 to get up to just get up to 70, and that really is a below par score.
Yeah,
it doesn't get much worse than that.
The worst thing about it is if they're 8 wickets down or something, you can say, yeah, understand it. That one gets clobbered straight to the fielder. It should have been a wide. Oh, he's put it down. What's he put? Has he held this and dropped it? What has he done here?
Never even had it.
Didn't he have it?
No, never.
Right.
Straight in, straight out. Boink.
Ah, there you go. He drops it. He sees the white sleeves that done
By the way,
yeah,
I'll talk about it after this.
it's gone out, and it's he says, right, if you can't catch him, I'm going to bowl him. Can anybody catch him? And that's exactly what Naveen Kunta does. He just floats this up there. It's a gentle full toss. And down go the stumps. Here we go. I don't think this is Kunta at all. This is the captain, isn't it? It's Singh. And Sukhbinder Singh, already having a bowl for the first time, and he knocks the stumps over.
Yeah, I was just going to say, Sukhbinder Singh was the only short-form casualty from the Dust Devil earlier.
Was he?
He was sat in the tent as he got ripped away, and I think one of the poles hit him on his back. So he had some medical attention, but he seems okay.
Well, you know, Sukhbinder, what can you say? Maybe he just perhaps needs to think about changing the number on his bat. Number 13 is not always lucky for everybody. It's unlucky for some. And, well, this is nicely played as the new batter, De Silva, comes out and he sweeps this one beautifully for 4. It's on the leg side, so he can play this shot with no concerns or worries. And he plays it pretty well, 4 runs.
Yeah, gets his weight forward, head over the ball, keeps it down, which is nice. What's the response going to be? It is a good response. And De Silva, I talk about getting his weight right. That time around, completely wrong. Yeah, have you noticed the crest that's on these polos of Zenus?
No, I haven't. I know you started to sort of dwell on them before. We never really got to finish. I haven't.
Well, this is up in the air. Not going to be a chance. It should fall safely and will do. It's the England badge.
And what's the story behind that then?
It's a good question. My guess is coincidence.
Okay.
And that's what they were now. So, gone, given. And, well, he swung everything at that and the kitchen sink and the rest of the house as well. And another one bites the dust. It's a good bit of work. Again, Madhusan, he's pretty much always there and ever present. And, yeah, it's a good bit of work. And Andrew Begg says, off you go, son.
A good captain always knows when it's a good time to have a bowl. And Sukhbinder Singh knows that now is a good time to have a bowl as he picks up 2 wickets, only concedes 6 runs, and well, Zenus, it doesn't get any better. 56 now for 6.
Could they even not get to 60? Could see it. Could see it. Win Predictor's got them down at 1% at the moment. I think 1% might be being a bit nice if I'm being totally honest, especially when they've got an over, which is going to be a tricky one when you've got to deal with Saeedullah, who bowled pretty well in his first over, only went for 1 off 4. So this could certainly be a little tricky for Zenus. And well, I said it might be in for an early finish. Still stand by it. Anyway, last over time then. 56 up on the board. They'll be hoping for 65 anything really.
Big swing and a miss.
What do you think the issue is here, Rico? Well, do you reckon it's just a lack of application, or do you reckon it's, to put it bluntly, a skill issue?
I think it's just, from what I've seen so far, I mean, not so much with the batters here now, but certainly from the opening batters, yeah, just the way they applied themselves. They went out there, the best way to describe it maybe is they went out there like they were already scared. They went out there with already the attitude of being a defeated side, which doesn't help you at all. When you think about the first over, 2 runs from it. Second over, 6 runs from it. No wickets down, by the way. The power play came to an end, and it was 11 for 1. And that just, yeah, they just didn't deal with it. They just weren't assertive enough. And even if you think about the one man who did get into double figures, and that was Lakshan, he waited right towards the end before he finally had the ball in anger. Now, what's happened
going
here?
on here? That's surely a dead ball.
That's got to be a dead ball.
Surely.
Let's see what they call this. They're all having an
Or not.
inquiry about it now, and the batter's saying, well, why? Why can't I run? And Andrew Baker,
They need every run they can get. It's off the helmet, to be fair. I think, to be fair, actually, if it's off the helmet, you got to go, that's okay, you can have that one.
Yeah, I mean, it's not dead, but he has no idea. Watch this.
Doink. Concussion test? No? Surely.
Silver. Well, they should check he's all right. So that's one way to do it.
He did run, so he's fine.
He does well. He uses his head, gets a run, and then this one, he uses the inside edge of the bat, as this is going to go down for 4 runs, so they will get into the 60s. Well, maybe you said they've got the English crest about them, and so maybe just like England, they do the best work when it comes right to the end of their time.
Okay, I wonder where you were going with that, because I was thinking more along the lines of England against India in the semi-final and not really doing very well.
Yeah,
fair enough.
They didn't do very well, actually.
It was awful. It was rubbish.
It really did surprise me.
So luckily I wasn't even watching.
That gets played away. Good one-hand pickup.
Did you watch much of the World Cup?
No, we
were working.
We were working. It was all happening while we were playing. We actually got back to base to, of course, the Duo Hotel. It was our hotel partner in Czechia, and we were able to watch the last sort of 8 balls, or not sort of watch, follow it on
your phones.
on the phones.
Yeah.
And, so I think everybody said, well, we'll just stay where we are and see what happens. That's a wide.
Even say it. I didn't even say it. I signalled to you, but I didn't say it. Oh dear. Yeah, I watched. I have to say, I did watch the final. I did watch the final, and I thought South Africa were a little bit unfortunate. But and I was also thinking in my head, this is how selfish I am. I was thinking it'd be really good if they were to win, because I picked them and said on air that they're my favourites. So unfortunately, it didn't happen. Anyway, end of the innings. It will be 65. There you go. See, they got there. 65 for 6. Still not enough, though. And you do feel that realistically, ACCB should be looking to chase this easily within their 7 overs. And it should, again, be another bonus point equation for them.
Yeah, it should be. I mean, they had the opportunity, I think, to try and restrict the Lanol Lions to a score around about the 80s, and they could have taken all the points. The Lions, they got there in the end, only just. So this is a even better opportunity for this time. This time it is in their hands, and ACCB will be looking to go and get these 66 runs in a record time for them. I mean, they should do it in 7, but they might even do it in 5, you know, if they go about it in the right way.
Yeah, in theory, they really should be looking to. I mean, you know, to get it in 5, it's really not that many and over. This was the first wicket, the left-handed opener, and you just felt that was the beginning of the end already after just 1 wicket. But even still, it was just a lack of application, and then, well, when it rains, it pours. Your batter takes longer than 60 seconds to get out there. Never nice, and this one was almost an incredible moment. And there was a flourish of runs from that man, of course, in the likes of Dilisha Lakasham, but it was just all very one-dimensional, and anything else was a struggle.
Yeah, and you see the shots when he does play him. He stands still and plays really well. So you then have to question exactly why. So you see a little backflip there from the keeper. You have to question just why he does this. Then you know the keeper's standing up. You don't have to do it. That's not your game. That's not his game. So he literally throws his wicket away, and when that wicket went, we had concerns that they wouldn't probably get to 60. They do get to 60, 65. But Charlie, remember, it's not 65. Technically, it's only 60 because the opposition start with 5 runs.
Yeah, that's true. But at the same token, you kind of feel that there really is a bit of an issue for Zenus, because it clearly hasn't clicked with the bat in both games. Their bowling was okay in the last one, but this time around, it's not the most effective. And you can just see that. It just rash shots left, right and centre. The bowling, don't get me wrong, very good. The skipper even came on and got some wickets. And again, really good bit of work behind the stumps yet again from Madhushan, who's very, very good. This one was probably the funniest moment so far. Off the helmet, and he said, yeah, I'll have the assist. I'll go for a run. Thank you very much.
I love the way that it's the non-striker who says, I don't care if he's hitting on his head. I'm coming back. Wait, come on, get to the other end. I'm having the strike. The thing is, though, I suppose it worked out well because they did get an inside edge which went to the boundary afterwards. But what didn't work out for Zenus is the rest of the batting. You saw 20 runs from Lakshman while he was out there. He looked okay. But once he was out, it was always going to be a struggle. With De Silva there towards the end, he does get 12 and before he departed. And not a good performance at all. I mean, if they were 8 or 9 down when they were 50 for 4, you'd understand why they were going so slow, but they just never got the acceleration in. Having said that, though, you cannot take anything away from the bowlers. The bowlers did bowl well. There was once again wickets for Navin Kunta, 2 for 12. And captain, well, he enjoyed himself, came on to bowl 1 over. He picked up 2 wickets as well. And of course, the hat-trick man from the last game, Priya Deshana, didn't get any wickets this time, but again, pretty economic, just conceding 18 runs.
Yeah, absolutely. Wickets shared all around, really, apart from a C from Priya Deshana. So Priya Deshana going for a 4-for in the last game to none in this one, which is always the old hero to 0. And it does mean that it will be 66 needed off of just 60 deliveries for ACC, looking to go 2 in 2 here today. It would be a very good start to their tournament if they were to do so, and I know that they'll be hoping that they can prove effective. We'll be back in 10 minutes time then, as you are watching the European Cricket Series here in Romania with myself, Charlie Hunt, alongside Rico Fu, watching it all unfold right here on the European Cricket Network.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Good afternoon. Welcome back to the Moravas Lake Cricket Ground here in just outside Bucharest, Romania, as we're getting set and ready for the second half of this match 4. It is, of course, the chase of 65 in total, so they didn't actually get up to that 65 bang on. They got 64 for 6. That's the other way around, in fact. Anyway, 7 overs, and we know now, if you have been tuning in for a while, that if they do go ahead and chase that within 7 overs, then it will be a bonus point equation for ACCB. It would be a good bonus point to get. You sort of question how many chances they may get in this group to pick up some bonus points. You know, they've got to go up against the likes of the Bucharest Gladiators and the likes of Cluj, so that really could be a tricky one to handle. And you just feel that, you know, with this opportunity against Zenus up against them, they could be looking to cash in, and I think that's why we're not really seeing much change at the top of the order. So it is going to be an interesting chase. A couple of early wickets does make things slightly nervy. You would back them though to chase this down. ACCB, again, experience in the T10 format alongside success in the format. You know, you put those two together, it's a pretty nice concoction of differences. Now we're almost ready to get things underway then. It's Silva up against Manan. And Manan goes into the onside. Could be gone here. First baller, and is gone. And well, I did say that earlier wickets could make a big difference, and that is a huge one to get, as Manan, of course, will go. They do start with 5 runs due to the penalty runs that they conceded in the first innings, did Zenus, but it won't matter because they'll be happy that they were able to pick up a wicket. First ball, and it's going to effectively be 5 for 1 here. And well, Rico joins me back in the box. Rico, what a start this is for Zenus.
Oh, what a start, and it's a royal start, because I'll tell you what that is. That's a royal duck. Well, there's a little bit of royalty coming your way. What's interesting about that shot is you see that Manan is coming off, and he's like looking at his bat, thinking, it's the bat, you know, it's the bat. The next batter comes in and just takes that bat and says, give it to me, there's nothing wrong with the bat. But let's see if there is or isn't. But what a start, a royal duck. But of course, yeah, 5 already on the board, because obviously the batter, I think at the time it was Shara Pereira, took too long to get out there, but Tenaga Silva has taken a wicket, so what a start. So, do they believe? Can they cause a bit of an upset here? Silva comes in again, and that's a Gandhi ball. It's just a full toss that just gets helped along the way. It's going to be 4 runs, 4 called here. I think it probably just dropped just before, but not a good delivery. It's a full toss going right away across him, and it just helped along the way. And Abdul Asif says, thank you very much. That's a nice way to start.
Yeah, it's always the issue, though, with these low totals. I do always say low totals cause the biggest of problems, but I'm afraid that with a total like this and the opposition on the other side, every boundary is just killer.
Punches this and gets fingertips to it. Will stop it getting to the boundary, but won't stop the batters taking a single. That means that the Mukti, Madhushan, will get ready to face his first ball.
Having a good time of it with the gloves today is Madhushan, so he'll be happy and thinking and hoping that he can get a couple of runs under his belt. Only the 66 is the target, of course. They started with 5 free runs due to the penalty in the first innings.
This one, I think, either comes, I think off the pad, because it hasn't raced to that fine leg boundary. So I think the umpire will give the leg by signal. There it is there. Just straight down the legs there.
Credit to the men in black out there today. It's been a scorching day. Yeah. It's been at highs of about 38 at one point, with and you can almost guarantee that when you're out there it's going to be warmer as well. You'd expect it, I reckon. 38 here, out there probably feels about 44.
Yeah,
just
absolutely.
Sat in the baking sun under a lid. Oof. So credit to the men in black, and credit to them for doing a wonderful job.
Plays it out on the off, but well fielded, no run. Nicely done. That's going to be the end of that first over. They do get 11 from it, courtesy, of course, of those 5 penalty runs that were applied. So not a bad over really at all from Silva. He himself only goes just for the 5. There was that leg bind there as well. So 11 off the first, but already that's more than enough in terms of what they need here. But ACCB, though, I think they don't want to lose the opportunity to take in all the points here, do they?
No, they've got to make the most of it. They've got to cash in on the opportunity that is coming their way as they're going to turn to Ishawa Pereira for this second over. What's the keeper doing here? I mean, this is interesting. And you just see here, oh, he's encroaching and he's just rushing. Just rushing every single time. Slow down.
And this is just off the edge of the bat, guided down past the keeper, who's having a bit of difficulty standing still, really. They'll take the single here. So, yeah, I suppose that's one that if you get lucky, it can go into the mitts, but it doesn't. A little bit wide. And, not taking these singles, though, and I think if you're going on the hit, these are always singles. But they're quite happy just to watch it go into the fielder's hands.
They should be as well, trying to chase this down quickly.
Wide call, singled, and this time they are running, and once again the keeper, I think he's just struggling and getting his positioning right. Probably needs to get to the side of the stumps here. Just watch where he ends up going here. So he sort of, yeah, knocks the stumps over, but doesn't get the ball.
Doesn't set himself, does he either, really, which isn't ideal. 51 in 52, it's already at less than run a ball, but they'll be hoping that they could get it with within that 7.
Pereira hoping that he can do what Silva did and get a wicket in his first over. It gets dragged out onto the onside. It'll just be a single as the man who's got the very brightly coloured orange trainers comes across and does the fielding, keeps it to 1.
Absolutely.
Through. Well, so Hal, this is the captain is not doing the best of jobs behind the stumps at the moment. This is going to be another wide, so 2 they'll take there. And of course, when you've only got 65 on the board, you don't want to be giving too many of these away. That's high in the air. It is a catching opportunity, big moment, and it has been taken. So it's the end of Mudushan, who skies one up in the air, and the fielder, I have to say, looks very confident indeed taking the catch. So it's a second wicket that will depart. It's 18 for 2.
It's almost the exact same replica, really, caught out in deep mid-wicket territory. And I'm afraid it's just not really the best batting, if I'm being honest with you. It just kind of feels a little bit rushed, and they're just sort of seeing ball, hit ball. You kind of feel as if you need to take it on its merit 9 times out of 10. Yes, you want to look for that bonus point, but that will just come naturally.
Yeah.
Especially with the sort of calibre of batters that they have. But another one falls, 18 for 2.
Yeah, look, whatever comes your way, you're going to take it. So it's nicely done. Another wicket goes, and I think the other thing is they're not really taking the singles, and I mean the wides are helping them a little bit, that's for sure. But it's the singles that they're turning down, which is also not helping. So you just got to, I mean, they should win this match. They know that, but you got to be, when you do so well with the field, you got to go out there and win it confidently. This one just dropping short of the fielder, who sort of half minds whether he wants to go for the catch or just try and stop it. In the end, he decides on neither, but gets a bit lucky as the ball does catch him on the way through. That's one Raj. And it means that they're just going to take a single.
Yeah, this is, again, interesting times, nervy times.
Played it into the deck. They will take a single. So 10 come of that over from Pereira. It takes the score to 21. 21 of the 2 overs. 2 wickets have fallen as well. So at least they're fighting here. Zenus, that's what I like about it. They didn't do themselves any favours with the batting, but with the ball they're fighting. But you can see why ACCB want all the 4 points here, because they too then will join the Bucharest Gladiators with 2 wins and on the same number of points.
Yeah, and this is what I'm saying is, you know, you go against that, the Lankan Lions could be a side that they, you know, would have hoped to have picked up for, but they didn't. And, yeah, you just reckon that that this is probably one of the last opportunities they may get to pick up that boundary, that bonus point, sorry. So, got to try and let them make the most of it at the moment. Here is Silva. That's going to be a wide. Little reminder of today's Hunt the Answer question. Who has the most wickets in ODIs in a single calendar year? We will bring you that answer later on. Get your answers in. It's a tough one. Not starting easy today.
I'm going to have a go.
You're going to have a go?
All right. I don't think it's anybody recent, because
Okay.
I don't think anybody recently has been that sort of consistent. I'm going to go with something like Anil Kumble.
Okay.
I mean, obviously going back a few years. That's played beautifully down the ground, and it does get stopped. It's good work against the man with the dashing trainers. He comes running across. That's Jagan. Well done to Jagan. Murang Gajan.
Well, Kumble is a good shout.
Yeah, Anil Kumble
Good
comes
shout.
to mind. Somebody like Warney also was there in my thoughts, but no, I think Kumble was, because he did have one particular season where he was just incredible with the ball.
Yeah, no, you are right. You're 100% right in your guess in terms of he did have one very good year.
Okay.
I'm not going to tell you
But
if
he's
it's right
not-
or not. I'm not going to tell you if it's
All
right
right.
or not.
Okay. Yeah, no,
But it's a very good
Come
shout.
on, I want other people. That's my challenge. I reckon I'll be, I don't know if as you heard from Charlie, I don't know if I'm right or not, but I reckon, come on, test me. Who can do better than me?
Don't cheat.
Yeah, no cheating. If you cheat, it's no fun. Who can do better than me? Let's have your answers in there. Maybe at the end of the power play, we can put the question up there one more time for people that probably didn't pick it up straight away. So we'll put it up there, and I know that we'll give the answers and towards the end of the last match here today.
Yeah, we'll do it in that second innings. That's the plan. And I do know that I am probably going to run out of questions in the course of these 2 weeks, like that are cricket related. And obviously I don't want to use all of them up and then be done in for the rest of the year. So we probably, I'll tell you what, that's a really nice shot. It's a Gundy ball, but it's a really good shot to help it on its way around the corner on the leg side. Asif goes large. This 6 certainly helps them on their course as they look to pick up this bonus point here, Rico.
Yeah, that's a bit better. I mean, it's the second time, though, that the ball strayed on the leg side. Remember how he opened up his account with that 4? Well, this is same area, though. This one's not a full toss, which just means it's easier for him to get under it, puts it away. Well, that ends up in the long grass. Watch out for the snakes picking that one up. There are snakes around here, by the way, as well as bears.
Saw a snake at home.
Okay,
Yeah,
home
saw a
as
snake
in
at home as in
Spain
Spain.
home.
Yeah. Was out playing golf and wasn't looking for my ball. I was looking for a friend's ball, which was in the bushes and in the forest, and literally just quite literally across my foot, just zoom, across it went, and I screamed like a little girl. Be the first to admit it. That's scary. It was big as well.
Well, this is pretty big as well. That's going to go all the way. Manos arriba, arriba, arriba. Que guay, que genial. Que grande es 6 carreras. Well, that's nice and sweet. That's sweeter than a bowl of ice cream that we should be tucking into right now. That would be nice, wouldn't it? A nice
Say that
ice
breeze.
cream.
That breeze is. I got a bit of a. I actually shivered at one point there. Just bizarre. There you go. End of the over, and you can just see. Who has the most wickets in ODIs in a single calendar year? Kumble is a good shout. Certainly is. I'll tell you this, he is up there.
Is he?
I'm
Good.
not going to tell you if it's the right or wrong answer, but he's up there. He is up there. Do get your answers in. Do you win anything if you get it right? Yes. What do you win? Pride. That's what you win. And a thumbs up from me.
Yeah, I'll give you a thumbs up as well. If you get it right, we'll give you a shout out.
Off the Q end. That's good fielding, in all fairness, by Pasindi Vendula as well.
The Pereira will continue. So they're going to bowl out the 2 openers here. I think this is all about trying to salvage a point. Bowl your best bowlers up front. Well, he shapes up like he's going for the big shot here, Abdul Asif, and then at the last minute decides, you know what, nah, I'll defend it. But when you look at the field, once again, the straight man is so wide. A good shot straight down the ground, you're going to get value for money.
Yeah, you would say so. They are very wide, you are correct, but you'd have to go very straight. Or just pump it onto the onside, and well, that's a good response to that. That's going to be lost down into that field, into the cows. It's going to be 6 more.
Yeah, that's a little bit too short. And maybe that's why he decided not to go for the ball before. I think in his mind, Abdul Asif is saying to himself, if it's short, I'll go for it. It's in my slot. That's my shot. If it's not, I'll just hold back. So almost there. 25 required, but of course they're trying to do it inside of the 7 overs and take all the points here, which they should be looking to do. Asif has moved on to 30. And, well, that's a nice delivery. It moves quite a bit. The bowler's the only one who's interested in the appeal. I just get the feeling that maybe the impact, if it is pad, is just the ball outside the line. Yeah, it just hits him outside the line. It's a good delivery, though.
No, it is a really good delivery. Asking the right question is what you can really do when you're trying to defend not very much.
Down the ground, and he's going to get it. It's going to be 6 more. Balle, ginnas on it. Shaba, shaka, lugya, 6 mas.
Yeah, and again, just helping their way onto what should be a simple chase, and especially within that bonus point equation. Got a question. What are your plans tonight, mate?
My plans tonight.
First night after first day at work here in Romania. Of course. What's up with you?
I just noticed somebody on the screen there, and you know what? That just reminded me of something. I'll come back to this in a minute.
This is not good.
First of all, I'm not going to be rude. Well, I'm going to have to be a little bit rude here because I'll have to delay answering your question because this is going to be caught. So all things happening at the same time. I had a little memory flashback, which I'll go back to. This is the catch being taken here. Now, the batter just wants to make sure that he doesn't go backwards onto the boundary rope. I don't think he does. He does go backwards. But he stops well inside, though he does slip. So a wicket will go. And that's Abdul Asif, who's going to go for 36. So they get rid of the dangerous Asif. That might help them pick up a point. Really nice catch there taken. What am I doing today? I think I've got to get to the gym. So I'm not going to make the mistake again of getting too comfortable back in the room. Get in, go to the gym, come back, and then I've got to go across the road to the shopping mall. And I think I'm going to pick up a few groceries, get a few cold drinks to put in my fridge, and also I'll probably bring back some food from me because if I remember correctly, they've got some good food outlets there that do some very nice, tasty food from all around the world actually. So that's my plan. Maybe something. Oh, that's too high. That might be a no. Well, it's definitely 4. I think we're going to have to look at this side on, and Andis will help us out with this because I think it's too high. Umpire's calling 4, not waiting to have a look. That's too high. Oh, come on, umpires.
Yeah, that definitely is.
You've got to be calling that, and I think you're going to see that this is going to be retracted now. Well, not retracted, but you're going to have to give the no ball first and then give the full signal. So free hit coming up. That'll be a minimum. And you know what my flashback was? When we were here last year, there was a mouse that ran right across the pitch.
Oh, yeah,
Do you remember it?
Yeah, there was.
Mind you, this time we have a cat. Where's the cat gone?
Yeah, where is the cat, guys? Probably
we didn't even get a chance to name the cat.
I know.
We've got to be able to get it on camera. Then everybody on the chat can get involved naming it.
It's I've got a photo of it. Maybe we could put it up on.
If you got a
on the last game,
we can put it up and then ask people. Yeah, that's a good idea.
I'll arrange it, shall I?
Yeah, you arrange it.
You arrange it.
I knew that picture you were trying to take came in handy. What's happening at the moment with the computers? Getting a bit funny here
it's
again. Because are your team sheets all over the place? Yeah, they are. So
oh dear,
it's not just me.
Well, that's interesting. I don't know how to.
I'll try and refresh
yeah,
so my one, see what happens. But no, it don't help. They're gone funny. Something's happened. Somebody's got these all over the place at the moment. Don't know what's happened. But luckily enough, we know who the players are. We're all right. And I don't think we're going to be out there that much longer because only 7 required. And has a big swing and misses it. This is Kumar. Praveen Kumar hasn't got off the mark yet. That's the first ball he faces. Mind you, I say he's not got off the mark yet. He's now got one to his name. The scores are all over the place at the moment. Something's happened.
5 needed.
Something's happened somewhere.
Just
yeah,
5 needed.
required.
That's all we know.
And this could be it. It's going to be 4, but let's look at the height again. Height could be important on side on. So this, is it 4? Is it 5? Let's go to the side. And height.
No, it's fine.
You think it's all right?
Yeah, dipping. Yeah. Dipping.
Yeah, dipping, and he's hitting it coming forward. So score's tied.
Yeah. And it will mean that they are going to get this bonus point. And we also did say that they'll get it within 5. So just shows you. Really does just show you.
All right, that is a biggie, and that will go right in between us and the tower where the camera stationed. 6 runs to finish, and that is that as Ali Haider smashes one down the ground. And as we suspected, ACCB get a good victory here, and they do it in style. And Zenus, well, it's a match to forget for them.
Yeah, it really is. Lackluster with both bat and ball, never looked at the races, and it really did just mean that I'm afraid that it's going to be a 0-point pickup for them in this one, and it means that ACCB will take 4. They'll go level on points with the Gladiators after the first day's play. Of course, we know that those two sides won't be playing later on, and yeah, looking forward to what will come later on, though. It is an extended break, so there's no team news as of yet, but it's about 50 minutes time until that next game, so we will be able to have a bit of an extended break. And speaking of which, we can have a look at the highlights of what will be a pretty short highlights package, I can imagine, because they did it with relative ease. Yes, they did lose a couple of wickets, but they didn't look too uncomfortable.
Yeah, well, it started with that Royal Duck. It was a wicket of Manan, who hasn't had the best starts to his day with the bat. But, of course, if you're not clicking and you're still winning, you'll take that. And there was, as you said, a couple of wickets that would fall pretty cheaply, as Mudashan also did go pretty early. Abdul Asif, he plays some nice shots. This one was one of the ones that he put away. He looks like a good batter. And this one, though, almost went into that lake. Just likes to play this nice elevated shot, but this time he was caught on the boundary. That was a really nice catch from the fielder. So catch gets taken, but then after that it was just plain sailing, and shots were being played by both the informed batters. Asif, I like what he has to offer. He just goes out there, puts away the bad ball. They did get his wicket for 36, but then Ali Haider, he hit 1 big 6 and 2 4s to 17 to get the win for his side. It's a comfortable win. The other thing about that win is, and we'll have to have a look at the net run rate as well, because they do it pretty quickly. And that could certainly help them, even though level on points with, of course, the Gladiators. They could be finishing and going home top spot.
Yeah, absolutely. They really could be interesting, couldn't it? We'll have a look at the scorecard. Very brief look at it there, but not too much to report home, really. A couple of early wickets, 2 for Pereira, 1 for Silva. And Jador in his single over, only got 4 deliveries in. Ended up going for 18, and it does mean Zenus lose out on any points here in game number 4, and it means that ACCB very, very happy with their efforts today.
They should be very happy. They played well. Now, you mentioned early on that they're a team that probably not a lot of people will be thinking too much about them, especially when they finished 8th. And last time we saw them here in June last year. But they're better than that. We know that. They're a team that have been right at the top of the standings many times that we've been here in Romania. So they're looking to prove a point, and they've started pretty well. We're going to leave you with that match summary. And just remember, we do have one more match to come in the day. Zenus will be taking on the Lanol Lions. The Lions will probably be feeling, after seeing that performance there from Zenus, that maybe that in their 3rd match of the day, that they can pick up their first win. Zenus, they're going to have to really use the next 47 minutes well to try and recuperate, refuel themselves, and also find a little bit of belief when they go out there. I mean, maybe because they were playing ACCB, they went out there a little bit, I don't know, they didn't fancy themselves. They're almost like they were a little bit scared of the opposition. But this time around, they're playing the new boys, the Lanol Lions, and maybe they'll be a little bit more assertive and aggressive in the way that they play. So myself, Rico Fall and Charlie Hunt will be right back in about 47 minutes time. I think between now and then we're going to see if we can pick up an ice cream or two from somewhere. Somebody's got to be selling some ice creams, because it's pretty hot out here at the moment. And like I say, we'll be back in about 47 minutes, so join us back then. And remember, it will be the last match of today, so we'll have the answer to Hunt the question as well. We'll also maybe we'll find a picture of the cat that's been roaming around the ground, and we'll be asking you for some ideas for naming the cat as well. And in addition to that, random questions, and talk about anything that you want. That's what the last matches of the day is all about. So see you back in just under 46 minutes time.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Greetings everybody and welcome back. Here's a big shout out to Paramatch and HCL Software, our partners, and other partners as well, Grizzly Bear Sports and Locker Lifestyles and the Bizaway Travel as well. Thank you very much to all of those partners. Of course, Bizaway, thank you for getting us here, ready for the start of this event. As we move to the final match, match number 5 of match day 1, when Zenus are hoping to, well, get their act together somewhat as they take on the Lanol Lions. Lanol Lions on debut here today, and they'll be confident with the way that Zenus are playing at the moment that perhaps they could register their first win on the European Cricket Network. It's the third match that they're playing, so it's going to be a real test for their stamina. Remember, they lost out early on by 24 runs trying to chase 156, put a big effort in, didn't they, getting to 131. We then also saw them go down to ACCB. Once again, a good effort from them. They were chasing 120. They got to 90. They did pick up a valuable point, but in this one, they are big-time favourites. You saw that there just on your screen, 81% to 19. So they'll be happy about that. But of course, those percentages are just a guide. It's about now going out there and seeing if they can actually do it. That's the plan. So ready to go. The news from the middle, by the way, the coin toss, is that Zenus elected to field first. So interesting that they'd want to know exactly what they're chasing. But chasing, they didn't do that well, did they, in that last match? Well, they didn't do well. Even when they batted first, so things haven't been going well for them. 75 when they were chasing 144 against the Bucharest Gladiators, and then when they batted first against ACCB, only 65. So you can see why they don't want to have a bat first. They're going to try and cause a few problems for the Lions first, and then see if they can chase them. So getting ready to go. You can see the man with the ball is going to be Thilanga Silva to be bowling. He's going to be hoping he can get the ball in the right areas to the batter. So ready to go. The umpires are ready. The man in black for this one is umpire Imran and Dimindra. They're out in the middle. Nishant is the third umpire. Of course, tournament referee Tyron Peters. This one's it's going to be a wide. It's just well left by the batter. Looks like he was going to be tempted to play at it, but the Threnadu decides it's better just to leave it alone. And he's got, of course, Roshan out there with him as well. Roshan has been in good form throughout the day. His all-round game is good, even though he is struggling a little bit with an injury. We've seen him not at his best when he's been, especially in the field, running around. So he's going to try and do as little running as possible, you would assume. Once played into the body. Probably one thing you'll notice about this pitch, especially those people that are joining us this afternoon, and hello to you as well, wherever you are joining in from, is that it's a very wide pitch, isn't it? So it always takes a little bit of getting used to when you're here. As that is played through the gap, is going to be 4 runs. That's a lovely shot there played by Thilakatanana. Beautifully played and placed, and that's the Therindu off the mark with 4 runs. Silva just gives him probably a little bit of extra room. And it's put away quite majestically there by the opener. And it's a little bit closer. It gets good wrist involved as he just plays this for an easy single. And you see the first look at what I'm talking about there from Iroshani. He really does struggle to get there. To take guard, you can see he's taking leg stick there. Probably might even mark with a little mark with the middle stump is as well. And you can see, yeah, he takes leg and now wants to check middle as well. So he gets a good idea of where those 2 stumps are. So it's good to see him taking the time to get those marked up. You see a lot of batters that go out and don't really take too much or bother too much about marking those up. But I think it's very key. Every batter goes out there, makes the mark, know exactly where the stumps are. Yeah, just how you saw that Charlie made us aware about the little logo on the Zenus tops. It is very much a little bit of the 3 lines about them. That's not a good ball. This one, probably they're not running because I think Roshan can't run. Does catch him on the pads. He's not able to get out of the way. So dot ball from Silva. We go full here from the European Cricket Network, and joining me back for this final match and looking forward to all of your questions and comments is Charlie Hunt.
Yeah, thanks, Rinko. Rinko? Hello, Rinko. How are you? Good to see you, Rinko. Good to have you back.
We're both getting
There you go. Look, it's Rinko and Charlie. End of the over. It's 6 without loss after 1. You can get in contact with us, of course, through various means of social media, of course, Instagram and Twitter for myself. Instagram, or I should say X, really, nowadays. And Instagram and Facebook for Rico, of course. And, yeah, of course, don't forget to follow the European Cricket at socials. There you go, by the way. That is the cat that is here at the ground, and we don't know if it has a name, but we need an ECN name for it.
We
so
do.
Get your suggestions in, and maybe, just maybe, I reckon. Well, if it do we know if it's a boy or a girl? It's a boy. Okay, I reckon we call it Jude.
I'm sure you've got a reason for it.
I do have a reason to call it Jude. This one is going to get through. This one's going to be 4 runs, and not a good start as Wanaraj goes too short, and Tilakaratne gets this one away. Jude for Jude Bellingham.
Nah. No. It's not going to be football related. So anyway, that's the photo there. We'll put it up a few times during this match, and we want our chat involved for getting names for it.
Yeah, 3 lines on the shirt of Zenus.
You're
Jules Rimet still gleaming.
you're a bit like me. You're not so much a cat person, more of a dog person, really,
No,
aren't you?
Not for me, I'm afraid.
Well, that's a nice sharp delivery and right into the pad.
Anyway, and at the moment, yeah, Jules Rimet still gleaming. Plenty of years of hurt. Never stop believing. Anyway, at the moment, interesting choice. I know you mentioned it pretty briefly to win the toss and field first, if I'm being totally honest with you. I'm not sure if I would have done the same, but again, I guess motives are slightly different. But you never know. But realistically, you just sort of feel that this could be one of those where an upset could be on the cards. We nearly had one at the start of the day, didn't we? But we haven't had one since. It's all been pretty regular programming. This is well bowled, though. And this will just be pushed through into the onside for 1. Also, you've got to look out for Irishan. You've got to imagine that he probably won't be running too many quick singles, if I'm being totally honest with you. So, yeah, I think that's just one thing we've got to look out for.
Yeah, Thangavalu Raj bowling very well, and he's getting the batters to have to look. See there, had to rock back, but that's a good shot, powerful shot. So he's not giving them anything to play down the ground. So basically he's saying, if you're going to play shots, you're not driving me, you're going to have to pull, cut, and this is a really nice cut shot. And that's Roshan. This is why he's so good. And even though he is injured, you can see when he plays that shot, when he leans back onto that foot, he does feed it, but he gets a boundary. Nice shot.
Yeah, leans back nicely and gets it away straight away. And I've just got a message off Shivyam Singh who says, "Hey, hello, Charlie. Hello to you.
Hello.
Is it me you're looking for?" Asking a question outside the off. It's the end of the over. It's 9 that come off. It's 15 without loss after 2. Rakib. That's a very nice comment. I'm glad to be back. Oh, no. Hang on a second. Yeah, it is the end of the over. Keep says, Charlie, missed you after Estonia. Well, I missed being here. Had to take the month off, though. Had to get everything else sorted in terms of moving everywhere, here, there, and everywhere. At the moment, this is the story thus far today. Zenit is 0 from 2. Lankan's 0 from 2. Someone's O's got to go. Someone's got to get a win. Could it be by way of golden ball? Maybe.
Yeah.
Probably not.
This is the Hunt the Answer. So who has the most wickets in one-day international in a single calendar year?
Yeah, we'll get the answer to you later. This one is up in the air, and it's going to go for 6. And, well, unfortunately, I probably should have gone for that one, but I didn't.
That's the one you got to go for. Anyone over there,
actually, do you know
just
what?
go
Let's prepare for
clear
it, shall
the
we?
area and get ready to dart at it. Just move some of those obstacles out of the way.
Yeah,
Charlie's just
the
doing
lovely
that now.
chair.
And don't go run tripping
Yeah,
over
I
those
know,
wires.
that
You've got to
is
sort those out as well.
That's going to be an issue. Anyway.
The thing is, though, that's probably not the one, is it? You've got to go for anything
know,
because it won't get on camera there.
I know, but it'll be a good uproar from everyone in the crowd, though, won't it? Like how I got an uproar. That's a wide. Like how I got an uproar when I dropped it and got grass stains all over my trousers.
Trousers which went straight into the bin. Thalanga Silva bowling himself out here.
I tried to get them cleaned. Didn't work. I actually took them to the dry cleaners and they even said, well, hey, you can't get them out. It's done. So they sent me a text and I was just like, well, I'll pick them up. Put them in the bin anyway, but anyway, what can you do?
Things you do. Going for that majestic catch on camera. Charlie Stewart hunting for his first. Asking the question, I get the feeling it's probably just going down the leg side here. Change of mind though from the batter, Irichan. I get the feeling he wanted to be a bit aggressive on this, and then at the last moment, he just decides to play defensive. I don't know why. I mean, that's on the leg, down the leg side. You've got to try and just whip that away, really.
Loving the slip, by the way. The slip for a bowler who I think has bowled more down the leg side than anyone at the moment. Gets away with it though. That'll be a dot.
Yeah, it's another one that he's tried to thrash away on that leg side is Irashan, but he manages only just to get it as far as the fielder on the 45.
It's funny, isn't it? I was just talking about it during the break, and I was saying how the heat here at 35 degrees now, it's starting to get lower, is completely different to being in sort of 27-degree heat at home. I don't know what it is, but I seem to be okay here and a little bit different back home. I don't know what it is.
Okay.
Don't know what it is. First name suggestion is Ginger.
Ginger. All right. That's from Dave. Dave likes a bit of ginger. Ooh, this is pretty close to being going back onto the stump. What's that? I think that's obviously gone off the inside edge onto the pads and then
Off the
knocked
keeper.
the bail over. Off the keeper, yeah.
Let's have another look, shall we? Yeah, off the keeper. End of the over then. It's another good one. Just the 1-6 and a wide and a single. 8 coming off the over at the end of the power play. Lanol Lions 23 for none.
Yeah, it's still got all the wickets intact, and of course the key one would be that Roshan, though he started a little bit slow this time. It's actually Thirandu that started well. They've got some options there, haven't they? We've talked about some of them before. Guys that can come out there and hit the balls. The guy Randula, be interesting when he comes out, because I did like what he did late on in the innings. Though he started slowly, he's somebody that showed that he can get going if need be. So we'll keep an eye on him. They've got Fernando Lehiri, Fernando in the side as well. So let's keep an eye on him.
Oh dear. Okay, we're going to have a new section of this broadcast coming up. We'll see how it goes. Vindula up in the air. This is going to get over the top. 3 lines on the shirt, and it's going to race away. And a good bit of fielding. Gets down, and they come back for 2 here. It's good running. In fact, they will get back. So I have just asked AI.
Yeah.
I've said, please give me a random question from my cricket commentary partner, Rico. And it says this. Rico, what's the most memorable cricket match you've ever watched or commentated on, and why does it stand out to you?
Okay.
I'll give you a couple of deliveries, all right? But that's a question for you. Oh, good delivery. Cuts him up entirely. Look, Aratna has no idea where to go with this one.
Yeah, match watched has to be, I think I've mentioned this before on the broadcast, it is the, of course, 1983, when India won the World Cup. I was just a young lad and, of course, was into and interested in cricket at the time. And I remember this one gets played away for just a single. I remember the whole family being together, and it was the final. We were prepared for it. Mum had made all the onion bhajis and pakoras, vegetable and chicken, and uncles and aunts were there, and we all sat around the TV watching it all happen. And I think at that time, I don't know if colour TVs had come out, and we just didn't have one, but we were watching it on black and white as well. It was quite amazing, the atmosphere. And obviously it's something that I know that my dad not so much, but I know my uncles are big in cricket, and they were watching it. It was very passionate. It was a very emotional day, and seeing India win, that was quite amazing.
Can I ask you a genuine question? I don't want you to get insulted by this. Do you find the drastic improvement in technology slightly scary? And a bit crazy to sort of imagine?
I find it scary in the way that I worry the effect that it has, as this is in the air. It's a catching opportunity. Keepers have done well with these so far today, and there's no issues there this time either. That's the catch taken. And smiles, of course, from the captain. Shiraz Sohail takes it. And that means the first would go down. And it is Rashan that would go, so he hasn't been the same in this match as we saw the last few times. He's going to fall for 4 of 10 deliveries, so that's not his best. But, yeah, I mean, the thing that worries me, I'm not worried so about the technology in the way that it's developing, etc., etc. It worries me the effect it has on humans, because I just think, I mean, when I look at some of the youngsters that are growing up and seeing the way their behavior patterns are changing, the way that, the work that people used to do and isn't done anymore, I just think it's a lot of skills that people have will be lost. That's what worries me about it.
It's a very philosophical answer.
Are you just finding big words for the last match of the day or something?
Yes. No, because my brain doesn't have.
But
the
you know what I
capacity
mean.
for that.
You know, I mean, you probably.
Well, I mean, the first idea is that attention spans are drastically shorter. I mean, like, the stats don't lie. You look at short form content, TikTok, Instagram Reels, that sort of thing. That is, it's a huge contribution to the fact that, kids nowadays, teenagers, young adults, attention spans, I think it's something like 9 seconds. If you don't have them in 9 seconds, they'll completely go. That's it. They'll drop.
Yeah.
It's as long as it will get. Whereas I think it used to be up as high as a couple of minutes or whatever. So
I think it's little things that I notice, mainly like now we're getting into. That's a good delivery, nice quick one from Vindula, as that's the end of the over, and it's a 26 for 1 at the end of 4 overs. But little things like, now everything is all, technology based. So, the people skills are going from people in supermarkets and shops. I find, when you're paying for something, you put the money into a machine and it throws the change back. But when you don't have that and you go somewhere and somebody says, oh, it's €5.50, and you give them a €10 note, and they're just looking at you thinking, now how much change? They cannot work it out, and that's a worry. Simple tasks and activities like working out the change or something, if they haven't got the technology to help them out, they're just stuck. And I just think, well, that's basic stuff. You should know that.
True.
Do people write anymore? Very little. As this one is smashed for a big 6, and that one goes over the banner and starts to make his way up the hill. Well, that's good, and at least Thirundu is doing the job for his side so far. Jayasuriya, the captain, has joined him.
Yeah, it's a really nice shot. Picked it up nicely. One of the longest 6s of the day, that one. I mean, this is, again, probably a generational thing, Gen Z versus, I don't know what generation you are. What generation? I don't know what you are. Anyway, is that it's very rare. This one up in the air, not going to carry at all, miss time completely. Will just be 1. It's very rare that you won't find yourself with that technology around you nowadays. So, I mean, my classic argument was a calculator and maths. I used to hate maths.
Yeah.
Used to be okay at it, in top set, but, what's the point of learning all this when you will always, 10 times out of 10, have a calculator with you? What difference does it make? Anyway, a bit of a rant this. This is up in the air.
I get where you're coming from, but the question that always then comes to my mind is that all of those things that you had to be able to do before, i.e., writing, working out, simple maths. If you're not doing all of those things now, how are you using the part of the brain that you would normally? Are people using less of the brain now?
Oh, what a take that is, by the way. That's a superb take behind the stumps this time around. It's a tricky one. I think it is. I think it gets utilised in different ways. Very close for encroaching again, by the way. I think it gets used in different ways. Technology. That's probably a part of it that comes into it. Got him, gone, and it's a very, very wild swipe from Tilakaratne, and that was just the build-up of a few dots that were starting to come in. And well, I'm afraid that realistically, it's the end of him. I'm afraid, and it's going to be 2 down now.
Oh well, he'll be so disappointed. Thirundu, he gets into the 20s, 26 and 15, and then. You can see, he said, I can't believe I got out to that. Look at him, he's walking out because he sees the full toss and he's trying to hit it so hard. But once again, I say this quite often, you're far better off bowling a fuller delivery like that, which is, that slow, straight, full toss, on the stumps than bowling too short. It gets wickets, and it just got a wicket of a batter that was well set.
Yeah, absolutely. 35 for 2 then here. And it's a big wicket to get, realistically, because now you're looking at the likes of others that haven't really had too much of a playing at the moment. So it's going to be down the leg side. It's going to be a wide. It's a tricky one. I think it is a tricky one. I think technology has only, you know, further developed the human race. I think the ability to do things that would, you know, not a single chance of doing, gone 50 years ago, is crucial. Oh, this one, again, angles into the pads. It's not a bad delivery, in all honesty, from Pereira. This isn't bad, though, this from Zenus, if I'm being totally honest. I was very sceptical at the idea of bowling first. But at the moment, proving me slightly wrong. Of course, time will tell, though. Long way to go. A quarter way through this game. Off the pad, it'll be a dot ball. It'll be 38 for 2 after 5.
Yeah, they don't take a run either. So they're doing a good job here. They're containing. The Lanol Lions themselves have some issues themselves with the bat. And, of course, now the question is how well can they go with Irashan already back? And, of course, that was a big wicket that they just lost there at the moment. So this could be a real tussle between these two sides.
Yeah, absolutely. And I like it. I mean, look, we know that they had the main batter that was, of course, injured. They've got him early. They've also got the other opener who's back in the shed for 20-odd. So this is a game that's a pretty level playing field at the moment. Kind of can either teeter towards both sides. Kind of feel that maybe, just maybe, there could be a small glimmer of hope for that golden ball. Do, of course, get your suggestions in for the name of the local cat. We've had...
Yeah. This is a good one. Well, he's made you giggle. Come on.
No, you go on. No, you explain. Go on.
Yeah, golden ball. Yeah.
That's a bit harsh, really, isn't it?
Yeah. Hey, listen, you know what?
A lovely present, though, this morning, didn't he?
Yeah, that's what I was just thinking. You're reading my mind again.
Good at this.
I was just thinking we've got to base it on something to do with the cat.
Tom.
As in Tom and Jerry?
Yeah.
Okay, that's a good one. Let's see what a viewer thinks. So early this morning when the cat first came, everyone was going, how nice. And
Diana was all over
Diana was there giving the cat a nice stroke, and it was purring away. Next thing, it walked away, came back 2 minutes later with a mouse
it looked very proud as well.
And very proud, and we thought, okay, so obviously it's got that little streak in it. It's definitely likes to catch some mice. So that's got to come into play when we're thinking about the name. So Tom, as in Tom and Jerry, okay.
I think it's a good shot. Say that again. Say that again. Hang on a second.
Yeah, I didn't. What did Andy say?
Too much going on here. Try again.
Now
Bob
then,
Marley, yeah, okay.
Marley.
Yeah,
It is.
Bob's not quite that good.
It is International Reggae Day, and so Marley. Yeah, okay. I like that. And this is in good form. So Marley,
Glad
Tom.
he is.
Yes.
Feeling slightly jaded. Pushed into the offside. What are you thinking food-wise? Come on. We did have some scrummy lunch.
I was thinking of because a nice salad. And I know that the hotel we were staying to do a very good
Caesar salad is
but,
amazing.
But I know it's a big portion. I was just thinking of a nice salad, and as this is being played away beautifully, and it's a little bit short into the body, so Jayasuriya plays a lovely shot. That's his first boundary. Now, we know he's a good player. He's got more experience than some of these other guys, but that's badly directed by Roshan, so that gets played away. So I'm thinking a nice salad, a light salad, maybe something like a coleslaw or something. Maybe, I know you can get salads out here a bit like coleslaw, but maybe a bit of ham or salami in it. And then something like, I know I've had before here, I think they call it mitch, which is just like little meaty kebabs, and a few of those to go with it. That'll do me perfectly fine, because we had a nice wrap here, didn't we? As this one is a one-handed pickup by the fielder. That's Wanaraj who gets the applause and the appreciation of Charlie, as he does a good bit of fielding on the boundary. So end of the over, and the score, once again, it's not going rapidly, but it might be going at enough. Well, that's what the Lanol Lions are thinking, to see they get enough runs of the ball to be able to defend against Zenus. 45 it is for 2 at the end of 6.
So how many weeks have you done on the road now?
I've done, so
You did how many of Czech?
I did, well, I did all of Cyprus.
Well, hang on a second. So you did England?
Yeah.
Where were you before England?
From England, I came to England from
Didn't you travel?
Tallinn, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, did England, then
you did Cyprus. All of
Cyprus, but Cyprus had a break in between. I had about 5 days off.
Okay.
So I had a break. Cyprus, went back to Cyprus, T20 internationals, and because of that, I got to Czechia halfway through
And then all
the
of
first
Czech.
week, all of that, and then here.
And then here for 2 weeks.
Yeah.
How many bags do you travel with?
This time round, I think because of the length, I just had 2 big bags. That's
Two
it.
big bags. And a backpack or?
Yeah, and one rucksack for the computer and stuff. That's it.
Okay.
Which works fine. I think when it's up to 4 weeks, I can manage it with one big bag and a cabin
Really?
bag and a rucksack. Yeah.
Blimey.
But any more than that, yeah, it's got to be 2
But
bags.
how many? Okay, so let's. Okay, I am actually intrigued at this because I want to ask you and I want to ask Vinny as well because it's the same. The same principles apply.
Mhm.
If you're doing a 2-week tournament,
Yeah.
right? So this tournament, how many do you have a shirt for every single day?
I have, yeah, for shirts basically every day because you never know if the way the way I look at it normally is we see another wicket go by the way. So we're talking about cleaning shirts. Well, the batter here has been cleaned up as he goes for the big shot. That's the end of Fernando. He doesn't last very long, so has a swing.
Maybe he's off to the Isle of Fernando.
He's on his way, Fernando. 1 of 3 deliveries. So, yeah, I mean, if I'm going somewhere where I've been before and I know that it's a good laundry service there, then no.
Okay.
Then in my mind, I'm thinking I can wear that there.
And then
I'll have it washed ready for the start of the second week at some point. It's okay. But if I don't know, then, yeah, shirt for every day.
And how many jackets would you have?
Jackets usually, because I switch
Obviously
between some of my Indian ones
yeah.
and so I'll probably have 3 jackets.
Uh-huh.
And then I'll have like 3 waistcoat things like Indian ones as well.
Okay.
That's how it works. So, but I'll literally, it'll be pen and paper at home and I'll be saying, right, Monday to Sunday, 2 weeks, right, 2 days off. What am I wearing? Scribble, scribble, scribble. And then based on that, right, that's that week. And obviously if you're staying somewhere, if you're longer on the road.
Just watch his
then
gloves, look. He's so close. He's got to be very careful. Sorry,
yeah, he's always, he's been called
teetering on the side of it. Yeah. Okay, so you actually sit down and plan it.
Yeah,
That's
absolutely.
funny.
Otherwise, because the worst thing is when if you don't do that, you end up taking so much stuff you don't use.
Yeah,
and
that's fair.
Initially, that's what I used to do a lot of time. I used to take too much stuff.
Yeah.
And I got to a point where I'm thinking, well, I never wore that. So now I'm saying, right, if I'm not wearing stuff like that, I'm not taking it. I'm going to plan it beforehand.
For a 2-week stint, how many, obviously you've got, this is probably not very entertaining to anyone else, but to me it's quite entertaining. So for a 2-week stint, obviously you've got, you finish at 8 o'clock, for example, whatever, get back to the hotel at 8, and obviously you've got your 2 days off. How many T-shirts and stuff like that would you take with you?
4 T-shirts, a pair of jeans, a couple of pairs of shorts, and some gym stuff. That's it.
Yeah, okay, that makes sense. No, we're similar in that respect. Because I always find that, same to you, I always will find that I bring too many T-shirts, and they only ever get really worn, not, very rarely. End of the over, and it is 49 for 3 after 7. This is what's coming up tomorrow. Of course, we get to see Transylvania taking on Benicia in that first match 6 of the tournament, match 1 of day 2. Good to see that we'll get to see Bucharest Zami, and we'll also get to see the Royal Eagles back in action. Looking forward to that. That, of course, starts at 6 a.m. GMT, 8 o'clock Central European Time, 11:30 out in India, and I believe that means it'll be 9 o'clock local time. Looking forward to that one, of course. Do make sure you join us here on the European Cricket Network, and in what's actually one of the quieter 2-week stints, really. We haven't got anything else sort of externally going on, apart, there's no internationals, there's nothing.
No, because I think last time we were together, at one point we had 4 events at the same time. It was crazy stuff. Transylvania, and of course we know that here in Romania, that it's where the Bram Stoker's novel Dracula was first came to fruition, let alone the castle. But rumor has it that he didn't actually come to Romania himself. He actually found it in a illustration in a book about Transylvania. So that's where the old think about Dracula comes into play. So Transylvania, they should have been called the Transylvanian vampires or something, shouldn't they? That would have been a good name for them.
Yeah, it would have been the Transylvanian Fangs.
Yeah, of course, there are many castles here in Romania, and medieval castles as well.
I'll tell you what, these last 2 games of the day could certainly be bringing the average score down for the day down pretty drastically.
Yeah.
currently looking at about 70 odd at the moment, and the Lanol Lions and the Zenus. One thing got to remember, this game could be crucial because at the moment, going off the 5 participants in this group, we have to say goodbye to one of them. Of course, Cluj are the only side we haven't seen today. I have a feeling that these two could be battling out for that last spot that goes through to the second round of fixtures.
Looking at what we're seeing today and what we know about the teams, I think you're right. Cluj will be contesting right up there, along with the likes of ACCB and also the Bucharest Gladiators. Yeah, these two are the winner of this match. Certainly is going to put themselves in a good position. And you'd think, as this one's up in the air, but I think he gets enough of this, it's going to drop and get away from the field. It's going to be 4 runs. So the captain, Josh Rea, trying to make things happen here. But I think it's a big one, this, for Zenus, because if they go this match and don't get any points or they lose this one, then even the Lanol Lions are starting to get away from them.
That's the thing. And, you know, this is, you know, whoever comes out on top of this one just shows you it's going to be a big, it's actually quite a big game. You know, some would probably sit here and say these two, the weaker sides, doesn't really mean much. I'd argue very much the opposite. Whoever wins this is going to be favourites to pick that 4th spot, realistically. I mean, you never know, they could go 3rd. But going off what we've seen, you know, very premature to sort of go off just the one day of action. But, you know, especially the fact that, you know, we've both been here last year, you were here the year before.
Yeah.
We know what these teams have. End of the over, that's gone into the ribcage, and that's certainly left a mark, you can see. Oh, actually, that's not in the ribcage. That's not nice. That is ugly. Feel sorry for the man. That's the end of the over. It's 54 for 3 after 8.
Yeah, well, we have seen one batter get caught with a body blow early and, well, went down like a... But luckily, it was all good at the end. And, of course, that was Praveen Wijayasuriya, who actually came back. And in the last match he played, he had a very good match, actually, with the ball. And picked up some very crucial wickets for his side. 2 for 23, so he's going to be a big player in this one. But at the moment, they need big runs, and they need them to come with the last 2 overs. Expected to score around the 70s. And you get the feeling that Zenus have done exactly what they needed to do here to keep it realistic for them, bearing in mind that they've struggled with the bat here today. Remember, their highest score that they've scored has been 75. They scored 75 chasing and 65 batting first.
Well, it just shows you that, realistically, maybe that shout of bowling first, not the worst choice in the world. Well, this is going to go up and away, and this is going to be 6 runs, I believe.
I think that's 6. Looking at the way that the fielder's going after this, I think that's 6.
Camera's not really going to be able to help you, I don't think, because we lost it.
Yeah, so I think we don't think we're going to have another look at this. So this is going to, I think, the umpire. I think it's 6, and I think the fielder who's on the boundary, I'd like to see on balls like this, the fielder, he's seeing this all the way. I'd like to see the fielder just say to the umpire, yeah, it's 6 runs. But considering not complaining about it, I'm saying it is 6 runs. Otherwise, the fielder would have been the first to say, nah, that's not 6, it bounced. But
no, absolutely. You know how I put that bug spray on? It's not gone very well.
Are those all new bites?
Yes, they are.
Oh, Charlie.
Yeah, I've had a bit of a nightmare there. I'll survive. It's all right. I won't moan about it. I don't moan about anything. I'm always happy.
I'm going to say to you what I always say to my daughter, don't scratch them. Just don't
No, don't say that, because now I want to scratch them.
Why?
Because it's a mental thing. It's a placebo.
All right.
That's 100% what it is. It's a placebo. Now I really...
All right, then. Cut your nails. Then you can scratch them.
What?
If you cut your nails, you can't scratch them, can you? Cut them really
don't
short.
exactly have long nails.
Well, then you're all right.
No, because you can still scratch them, which makes them worse, which irritates them.
Itchy.
Okay, thanks, mate.
Okay.
Appreciate
Anyway,
it.
any more news on cat names?
No, we haven't had many,
No
actually.
more. Okay. No more.
What have we got? We've got Ginger. That's a great start. Great effort. And, well, he's not even going to save the run unless he gets out here. No, he doesn't, because the keeper's missed the stumps from a yard out.
Ginger, Marley. Marley's a favourite as well, a day like today. And Deanna's not that far away from Deanna. Come on, names. Look, the cat took a liking to you. So what were you going to name the cat? Deanna's thinking now. She's got a thinking cap. She's got that look about her. She's thinking. How about, I tell you what, Deanna. Now, you're the best thing to come out of Romania, everybody keeps telling me. So, we're in Romania. It's a Romanian cat. So, a Romanian name for a cat. What's a good Romanian name for a ginger cat? Oh, Diana's got to look up. I'm going to see what Diana's saying because I can't hear a thing with these on.
Hang on a second. I know D, and I know that we need to double check that this is okay to say live on air. End of the over. It's going to come down to this last one then. It's 64 for 3 with 6 legal deliveries left to go. Lanol Lions hoping to get up to 70. And yeah, the old low-scoring thriller, this one.
I think it really could be. Right, Diana's said to me Drakushaw, which is a nice way of saying little devil. Drakushaw.
I feel like you've definitely just said a really bad swear word in Romania.
No, no. If I have, I apologise. No, I haven't. You wouldn't do that to me. As this is played down the ground, it's going to try and stop it, and does. Brilliantly fielded. It's only going to be just a single. Well done. And that's Budika Roshan. It comes across, and after bowling a pretty good spell, makes a good stop here. And one thing they have done, they've adjusted the field from previous games where they've left that gap too wide, so they make the stop. Yeah, Drakushaw, little devil. He was a little devil when he caught that mouse, so that's also up there.
Called Draku.
Drakushaw, Drak for short.
Draku. You wouldn't call him Drak. Draku. You wouldn't call him Drak. That's rubbish. Drak.
What's wrong with Drak? Drakushaw. I like, yeah, Drakushaw's all right. It's got
Garfield's
a nice sound
a good
to it.
shout.
Garfield's
a classic.
Davies come back with Garfield.
That's a classic, it has to be said. Yeah. At the moment, though, with 4 balls left, 66 on the board, Rico. This isn't the best from the Lanol Lions. It's good bowling, though. It's in the corridor. There's no issue with that. Nowhere near the line. It is definitely, look, that's definitely an England badge. Definitely 3 lines on the shirt.
Yeah, I had a good look as well. I know it's not the easiest to pick because of the colour, but it definitely is.
No more years of hurt, please.
Got to be a story, but we're going to have to find out a story about this shirt.
I want to know. Maybe it was just some that they had left over in stock. I don't know. On the cheap? I don't know. Anyway, this is going to be up in the air. This will be 4. It's a really lovely shot over the top of extra cover. The left-hander Jai Surya gets involved in the action. That does bring up the 70. And you can see batting outside of his crease. He also steps down as well. Gives it the full levers. I have to say, I'm impressed by this contraption that you've got going on now. Because for those of you that have seen Rico in the cube before, he loves to, he's a very old-fashioned in the sense that he likes to write everything down. He scores almost every over, puts it all in. So now he's created more desk space by having a basically a monitor stand.
Yeah, it's all right, isn't it? It went.
I'd be lying if I said I wasn't jealous.
It went walkabout since France, but I've got it back. It ended up being sent to other places than here. But Andis is the man that sorted it out for me. So thank you, Andis.
I have to say though, I'm still jealous, but not definitely jealous of the NASA Space Center that Vinny takes along with him. but to be fair though, he does use all of them pretty effectively.
He does. The only thing is that we always say is that's the end of the innings, by the way, and they don't even get too deep into the 70. 71 it will be for the Lanol Lions, and Jai Surya 18 balls for 23, and Gaya Randula does eventually get a partnership going when he scores 11 or 13. Once again, Randula, you've got to open with him. He's that sort of player. It takes a bit of time to get going, then can be hard hitting, but they just chewed up a lot of deliveries, and that means that Zenus, who probably is more of a must-win match for them. They've given themselves a good opportunity themselves to maybe, if they can get going in the power play, maybe take all the points here. What a turnaround that would be.
Yeah, absolutely. But how good was it that this catch was taken? Because if you drop this, you feel that you probably go on to make them rue the mistake. But yeah, they don't do so, and they do take the catch. And then this one was a really, really lovely shot from Tarindu de la Caranta. Well, that one wasn't a lovely shot from Tarindu. That was ugly, hoik across the line. And it's always bad, I always say, it's always bad when a player swings so hard that he falls back on himself.
Yeah, and points for that shot, the same number he had on his back, 0-0, because it wasn't a good shot at all. And the gives his wicket away. And that was Tarindu, who we knew was probably one of the key cogs of the batting, because he was going well with 26 or 16 before he departed. Then we did see, I was having a look at the over by over, and literally, they apart from in one over, they literally had a boundary in every over, but that was it, and that's why they've been restricted to this score, and far too many dot balls as well. So even in an over like over number 3, where they got a boundary with the very first ball and then a wide. After that, there was nothing else from it. So they've just hurt themselves here. And once again, the most frustrating thing about an innings like this, as we have a look at the scorecard coming up here, they only lose 3 wickets. So they really should be throwing their bat at everything. So just go for the scorecard there. And through to do, as he said, 26 and 16 before we play that horrible shot. 23 from Jayasuriya of 18 balls. So I suppose, all right, it's going fine. But when you look at even Irashan this time, 10 balls for 4, and then 13 balls for 11 from Randula. But they know that Randula bats that way. So really, you've got to be thinking, only losing 3 wickets and getting 71, you've got to go bigger than that. You've got to be more. You've got to go for more. And what about the bowling front?
Yeah, I mean, bowling-wise, you probably would say that for Lindula was probably the best one for 9. 216 for Pereira as well. His spin was certainly useful. So credit to them. Zenus have given themselves a chance here. They're not out of this one. It'll be an interesting one. I have a feeling that the low total will cause issues, though, and especially if they lose a couple of early wickets. Could be panic stations for Zenus. They need 72 for victory. We'll be back in 10 minutes' time then, as you're watching the final innings of the first day of action here in Romania on this European Cricket Series. And it's a pleasure to be alongside Rico Full with me, Charlie Hunt, right here on the European Cricket Network.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Welcome back, everybody, to what is going to be another low-scoring match where this time around we saw Zenus only score 65 for 6 against ACCB, and of course that was a victory within 28 balls by ACCB, winning by 7 wickets. Now this time around, well, it's Zenus' turn to see if they can get a win, chasing a low score. 71 on the board, only losing 3 wickets to Lanol Lions. That's disappointing for the newcomers. They're going to have to learn quickly that you don't have to value your wickets in this format. You just got to go for the runs, no matter what happens. And it's in the air to start off with, but not going to hand. So a dot to start as Dinuju Theo Wonka is bowling up first. He's just having I think the umpire just saying, look, just try not to get in my way. He's bowling to Lakshan, who probably could be the key. And how about this for a stop? We're seeing some good defensive play in the Euros of football at the moment. Well, this is a good defending. Look at that. Goal line save there. And the ball doesn't go away for runs either. So still no runs. And now he teases him with outside the offer. Charlie Hunt joins me back. Charlie, are we going to see a low-scoring sizzler pan out in front of us here?
I always say the lower scores cause big problems.
Now this is well hit, up and over. That be 4 runs. And this is what Dilusha Lakshan has to do. I think he's got the ability. He's a good player. He's a good hitter of the ball. I think one thing I'd like to see him do is what he does here. Stand tall in his crease and use those long levers to hit the ball over the top of the fielders. And that's what he can do. Don't want to see him charging out of his crease this time, though.
No, absolutely. You've got to just take the ball on its merit. But you need to move your feet, though. You've got to move your feet. Tewanka is he's bowling good areas, in all honesty. Not too bad. That one was just a little bit too full. Previous delivery. That's too wide. That's going to be a wide, and not really too much that Tewanka can really say about that one, to be honest.
No, and Lakshan is out there once again with his captain, Shira Sohail, who's hoping that he can finally get some runs here this time around. That's well left as well. So good. A good eye, good assessment from the batter. Those wides, any extras can come in very handy here. Got to win the power play. And that's what Zenus are looking to do here. That's just a little dab, a little push. They'll take a single. That's pretty clever because it means that you get the 6 off the first over. Of course, going at 6s gets you close, but it doesn't win you the match. So in a way, that's a bit of a win for the Lanol Lions as well. But of course, win the power play. That's what Zenus have to be saying to themselves here. Win the power play and then put yourself in front.
Yeah, absolutely. 102 matches since a golden ball, and at 7 for no loss after 1. You feel that maybe, just maybe, they go at this rate, they will exactly get to a golden ball, so that'll be interesting. Anyway, you can see there 69% place 31 and 65 off 54. To be honest with you, not too sure if we're going to be too concerned about the bonus point at the moment. I think, you know, Zenus is probably going to take their time with this. You know, realistically, have they got the power to do so? Probably not. Could surprise us, though. Here's a Roshan.
A little bit short, gets dragged to one of the 2 players that are outside the 30-yard circle to start off with. So that's to the mid-wicket. Got mid-wicket and long on. And now they'll have to make a change to the left hand. I think it's basically going to stick to a similar field format. Yeah, we are. So the mid-wicket hand long and go back to the lefty. And that is the captain, Sharia Sohail.
Lefty, of course, disappointed in the manner of which he got out earlier on in the previous game. This time around, they'll be hoping to go a little bit better.
Just looking to take it on. It's a pick up and throw. And, wow. We're just admiring. So I know that some of the wildlife here in the greenhouse has been a bit oory and not so great. Some of it, though, has been delightful. We've just spotted a few dragonflies. One of them is bright red, and it's a beauty. And it keeps coming back to closer and closer to us. This is pretty close. This is Grizzly getting closer and closer to a fielder. And now he gets too close for comfort for the batter, who has worn this on the arm. And it looks like Lakshan has been hurt by this. It's caught him right. I think it's caught him on the elbow or on the wrist here. So bless you to the batter, by the way. We had a big sneeze there while we were talking about what's happened to his partner. So watch this. Comes through and...
Oh, on the forearm, on the fleshy part as well. That's the worst part. Well, where's the medic? We need the magic spray. Come on. Oh, he's getting
What's happened? What do you see?
He was sat having a coffee round the corner. Someone's gone, you need it, and he's sort of popped up and sort of getting a little shimmy on.
Oh, no. Come on, buddy. Where are you? Let's go. Come on. Medic. And the batter just said, forget it.
Look, there we go. Look. I'm coming. Dun, 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 dun.
Is he going to make it? They're going to say, look, I'm not waiting all day for you to come. Look at him. Oh, dear.
Bloke just wanted his coffee.
Yeah, now, can you imagine if you had to throw that coffee away? They don't need him. He's going to have to walk back. And I think Tizer is having a chat. Oh, that's a little bit slow getting down here, the fielder. That's going to be 4 runs. I think Tizer's having a word with the medic and say, rapid response, buddy. The meaning of rapid response is when we need you, get out there quickly.
What a shot that is, though, by the way. Cuts this nice lead through backward point. That'll be 4 carreritas, of course. And, well, I will remember it by the time I leave. Patru alarga. Is that D? Is that okay?
What is that then?
Not a clue.
Are you saying 4 runs?
Yeah, I'm trying to. Patru alarga.
I don't think it translates to cricket, you know.
Okay, well, that's fine. Anyway, I tried.
Oh, well, this is a catching opportunity, and it's got away from the fielder. And there's Iroshan, who's, of course, already injured. Let's have a look. So this is hit hard, and he's not expecting it. That's the thing about it. He's not expecting it. Then he goes down, and he then says, I should have had this. I should have had it. And now the medic. Come on, medic. Come. It's your moment. Come on. On the Iba. How do you say, Harry? Dalin Butch. Come on, you can get out there. Go for it. We need you. Quickly. Rapido. Go on. Don't be shy. Vamos. Go. Okay. Shout at him. They need him. Oh, what's going on here? Now he's being sent back again. What is going on here? If you want him out there, get him out there. He's going backwards and forwards. He's doing the can by himself. Oh, I don't know what's happening here. Oh, dear. Well, I know that much of Romanian. Dalin Butch means, come on, you know, shake it. Shake your booty and get out there. He's running away. He's had enough. He said, I'm out of here.
Start the car.
Oh, dear.
Start the car.
Hang on,
he's got the bag.
Oh, dear, oh, dear. Dear. Now he's coming back with a bag. Oh, somebody have a word with this guy. I tell you what. I mean, where was he? No, he decided, hang on a minute, I've got to go get me bag. This is like the old Carry On movies, Carry On Doctor, this is. And now he says, okay, I've got me sandwiches. Where do I go?
Anyway.
And, all right, he's treatment off the field.
4 punkte.
Okay.
4 points, which is
4 points.
what would be said.
Okay.
4 runs, 4 points. 4 punkte.
It's very similar to Spanish, right?
6 punkte.
Very similar to Spanish.
Yeah, thumbs up.
Punte.
Get in.
Get in.
Get in there.
Get in. Can you tell the medic to get in? Oh, mind you, he's taken so long that he's going to get the treatment off the field of play. So it was it the end of the over? Or they're finishing the over here? I don't think it was the end of the
Lost
over.
the plot, Rico.
It wasn't the end of the over.
No, because it's going to be a new bowler. That's why.
Yeah.
So he's still got another wide to go as well. Oh, dear.
This will count as an over bowled by the man who's bowling this one now. He's stepping in to bowl it. The man with, well, we know this man. He got 0 points for the shot he played when he's batting, and he doesn't do too badly. I suppose he concedes the wide and 1 run. So, yeah, I was getting all excited there. Sorry, right. So we got things to be done here, and what's Dave saying here? John Heacham says things ain't what they used to be. There's about a picture house at Stamford Hill, Tottenham, where he was about 13. Okay, that's obviously linked into something. But yeah, cat name. So somebody came up with Bagpuss. I know that we had Garfield before. Dracușor, because I said it'd be nice to give it a Romanian name. For me, the people in the chat, what do you think? Dracușor, which means that little devil. And what do you think? And
I tell you what, my computer's dying. Very much slow, dying in this heat. It's very slow. It's normally never slow. Just kind of sort of reminds myself of me, really, at the moment. Josiria then coming in for the third.
Just up in the air, but nobody's close enough to take the catch, so they're going to take a single.
Always tries this short arm jab, does Lakshan, and it's sometimes it looks great, but sometimes he just looks very rushed, and it doesn't really come off, if I'm being totally honest with you. So I'd like to see it maybe just be put on in the back pocket for now. There are other scoring opportunities at times.
Josiria, remember how he started today, of course. He's the man who took the first wickets for his side. And he could have another, should have, and he will have. So it's another wicket for the captain. So Thelina Josiria comes on. You saw him take 2 wickets in an over in his very first over on the European Cricket Network. It wasn't his best in terms of accuracy, but when he does get his radar switched on, he picks up the wicket. And the disappointing day for the other captain, the captain of Zenus, continues. Sahil already goes for 6 or 4 balls.
Yeah, that's going to be a disappointing way to go yet again. Trying to go over the top, but not able to get enough on it. And it's been the sort of tale of the day for the outgoing batter in Sahil. He cannot find the middle of the bat. And he just keeps offering easy opportunities. And well, they're not going to get put away, not at this level. So another one for another form of dismissal in the way of being caught for him. It's the first wicket to fall. It's 18 for 1.
Yeah, a wicket coming, so that's all you've got to do. Wicket. So I said you've got to win the battle of the power play here when Zenus went in. I don't think they're going to do it, are they? I mean, at the moment, they are behind. They're 18 for 1. There's still 4 balls to go in this over number 3 to win the power play. They're going to get above 23, but really, they should have been looking to be around about 35, 40 in that power play. So it's not going to plan. A few delays here at the moment. And not sure what it is. The umpire's checking something with the scorers.
I cannot wait for Wednesday, by the way.
Okay.
26 degrees. That'd be lovely. You're off Wednesday, aren't you?
Thursday.
Oh, Thursday. Okay. That's fine then.
They're taking it on. In comes the throw. And if he hit, it would have been out. Well, what a great bit of backing up that is. Yeah, that deserves the round of applause. That's a Supana Budika that comes in and makes the stop. That's a really good throw.
Suicidal running, if all truth be told. Yeah, as you say, a very good bit of work. Where's the... oh, he's still being seen by the medic.
Well bowled. It's a good delivery. Yeah, so treatment is Sirashan who's off the field. Of course, I think he's probably thinking, well, while I've got you, just look up my hand and maybe have a look at my foot as well.
Everything hurts.
Yeah, everything hurts.
It's only day 1. It's going to be a long 12 days.
It's been a long day, though, isn't it?
I want to talk about this, actually. I was thinking about bringing it up. Another pretty rash shot, and... I don't know. I don't think this is taken.
This is going to be interesting. They're saying he takes it. I don't think he does. He doesn't have this under control because he's going down. He hasn't ended up in the finish position. That is going to be given not out. And the fielder there should have really been looking to take the catch. He's passing it to him. And
that's almost what he's trying to do,
yeah,
I think.
He's passing it to the fielder who is congratulating him. So this is, if you look at this is Jaya Vikrama is congratulating the guy who takes the catch. But look, he doesn't have it under control.
He's trying to play it to him.
He's passing it on, and he doesn't take it. So he's saying, yeah, well done. And they're saying, oi, you were supposed to catch it. And he said, what do you mean he caught it? He said, no, look, he's not under control. He's going down. He's passing it on to him, and he doesn't complete the catch. He's not under control. That'd be not out.
No, in my opinion, I have to agree with you there. I don't think that should be given. I think what he's trying to do there, he's trying to pass it off to his friend, as you say, Rico, and then he's just trying to play off as if, well, it's fine. I had it. It's okay.
Yeah, well, that does it. Thila Ratana is the man who takes the catch initially, but see he's falling over, so he's not got it under control, and he knows exactly what he's looking to do. Look, he's having a look Yeah, you're right. He's looking at the fielder next to him, Jaya Wikrama, and saying, here, I'm passing it to you. Jaya Wikrama doesn't read the language of the fielder. So that's not out. That's great work from the officials. And I think also the third umpire, Nishan, and the tournament referee, Tyrone Peters, getting involved. So,
Spot on.
Not out.
Spot on. You can tell straight away, and you can tell he's guilty just by just by the way that he's carrying himself. You don't have to be a body language expert to work that one out. That's cheeky. I don't like that. That's cheeky. Not very clever. And yeah, it's a life then. So it was a full shot that should have been taken. Didn't really need to worry about it. I guess he was more worried about the impact that he was going to have on the floor. However, doesn't meant to be. Anyway, we move on. Gets a life, does Lakshan.
Gets played away and he'll get another chance. Yeah, when you look at it again, though, I mean, they're going for 2 here. That would be risky. And it's a good job this time not to. You don't want to give a run out here for nothing here. It's actually given it off the bat. Here comes the throw, and it's a good job he decides to go back. But, I mean, even if he goes, I mean, you saw him go down there. I don't think falling like that, going down on your backside, you're going to drop that ball. I think he just wants to be smart. He wants to be clever and said, yeah, let's make it a team catch. And by doing so, the batter that they would really love to remove, Lakshan, who could make a big difference in this match, is not out. So the power play complete. They haven't got the power in the power play, that's for sure. It's 21 for 1. So a couple of runs behind where their opponents were, but they've got all those wickets intact.
Yeah, absolutely. They just need one big over. You can see they're 51 off 24 for a bonus point. Not too sure, again, if we're going to be too concerned about it, in my humble opinion. But yeah, I do just have a feeling that this could go down to the wire, Rick. I really do. 102 now, matches without a golden ball. Could be 102 out, potentially. But yeah, just going back to that catch that wasn't a catch. It was so obvious. You could see, that was the big thing for me. You could see, as he's going down, his eyes are sort of peering up to his fielder that's next to him and saying, here we go. Also, what I will say, that was off the bowling of your skipper. He's not going to be too happy. Anyway, here's Wijasaria.
Beautiful shot. Beautifully timed. Gets it. Position timing in the gap and placement. That is going to be 4 runs. Lovely shot this from Pereira.
Yeah, and again, with this sort of total, yes, there is the potential for 3 for 3 points, maybe 4, but I wouldn't be too bothered about that bonus point realistically. I think at the moment, all you've got to do is just look for that win. Get the win on the board.
Yeah.
Get rid of that O and make sit the Lankers line bottom of the table and see what you can do.
Goes in the same area, but this time it goes a little bit wider and he finds the fielder. I wonder if they've got to be a bit smarter here about the field that they're setting to someone like Pereira. He likes to play in that area, so you could quite easily drop one more back there on the offside and maybe just bring your long off up or your even long on and then make the change when it comes to this guy, Lakshan, who will go leg side. Oh, he tries. They're running hard again. They will get the single, will they? Well, hits the stumps. Fortunately, I think the ball doesn't get away. I don't think this is out. He does get his bat down. He's aware of what's happening around him. Lakshan, he wants to make the most of the life that he gets given. Ball hitting the stumps. And fortunately for the fielding side, it doesn't get away. So the batter's not able to take a second.
Yeah, it was a good throw, though, in all fairness, with the angle as well. It did have 3 stunts to aim at, but the angle that he was coming in at, the body position, was not ideal. Does well, though. Oh, that's a new one. That's a new bug. Look, see? Don't know what that is.
It's not one of those stinky ones, but that's a stinky ball, that's for sure. And that's a little bit gundy and gets put away as a full toss on the leg side. So the batters will say, thank you very much. We'll take whatever we can get. Yeah,
it's a really nice shot, though. Yes, it is a full toss, but it's good execution. Picks the gap. There's no one out there. And off it goes. And yeah, that certainly will be a boundary that will certainly help proceedings here for Zenus.
It's gone a long way. Well, we've seen a hat-trick here today. We saw some hat-tricks yesterday in the internationals in Czechia. So it's been a good time for bowlers. Well, speaking of bowlers, how about this? Back in 1932, Titch Freeman is the only man to take 300 wickets in a season. And between 1928 and 1935, he took 2,090 first-class wickets in this day on this day in Folkestone. He took 8 for 31 and 9 for 61 as Kent beat Warwickshire by 74 runs. That's not bad going, is it?
No, it's pretty decent. I'd be happy with that. Be pretty content with that.
I'll be more than happy with those bowling figures here.
Oh dear, at the moment. That's a question. Do you miss playing?
Oh, big time. Big time. Sliced away, and 4 runs. They bring the third up, and this is exactly what I was talking about. Pereira goes offside, and you've got to be able to read pretty quickly where you need to set a field to a player like Pereira. He'll go third man wide, backward point, so you need to have another fielder out there. I would be pushing my backward point back and bringing up long on. Looks like they're doing that now. Long on goes up, mid-wicket stays back, long off is back. Yeah, slightly better field, but I still think better to get the backward point back and get the third up. He goes for it, but misses out this time. Gets a little teaser. End of the over. So a slight acceleration there. That over going for 14. And at the end of 4, it's 35 for 1.
You can have a look at the play-by-play at the moment, and you can see they are above the run rate by a fair bit, by almost 1.5. And yeah, no real worries about not getting to that bonus point or to that 50 mark where that equation is. But there is the idea that, well, could they get it within 7? It would be tough. What is it, 37 off 18? And you kind of feel that that's getting up to a point where maybe pushing the boundaries a bit. 12 needed. They've very rarely been going at more at around that anyway. So just feel that maybe that quite might just be out of reach.
Okay, it looks like Jaya Wikrama is going to come on and have a bowl. He's taken a bit of time to get his field set. He's making gestures to his field this way and the other. In he comes, and he starts with not a bad delivery. Unlike watching this through the air, it's one of those which if he keeps it in this spot, the batters are, yeah, do I go forward, do I go back? And sometimes you're tempted to go across the line to these and end up a leg before. So good start from Jay Wikrama, but this one is clipped away. They've got a fielder out there and keeps it to just a single. Thing is, though, they can do it with singles. So I think you're right, Charlie. I think Zenus at the moment are probably thinking, hey, let's not focus about bonus points. Let's not focus about finishing it in 7. Let's just make sure we win the match.
Yeah, absolutely. Focus on getting points on the board.
It's down the leg side. So I like what he's doing in the air, but he's got to get the right line. If he gets it straight, he'll get a wicket. That's what I'm saying. If he gets it straight, he'll get the wicket. Ishara Pereira likes width. So let's see. And that's not right, but he could offer a catch. Oh, it's just over the fielder. And it's going to go all the way to the boundary. And no luck, as this one is just chipped beautifully. And the fielder can't do anything about it. 4 runs.
Yeah, again, he's been very strong out in that area, isn't he? He's penetrated that vacant fielding area a couple of times. And we'll add that one to the list. Just out of the reach of the man who took a great catch not too long ago.
12 man, I think, for this one, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. Feel a bit harsh done by, really. After what was a great catch. Anyway, 31 off 15 for a bonus point.
Oh, well, that's a bouncer back at the wicketkeeper. That's another reason why the keeper perhaps wants to wear a helmet, but no damage done. They'll only get the single that they were going for in the first place.
Yeah, it is a little bit lively, this pitch, isn't it? It has a tendency to just misbehave every now and then.
And to those of you that are tuning in, we've been telling jokes on International Joke Day. So if you missed out and you got a good joke and a clean joke, why don't you tell us one? See if you can make us laugh. And well, this one is very fortunate because the fielder goes with his feet. There's Budika, and luckily for him, the ball stops just before the rope. So yeah, tell us a joke or two. We don't mind. Also, and it is World Reggae Day. So if you like reggae music, it's your day. Tell us your favourite reggae song. I think they might. Nah, they're okay with that. Take my word, it didn't hit the boundary rope.
Anyway, moving on.
Down the ground and, oh, into the monitor, which is protected by the case. So, one bounce. And this one just gets over the fielder as well. So, Bodica is on the boundary. You can see he's jumping up here. Might get a good look at him here. There we go. Once again, gets over him, but whether it would have made a difference if he was right on the rope, you'll never know. I get the feeling he might have been able to get fingertips to it if he was, but a good way to finish the over. The 50 also comes up, so 5 overs in, it's 50 for 1.
Today's answer to hunt the answer then. Who has the most wickets in ODIs in a single calendar year? It was Saqlain Mushtaq back in 1997 for Pakistan. He obtained 69 wickets, and I'll tell you that that was in 36 matches. It was 1,886 balls, or 314.2 overs. It was pretty impressive stuff. And do you know what the most impressive part is?
What's that?
He's also second on the list.
Really?
Also second on the list. The year before, he took a total of 65 wickets.
So, come on, how far away was I? I
You
went
were
Neil Kumble, didn't I?
You were 9 wickets off.
That's not bad, guy.
No.
Where did he feature then in the top 10?
1, 2, 3, 6. Well, I'll tell you what, yeah, I'll give you 6. Well, this has just got through. It would have been a great catch diving down to his right, but unfortunately, it doesn't quite stick, and well, they probably need something like that to stick at the moment. Oh dear, Rico's having a bit of a nightmare. He's throwing a tantrum, throwing a paddy. What's wrong? Has something got in your ear? Oh dear. Okay, well, he'll survive anyway. Here's Koshila once more. And this is thumped up in the air. Has he got enough on it? No, that's an excellent catch. And they finally get one to stick, and that's a really good sticking catch by Oshada Joe Wickrama down at long on.
Well, Joe Wickrama didn't catch the one that was passed back to him because he was clapping like I was clapping. He's catched this time. That is such a good catch. Quality. I watched him all the way through here. He finds the ball. Looks like he's getting himself into position, then thinks, no, I'm not quite right. I need to take one more step. Takes a step, takes the catch, gets the wicket. Important wicket as well. So Lakshan, the man he should have got on 9, is removed for 20. So I suppose it doesn't hurt them that much.
Yeah, not massively, but still having that man out there just sort of, I guess, provides a bit of confidence and a layer of confidence. But 51 up now, so it's going to be an uphill battle this for the likes of the Lanol Lions.
But it's one batter out the way, one good batter out the way, and of course we know they've struggled. It still could be a bit dicey as that's a wild swing. There's a Zahid Dul, swings hard, doesn't get anything on this. Koshila swinging wide and nothing from it.
I guess that's the thing as well, isn't it? That with a fresh batter out there, you can start building up a few dot balls here. It looks as if they are going to get a point out of this, though, the Lanol Lions, which isn't, you know, a be-all or end-all. It's not a bad situation, but not picking up a win in 3 games in the first day of a tournament, not ideal if that's going to be the case.
Yeah, one thing that I suppose that's good that they were and have been able to do is, I suppose, picking up those points, and that's important. I mean, even if they go down here, if you get a point, you'll be pleased with that. Mind you, that's not guaranteed, as this one is whacked out of here. That'll go all the way, so volley into the bear, the pair that marks the Federation of Romania, and the stronger together has been knocked there. Let's play cricket. Yeah, why don't we? I'm not sure what the batter wants here. Looks like he needs another helmet. He's played that one. He said, no, this one ain't right. And of course, if the batter doesn't feel right with the helmet, it's a very important part of the equipment nowadays. Obviously, you've got to wear the lid, so he's going to get another one. It's going to have a helmet change as he clobbers that for 6. So they're needing 15 in 24 here.
I tell you that won't please Mr. Tizer. He won't like that. He will not be a fan of witnessing that at all. He'll be saying, no, you can just stick with what you've got at the moment.
Smashed away. Now it goes back to his mark. I think both the umpires probably under instructions from Tizer, having a chat and saying, hey, come on, you should have come out here with one that fits in the first place. All right. You can see 15 off 6 balls for a bonus point. 57 for 2. The start of this, the 7th over. And they're going to go with Dinuja Dinawanka to bowl. Let's see if he can get it right. He can. That's out. Yeah, from the moment he left his hand, it's gone. Because Pereira has gone to play a shot that he's not strong on. Clever bowling is, like I said, keep it straight to him. Straight and full. Don't give him width because he likes to play outside the off. So he's gone to play the sweep. He's picked the wrong ball. And he's got through him, has the one cut. So well done to him. And he gets the golden ticket, hits the stumps, knocks them over, and he gets another set batter out of the way. So they really are fighting for this point. But who knows? There's still plenty required, and it could be a twist. Remember, we have seen a hat-trick fall today, which certainly made a big change in the way matches went. And there you go. Plays down the long line. Is not a good shot. The stump go over. A little bit of timber. Chuck the hit style. Pereira goes for 21 of 12.
Yeah, I don't know if realistically that 15 off 23 is a dead set. And I can't believe I'm saying that in a T10 game. But that's just how it feels at the moment. Doesn't really feel as if this is all set and buried. Yes, the point is probably all set and buried that, you know, one of these sides will definitely get a point. It's just who gets the 3.
Similar delivery up in the air. Gets it over the infield. And it won't go to the boundary, but they should be thinking about 2. And they will get to as the throw comes in. And Dinuja makes the stop, goes back to his mark. So that will help. 13 off 4 for a point. So that looks unrealistic. But as we both, myself and Charlie said earlier, Zenus will just be happy with the win here. And they did go into this match as pretty big underdogs, actually. So it's been a great performance from them.
Yeah, big time. Oh, how's that not gone on to hit the stumps? That's a little bit of luck coming into it now. Yeah, it's just something about this that just tells me that could be a random maiden or something just to sort of change things up. I really do feel that something's going on here. Something you don't like something. You're not happy with something.
Up in the air. Well, I tell you who ain't liking much either. And life at the moment is the Lanol Lions because that one gets smashed away for a big 6. So Waranja goes boom, shakalugya. And that then helps big time as it takes it less than double figures. Yeah, I could just, you know, sometimes that smell of maybe burning around. And, well, I tell you what's burning at the moment, the Grizzlies, as this is another big one. So that will tie the scores. And who knows here? Have a look at this. The bonus point becomes a big reality just like that. I just said it looks like they're not going to get there. And next thing you know, the batter, Wanaraja, has gone out there and gone boom, shakalugga, boom, boom, boom. And now they can do it if they get a run on this ball.
This is absolutely crazy. I mean, I was, you know, completely down and out. I was saying maybe the game's not over in total, but all of a sudden, Wanaraja just come out and played a blinder of an innings. You are right. He has gone back-to-back boom booms. And now 1-in-1. Surely you got to squeeze them up here.
Well, I tell you what, the bowler Theo Anka didn't see this coming, did he? He didn't see this coming at all. And this is going to be all the points. Can you believe it? Well, Zenus have picked up all of the points, having a miserable day so far in the 2 matches they played earlier. They were 75 chasing 144. They batted first against ACCB and scored 65. And now they have chased the 72 that they required, and they've done it in 7 overs. That means they will get all the points here. And what a turnaround and what a finish. I've got to say, a lot of people, especially the way they lost that last match to ACCB, did not see that coming. Speaking of things coming, this is what's up tomorrow. Yeah. As we see Bonitsa taking on Transylvania first up. And the Royal Eagles, by the way, they were UNEFs. That's they played on the UNEFs last year. So they obviously got the experience, just a name change for them. And somebody tells me that maybe even Flying Pavel might be in their side. So we're going to have to keep an eye on that. So that's coming up tomorrow. Bucharest Zalmi, we know them from the past as well. So we've got some good matches coming up tomorrow. But, well, what a finish that was. I don't think anybody expected that, really.
That's a real big upset. Let's have a look at the highlights then. And this really, it's going to be a good one if you're a Zenus fan, because 4 points from this last game. And, well, we often say that realistically that there are times where you just felt that really realistically that this could be a close one. And it did look as if it was going to. I mean, listen, not even 5 minutes ago I was saying that this could go all the way and this really could have an issue, but ends up being a couple of wild strokes and it does mean that they'll pick up 4 points. And well, that of course, there was a couple of controversial moments. I think that catch might be one of them. There it is. There you can see no one was really sure as to whether or not it was going to be given. I felt that it shouldn't have been, as did Rico, as did the third umps and Tyrone Peters, the tournament referee, and rightfully so. It was that little guilty look up towards his teammate.
Yeah, I think it's a very good call. And if you go by the laws of the game, you've got to have the ball under control. He clearly knew he didn't. That's why he was trying to pass it on. And this one just went over the head of the fielder. It was pretty close, but some of the hitting there was pretty good from Lakshan. But the man who should have held the catch first time round when it was being passed to him, he did take the catch later. It didn't hurt them that much, really.
That's a bit harsh. I don't know if you can certainly blame that on him, realistically.
He was, as it was being passed to him, he's applauding the guy on the floor and not taking the catch.
I wouldn't have expected my teammate to have tried to flick that on. I thought he would have taken it and made it stick. That's my personal opinion.
Yeah, I mean, I'm with you. He should have taken the catch because he's going backwards. I don't think he was going to lose the ball when he does play it. It was always on, but yeah, I mean, I just get the feeling he just wanted to be a little bit funky and he got wrong. This one was an interesting one. It's down the ground and it was just a single, but the finish that came, I mean, that was a single to finish, but the shots beforehand, the two big sixes there from Wanaraj were absolutely incredible. So he scored 15 or 5 balls. Well, Wanaraj, I think you might find that he gets a bit of a promotion towards the top off the batting order.
Yeah, and talking of the batting order, you can see there Lakshan again, just above a runner ball, nothing special. Sahel failing, he has to come down for me. It's not working for him. Pereira did look good for his 21 off 12, but of course that rash shot that led to his downfall. And then Jahadul 6 off 3, but that big flourish of runs from Wairaj, 15 off 5. As for the bowlers, not too much to write home about, really. I mean, Tawanka again, 1 for 22 off his 2 overs. And of course, Iroshan, and then he obviously came off injured, which we will, of course, get you an update as soon as we can. But yeah, just a little bit lackluster from the Lankan Lions here on debut, of course, today.
Yeah, they would have really fancied themselves going into this match. I think they would have probably thought that this was a match that could have earned them their first win on the European Cricket Network, but I just don't think they applied themselves in the right way with the batting. Again, just have a look at that. 71 they score, but just 3 wickets down. You've got to be throwing the bat more at it, and Zenus looks like they learned that pretty well in that run chase.
Yeah, we spoke about it before, sort of halfway through the day. We said they've got to just look a little bit more positive, and they weren't doing so, but they did in that last game, and they were able to get over the line. 4 points out of 4 in that last game is crucial, especially, as I mentioned, in that battle between that last place getting into the second round of fixtures.
That's huge, because that then takes them now off the bottom, because that's where they were destined to be if they didn't get anything out of that. The Lions, I mean, the thing that would be desperately disappointed about was not the fact that they lose that match, the fact that they give away a run. They weren't able to give away a point. They weren't able to take that point away. If they had that point, 3 points out of 3 matches, not ideal, but at least they got something from every match. But they didn't in that last one. So Zenus, they'll be leapfrogging them by 2 points. And of course, with Cluj coming into play pretty soon, and when next time we see the Group B action, there's going to be a possibility that they're going to find themselves a long way behind. And as you said, finishing 5th, it's not going to work.
No, absolutely. Well, Rico, first day back with you. Been an absolute pleasure as always. Never a chore. And listen, I want to take a quick moment just to thank everyone just for what has, to me, feels like one of the hardest days I think I've seen on tour, just in terms of the heat. The heat was relentless today, and everyone did a splendid job in getting everything going. Listen, we even had a mini tornado to deal with.
I couldn't believe that. Couldn't believe that. No, you're absolutely right. I mean, I know we're saying this a lot at the moment because the heat is on everywhere. We had it in Cyprus. We saw it in Czechia as well. It was extremely hot. Very hot here today. So well done to all the players. Well done, of course, to the Federation for looking after us and all the teams. Super job by the Federation. Well done, particularly to the umpires. I mean, one thing sometimes we forget that those teams can change over halfway through. So once you batted, you're in the shed. Once you fielded, you're in the shed. The umpires, those 2 men are out there all the time. So well done to them. They've done a great job, led well by Tyrone Peters. Well done to Spring Media, the best in the business. And of course, well done to everybody, wherever you are. I think the chat's been absolutely brilliant today on International Joke Day, International Reggae Day. We had it all. We had a little bit of fun as well. I hope you enjoyed it. And remember, we do it all over again tomorrow. We're going to have another quick look at the matches coming up. And I think we've got some real sizzlers coming up tomorrow. Once again, 5 matches coming up tomorrow. And here they are. So we go to Group A action. Anything that really hits your eye in those matches tomorrow.
Yeah, that big match 8 for me, Bucharest Army and Bani Asa. I think that's going to be a big one. I think the return of Royal Eagles as well, that could be certainly interesting. And as you mentioned, have a look out for Mr. Pavel Florin. He'll be in and around the ground, I'm sure, tomorrow. Looking forward to what is set to be another exciting day, another scorcher at 38 degrees plus. Do make sure you tune in to us tomorrow morning. Come and keep us company. We certainly cannot wait to have you here. It's been a pleasure to be back alongside Rico Phil. And of course, on behalf of everyone here, we wish you all a very good evening. Have a good evening, everyone.
Yeah, be good, be kind, be safe, be happy. Shukriya, thank you for watching. Highlights up next.
Thank you, and you.
Well done, well done. Good job.